Yo, what is going on? How is everybody doing? Forza Milan, let's get ready to talk Milan. We got guests joining us in a little bit. We got Antonio joining us. We got a few other guys joining us. What is going on in the world of AC Milan? How you doing? We got Gio Aguiliz. What's up, brother? Alan JRG. What's up, guys? How is everybody doing? We're going to open up the lines today. Here, we're going to listen to everybody's opinion, guys. Tomorrow we have our first signing. We finally have the first signing of the session, Mercato session, and it's De Ketelaere. Maldini, Massara are going to Belgium. We're going them themselves to sign the papers, and we finally have the first signing. Good news, absolutely good news, 100% good news. So CDK tomorrow should be officialized. There's no reason for Maldini and Massara to take a trip to Belgium, to Brussels. Obviously, they're going there to do business. They're not going there for a holiday, you know. So it's going to be good, guys. We get CDK, young prospect, but already with good experience. You know, he's the leader, one of the leaders of a team that has won the Jupiler League twice, I think, at this point. He's been in the Champions League. He has faced Messi, Neymar, Mbappe. He's, you know, he's had one assist in the Champions League so far. And he's got experience. He's young, but we'll definitely grow him into a champion. That's for sure. That's what we're good at right now, so that is what we will do. We'll grow CDK into a champion. Another piece of news that is kind of meh, to say the least, is Bremer. Bremer. Boy, did I want Bremer at AC Milan. Man, what a defender. What a defender that guy is. Last year, MVP of the Serie A. Torino was the fifth team in Serie A to concede the least amount of goals. If Torino would have scored 20 more goals, they could have been fighting for the top 4 spot. That is how good their defense was. You know, if you look at the numbers, Juventus had about 60 something goals and 35 conceded, and Torino had something like 40 goals scored and 38 conceded. So if they had scored 20 more goals, if Belotti would have had a good season and scored like 15 goals, mamma mia, they would have been fighting for Europe. So they got Bremer. What's up, Clint? How you doing, man? Clint is here.
Hey, what's up, man? What's up, man? How
How's
you
it going?
feeling? Yeah, I'm
I'm
good,
I'm
man.
great. I'm doing great, bro.
Yeah, man. Freaking like yo, that Bremen news like threw me off, man. Ain't gonna lie to you.
The
Whew,
Bremer
man.
news. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
yeah, yeah.
yes.
Me
It
too.
got hijacked bad. That's like the worst. This is like the perfect example of don't get ahead of yourself.
Well, I mean,
Meaning Inter fans.
but like we weren't even going after him.
No, not for us, but I'm meaning more for like the Inter fans because they
Yeah, yeah.
thought Dybala and Bremen were a lock, and look what happened.
That's right. Inter, yeah, right, dude. Damn. Now that I think about it,
Yeah,
man, the Inter fans must have had two of the worst days for them because Dybala, then Bremer, boom,
right.
boom, dude. That is like a 1-2, a
and
1-2.
then and then if they don't perform, Lukaku leaves. So then if you get to like if you year after now, they're not gonna appreciate this Mercato at all because they didn't really bring in pieces that are sustainable. And it's just like I look at it from that perspective, and I'm like, man, they were really complacent. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, they
Because
definitely lost those two targets, but I'm not ready to say that Inter is not going to be a threat.
oh no, I'm not saying by any means. I'm just talking about like the market rate. They still have like a good squad, but it's just, it was really promising. And like PSG, the only domino effect that happened is if Kipembe still does leave, PSG is definitely gonna try to go all out for Skriniar, and they might increase their bid, and they're gonna try to get him out of there. I just feel that like Inter might settle for Milenkovic because he's probably the one available. I just sense that that's the type of operation that might happen, but we don't know. I'm
Well,
just speculating.
the information that at least was out today at the Gazzetta dello Sport was the last thing they wrote was that at this point Marotta is deciding to keep Skriniar and renew his contract.
That's smart. That's definitely smart because
Yeah.
at this point. But I yeah, it's the Bremer. I think Bremer they should have Inter should have acted fast. I don't know what they were waiting for the past 2 weeks.
I
They yeah, they should have acted really fast.
I think we should have acted fast. I mean, Bremer was the guy to get.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. But for us, I'm not too upset because at the end of the day, we have a kind of like a long term project. So I wasn't really the Tangaga dude that like we are linked to. Actually, I saw a couple of his games like last year when he first started. He's a Tomori-esque type player. So, not saying they're up to that level now. Depending how he adapts to Italy, I'm not even too mad if we get him, to be honest, like at this point.
Who?
You know. What's his name? Tangaga? I can't even
Oh,
pronounce his name right.
Tanganga.
Yeah, Tangaga.
Jofet
Yeah.
Tanganga.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. So right now, yeah, they're saying those guys are in Italy, and let's see what they do, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, look, I'm super confident. The thing about us, the way we are being built. It's already and the motions of the engine have already been switched on. So basically, our youngsters are growing, they're getting better, they're becoming like champions. Tomori, Kalulu, Hernandez, Tonali, Benacer, Leao, Salamakers, Diaz, and then you have the guys with more experience there. Ibrahimovic that he just
Y-
signed,
Yeah, Giroud.
Giroud, Kjaer, Origi. Now
Origi.
that Origi now can bring some Champions League experience. He can bring some experience. He's older, right? He comes from decent years at Liverpool. I don't think they're very impressive, but they're decent years. You
Indeed.
you know what we talk about in the WhatsApp,
Indeed.
right?
Yep. Yeah, yeah, I know. But I think once we conclude, I think Ziyech, I definitely see Ziyech and CDK incoming for sure. I think we're definitely getting Ziyech because it's I think we're getting these two, and then once we conclude with the that Tottenham player, I don't think we're getting a central we're getting a defensive midfield like a Kessia replacement. I think we'll get one CB we'll get CDK and we'll go for Ziyech, and I think that will close our summer market, which I think is still above average as far as like an overall market. So I'm not mad at it at all. I'm not, because then it gives Pobega a chance to actually prove himself. So
But what if we don't get Ziyech?
if we don't get him, the fact that we're even getting CDK, there's other pieces that we're getting in there, Adli and all that. Those are kind of like new signings. I'm still not upset at all. If we get CDK, I think for me it's above average Mercato, period. At least we got one of the targets we're linked to, and it's fine. But but compared to like when I look at Roma or I look at what Juve did, when I look at Juve's team on paper, that scares me, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. Now I think about it, it scares me.
Don't tell liar to that. That's gonna start a war.
I don't know that. No, it's I just I think Juve, they now depending on how they approach stuff tactically, I don't know, but I think just how they set up their team, getting Bremer in, that reinforcement at the back. You already got Vlahovic, Pogba came in, Di Maria. They have a squad. They definitely. And then with Roma too, man, like Roma, I think Roma. If we had a grade everybody overall, I say Juve and Roma, like those two had like the best. So far like the best Mercato. I ain't gonna lie.
Roma got Matic too, which is an experienced,
Indeed.
pivot player. So it's going to be him and Cristante there. Then right now Zaniolo is still there. Who knows what's going to happen with Zaniolo? But essentially, if you look at the 4-2-3-1 that Roma is playing, they have a defense that was Smalling and Mancini. It's a good defense. It's a good defense.
Yes.
Then you have Spinazzola there that we've seen him when he's super fit. That guy's one of the best in the world. The other guy the other guy on the other side, I don't know him. He's like the Swedish guy, I think.
Well, cash drop, cash drop, or
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah,
he had a very good season, I gotta say. He had a
he's
very
good.
good season. Yeah.
It's good.
Then, the two double pivots, Matic, Cristante, good experience there. And then you have that attacking midfield of Pellegrini, Dybala, Zaniolo, which is a shitload of quality. That's a lot of quality. And then you have Abraham.
Right, and then like from reports, if this is true, Belotti might be linked to, like he can be convinced to head over there on a free. So we don't know, because if they get him, Roma definitely can. I just feel like this year, I think Roma can get top four for sure and knock Napoli out, because I think Napoli done really poorly. I don't think Napoli lost way two critical players, and I don't think they have gotten the way to
They
really.
lost three. You can say
to
two.
replace.
Yeah, because we lost Insigne and we lost Koulibaly, but also Mertens, yeah?
Yeah, Mertens. No, I didn't even know. So they haven't even replaced. They haven't acted properly on the market. So that's going to be a problem. So I think Roma is definitely going to be up for show. It's going to be, but I think this year is going to be interesting. It's going to be really, really an interesting league, and I like that. I think now the balance came back in terms of like teams like Atalanta and all that. They're just gonna go back to where they were, because I just think the Milano teams, the teams from Rome coming back, just it brings back that original real Seven Sisters, and how stuff used to be prior to everybody going on a slump. So
I agree with you. And what's up, Nathan? How you doing, man? Okay, I think Nathan is working with the sound, but I agree with you. But watch out for Atalanta,
no,
because
for sure.
because Atalanta has an.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay.
But I was saying, watch out for Atalanta, because Atalanta has a very good youth system set up and loan system set up, and Gasperini has shown to really be a very good team builder, and he can put together some great offensive tactics, and he created champions out of nothing. Gosens, and all those guys that play in Atalanta, I don't even know their names. So I'm gonna be I'm gonna wait and see when it comes to Atalanta how they're gonna do. I don't want to count them out just yet.
No,
What's up, Roy?
I'm yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
Antonio, what up?
Yeah, I'm not counting Atlanta out. I just feel like they were good, but I think in terms of like, I think they benefited a lot from like, the both teams from Milan are just being so bad. They're like now
That's a fact. That's a fact.
stuff is balancing out. That now you're just seeing like Atlanta is still good, but it's just Milan and Inter and all that, just because of the name and all that with that history tied to, is an extra fuel that pushes those players above like Atlanta players. You see what I'm saying? And I think because Atlanta, I think they missed their chance to be able to like get the title during that slump. And I think they're not gonna recover because the Zapata and all these guys, they're getting old. And yeah, they'll be able to get those other players, but like I said, like teams like Milan, they reconstructed the whole team in terms of like the finances and everything, and it's just gonna be really hard to break in now. Mourinho at Roma. I'm just looking at stuff overall. I'm looking at like what is Atlanta really doing to even set themselves or try to compete on that end. And we even saw what happened this year, right? They won't have answers in terms of like going out. But I don't miscount them. But I'm saying it's just, I just feel them and Sassuolo and Fiorentina. That's like a third tier that can try to like come in. But I think the hierarchy is already established like right now as far as for
Hey,
me.
listen.
I agree. I agree.
One second. Let me just get to these comments, and then Nathan, I want you to go ahead. Pietro De Santos says they're saying CDK is coming. Yes, he is tomorrow, guys. We should have official news. Knock on wood.
Hey, Roy,
Pete's-
really
what up?
quickly, do you guys talk about some of the news that came out today?
No, I just
All
started
right,
like
I
10
got you.
minutes ago.
Awesome.
What's up, guys? We need some serious signings this season. If we are to get the second star and compete in champions, we need a way better cam and a better right wing. The rest of our team is set. So maybe that cam is coming tomorrow. Hey guys, late show it is. What up? Is Bremer going to Juve? Yes, sir. He is 100%. He is 100%. Last comment here. Sorry, can you guys mute if you're not talking? There's a lot of noise. Sorry, yeah.
Oh,
Sorry, guys. The way the other teams are going, Juve, Inter, Roma, even I think Fiorentina, this is going to be extremely hard season. Yeah, that's what we're talking about right now. Because if we make it past the group stage, it's going to be tough. You're right. You're right. Nathan, what were you saying about Atalanta?
I was saying that I agree that I think they kind of like missed their chance to really cement themselves. When they were finishing the Champions League, they weren't actually improving their team. Like they really didn't sell anyone, but they didn't bring anyone either. So I think they kind of shot themselves in the foot by not actually, investing in their squad like how they should. Like they got old and they suffered the consequences this year.
Yeah, that's right.
So, guys, is the
yeah, what
topic
up?
Atalanta?
No. So we were talking about, like how competitive the Serie A is, and we're going through the teams. So I think most of us agree that the 5 teams that are going to compete for the top 5 today are Milan, Inter, Juve, Napoli, or Roma. I think most of us agree that Roma kind of surpassed Napoli. At least that's what it looks like. And then you have the other 2 European spots, which is 6 and
Lazio.
7. Maybe you can say Lazio and Fiorentina are in there before Atalanta. But honestly, guys, I don't know, because Atalanta might have some youngsters that are going to be champions, and we just don't know about them. So I don't know about Atalanta.
But the problem with Atalanta, my big problem with them and the mystery they can't solve until now, their biggest flaw is their defense. And every year I don't see them try to improve or buy like a defender to
Yeah,
try to like bring the stuff. And that's like the defense is like the biggest caveat at Atlanta, to be quite
they
honest.
also sold Romero, who was like their best
That's
defender.
that I never
And
understood that.
well, I mean,
Never
that's the thing with
understood that.
Atalanta is if they can make a profit, they're going to, because similar. I mean, they're not in the sense of like being a big club. They're kind of far from that. And even though, like for example, with us, even though we have a big history and things like that, we still have to sell or we have to limit wages on our players because we don't have the financial power as like some Premier League teams or other big clubs. So that's kind of what the same situation Atalanta's in, except Atalanta has even less revenue than we have. So if they're
They
gonna
they
get an
do, but
offer
watch
for like
this though.
50 million for, they're
Right,
gonna
but
sell.
watch this though. But did you know over the past, I didn't was the past 6 years, Atlanta made over 300 million in sales. The amount of players,
Yeah,
I can
yeah.
name you the players they even sold. So when you look at that, yeah, we understand, but like, and that's when the problem becomes with Italian teams, right? When they like a team like Atlanta starts thinking about, okay, silverware, or let's even push forward on certain things, or let's improve the team. Yeah, we're selling. We're selling for what? Are we paying off debt? If you don't have debt, then what are you really doing? Are you bringing the youngsters? Now, even if though you want to be a feeder club, there's certain issues that need to be addressed. And I think over the years, I've been watching them closely, and it's like the defense is just, to me, when I mean the defense, I'm talking about CBs. They have a CB problem.
Yeah.
Other than Romero, like it's like a big problem for Atalanta.
Okay,
I will.
hold on. But to be fair, Toloi and Demiral are pretty good defenders.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say they're not.
But
Well, Toloy's age, and he's not really, the most, I guess, in form.
he's slow.
Yeah,
He's slow.
he's slow. Demiral is decent, but he's very clumsy sometimes.
Yeah, but,
But
to
anyways,
be
but
to
yeah,
be
yeah.
to be competitive for, like, okay, we all agree that they're not fighting for top four. We all agree.
I think based
Right?
on the top three teams are untouchable in my opinion. The fourth
Yes.
spot is a little bit up for grabs, but I don't know
Is
if
it really? Is
well,
it?
Roma and Napoli are going to be fighting, but I don't
But
know.
especially Roma, though.
Of course.
And
But
and
it's
also
always
Fiorentina.
possible. It's always possible.
Also Fiorentina. I put Fiorentina in the mix for top four.
Fiorenina's having a great mercato.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess on the Atalanta point, like the thing with them, like you said, is yes, they're generating a lot of revenues, and especially because they surprisingly were able to qualify for the Champions League for a few years in a row. But now, obviously, this year they're not, so they're out of Europe, so that kind of hurts. But they should have some revenue, and I think that's not the problem. The problem is, it's even if they have the revenue, they don't want to spend it, at like other clubs would. Like they're not going to bring in really flashy signings to replace like a Romero or someone like that. So it's just they like to invest on youth, and we'll see if that pays off. Also, yeah, Gasperini's project. We'll see.
Hey
what
guys, I
happens.
gotta go. Forza Milan.
Wow, that was fast, Nathan.
Yeah, I know. It's because the stream was started like literally as I'm going home. So
Oh, okay.
Can you come back
See you
later?
Later, bro.
I don't know if it'll happen like that again like last time, but
Nathan, can you
I
come
want-
back later?
probably not.
Oh,
My
it's
wife's
okay. It's
home.
okay.
Oh, okay.
It's all right. All right, brother. See you later, bro.
All right.
But yeah. So I guess on this topic of like competitiveness, like I think that yes, it's very good that we have teams, in the Serie A, like even like like a Monza and other clubs that are trying to maybe break into that sort of mid-table or even like top half of the table, which is good because the more of these teams you get, the better the league will become overall, and eventually will gain some respect. But there's a difference between competitiveness as a league and competitiveness in Europe, and I'm not sure still that we're going to be more competitive in Europe this season than we were last season.
Oh, I think.
What
I think
what you
we are. I
mean?
think
What you mean? What you mean? You talking about like
the
Milan
league,
or like
the
all
league,
Italian
the league.
teams?
The league.
I think we are, but probably not right away. But maybe we're going to start to see it. Well, the World Cup is happening. This is going to be a
Right.
strange year, I think.
Yeah, I call it. Here's my prediction. Right, I say at least two Italian teams, UCL, they get out the group stage. That's fair. That's a fair assessment.
I'm going to give my prediction. I think minimum 3, maybe all 4.
I can't say all
Before-
four. I don't believe.
I
I
don't
don't believe
think-
Napoli will.
Well, it depends on the group, guys. If Napoli gets an easy group, like,
Are they
yeah,
what pot are they in? Do you
they're
guys know?
probably a pot 3 team if I had to predict.
Inter is going to have a tough time being in pot 3.
Yeah.
Inter's definitely going to have a
But I
tough
will
time
say,
being
I
in
will make a
pot 3.
prediction. I think with Lukaku and Inzaghi, I think Inzaghi's a better manager for Europe than Conte is, based on his style of play and what we've seen from him. Like I thought Inter were pretty good this season in Europe. They weren't amazing, but they had some good games. And I think that Inzaghi with Conte in Europe is going to be pretty good. I mean, sorry, Inzaghi with Lukaku is what I meant to say. In Europe, I think Inter will do a decent job. But it depends, like you said, they're a pot 3, so we have to see who's in their group. Hey Roy. Also, I was on a Red Devil Studio live a few days ago, and I just
Okay.
wanted to say, I like that. It's a good channel for sure,
Yeah.
and I want to say I really had this funny conversations with a bunch of like Man City and Man United fans. So
Okay.
fun.
All right.
You should,
Nice,
you
nice,
should,
nice.
yeah, we should invite him back on and talk
Oh
about.
yeah, yeah. Of
Because I like
course.
hearing like the English perspective of this city. Like
Yeah.
they
Yeah,
really
I'm
have
not.
a
I'm.
low perspective.
Yeah, no, they do. They do. I'm on some of these channels, like either the French or like those British forums. I try to like squeeze in and be like a little sentinel, and I'm spying and listening to what they're saying, and try to be in these forums. Like it's not because they're really, how would I say that? They're really condescending in the terms of like their football IQ just it's just stuck on the EPL, right? That's all they know.
Yeah,
Sometimes these incoming players from Serie A, they have no knowledge about how they're good. Like somebody like Kulusevski, us that watch Serie A, we know Kulusevski's already good. It's until like, oh, have you seen him? Tottenham. They don't know. They don't have no outside perspective. Then, mind you, I can understand them because what Premier League right now is at the top in terms of its popularity, but tactfully and all that, it's if somebody that loves just the game overall, sometimes in the day, if the time allows, you can kind of like peek in, watch some Liga games or watch, some Serie A games, even other league, even German, just some German league games if it pops up and you try to get an overall, just not stuck up and you open minded on certain things, for them it's like Premier League or nothing, and it's like, dude, I watch the Premier League. It's just fast paced. That's it. Tactfully first. There's no really tactical stuff that happens really in the Premier League, other than Guardiola and maybe I don't know Conte, like like specific coaches. But overall, it's just a fast paced league. That's it.
yeah.
I can't
That's
watch the Premier League, dude. I can't do it.
yeah.
I can't watch it.
Mm.
I can't stand the arrogance that comes from that movement or whatever you want to call it. I just can't
Hmm.
stand it. I can't
Yeah.
support it.
Like,
Yeah.
okay, I'm gonna be honest. So, I don't. Obviously, the Serie A is the league I watch the most. It's my favorite league, and like I said, I've said this many times. My ranking right now for which league is the best goes La Liga, Premier League, and then Serie A. And I think that and I'm judging it based on European performances mainly, because that's the best way to judge them. And I know that, but if you're looking at a league as a whole, I think the Premier League is the most teams that are like a lot of teams that are that can be competitive in Europe, while the La Liga has like the couple top teams that are very very good, like Real,
A team,
Barcelona, things
right?
like that.
It's a team. Just to add to your point, a team in La Liga that's really slept on. That's been they're doing some stuff in the transfer market is what you call that Betis,
Mm.
Real Betis. Yeah, they that because what's his name? That coach of Pellegrini, he went over there, and I know they won the Copa del Rey. The Real Betis, they got some pieces out there, man. They be doing
Yeah,
they're low key, but try to pay attention. They try to see how these clubs are ran. It's pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting how these Spanish they understand they don't have the money, but they have ways to I don't
yeah,
properly, I'll say. And they're efficient. They're efficient. But then also it's the language that I think they benefit from, because them speaking Spanish, like most of South Americans will want to go there first, Like Darwin Nunez came from like a like second division in Spain, you understand? So, they have that market open, like knowing Italy, like yeah, people do come to Italy, but you don't right as a language barrier can be also an issue, which I think France benefit from that with West Africa. The English they benefit from that with the Caribbeans or even West Africa or Africa as a whole with this English speaking countries. Where in terms of integration, I think plays a big part also of a player. Same as Portugal with the Brazilians and other guys that go through there. So it's stuff also to look at.
yeah. Roy, that last CDK video, like looking at the chat, I was like just casually while I was speaking, I was looking at the video, and the highlights were actually looking very good.
His goals were looking very good. What's up, Carlo Moretti in the house, man? Late night for Carlo Moretti.
When I see this guy play live, he does look very good, and the way people speak about him, like, it's very positive.
Yeah, dude.
I
People
mean,
love him in
there are a lot
Belgium,
of
man.
coaches, yeah,
Yeah.
they think he's the next best thing. Um, So yeah, no, about CDK, we can get into the news in a little bit, but I just want to stick on this topic because I have some more things that I want to discuss about the leagues. So I was saying before, like how I kind of view them. That's where my hierarchy goes, and I watch the Premier League because I watch like
Mhm.
pretty much all the top 5 leagues.
Mhm.
Um, and I will say like it's not like it is entertaining because it's a different style. Like it's very attacking and number one, I like to look at those teams and kind of scout them to see like, okay, these are the teams that then go to Europe and they play pretty well in Europe. So let's see how they play. Um, and I see the styles, and I like I want to see compare the leagues. I want to say, okay, are they actually that good, or is this just them hyping it up? And like you said, like they're not like really that good. It's just very fast paced, and they have the money to sign a lot of big players, so that obviously helps. But yeah, like I enjoy watching it though because I think that it is an entertaining style, even though I prefer the Serie A. And on top of that, the fan atmosphere when I watch it is also very nice, and I love the media reactions to because like the media is so funny. Like they'll kill players if they have one bad game. So I like watching the games and like seeing like predicting like okay the media is gonna attack this player, and seeing what's going on in England because it's just funny. Um,
And it's
and
and you got to
yeah,
look at it too though, from like a cultural piece, right? A cultural piece. If we look at cultural piece all across, cultural piece when you take like Anglo Saxons and all that, they're really rugged. It's really that tough boy stuff mentality. Physicality in terms of not culture wise, but in terms of like how they play with the Scottish. When you look at you watch the Scottish league, even the Irish league, even as those are even lower levels. There's similarities because it's just everything has to be physicality. That's what they're really based on. So I think the Premier League is more like the better version of those two, and that's those type of players they also attract. I used to watch the Premier League a lot, being from the Ivory Coast because of DJ Drogba. You should be watching Chelsea all the time. Everything is just physicality. There's no physical guys. Like when you listen to the best forwards in the Premier League, they're all physical cats. Like you're talking about Henry, you're talking about you're talking about players like Dennis Bergkamp, like the Roy. Those are not weak guys. You see what I'm saying? So it was more about that. I mean, even with when Cristiano was went to Man U, if you listen to some of the interviews, he had to switch his playing style. Like yeah, he was dribbling, but he couldn't do too much of that fancy stuff because the league doesn't even allow you to do that. In Italy, you can get away and be able to do those things, right? If you watch like football in the early '90s, it's like players like the Ronaldos and all that. Ronaldo wouldn't fit in the Premier League at all, right? I'm talking about like R9. Like he could have, take a lot of players, but just the style of play wouldn't fit. It was either Italy or Spain for him, and I think that's why he picked, both of them, right? So there's a type of cultural piece, and I think it evolved now. They understood like you have to be a bit technical, but it's just a physicality, and I think because the thing about English, and I think that's where Real beat them this year, especially with Liverpool. Once you can get out, you can get around the press. They're just lost. It's like a ball running towards you, and it's like you're
well,
able to get around it. They don't know what to do no more.
I will say this: I don't entirely agree with that. Well, maybe for many of the English teams, but like if you're
Hmm.
looking at a Liverpool and Man City, I do give them credit for being very well drilled and very tactically. They have their tactics and they stick to them and they play well. But I think how Real Madrid won was simply just being Real Madrid. They have not only the heritage, but they were able to in terms of they had the experience. They knew how to kind of negate Liverpool's sort of play style. Like they were willing to kind of defend a lot at times,
And that's
and
what
their
and that's
midfield was
yeah.
very strong. So
And
they
no,
were just very
and that's what I meant.
practical.
And that's what I meant. So the practicality in terms of like the only thing about Liverpool is like what makes that game press. That's what it is. They'll press you to death. If you can get if you don't lose your temper, which Madrid is, they're really good at doing these little passes in between the line afterwards. They get lost. Other than Man City, there's more possession based. Liverpool's not too much possession based. Liverpool, they'll press you. If you get around their press, they don't know what to do anymore. And then after that, they're
Quite
lost,
new,
and I
yeah.
think that's how. Even if you watch them, can you
Yeah,
hear
I'm
me?
just saying you cut out temporarily,
Yeah.
but yeah, I heard most
Oh
of
my
what you
bad.
said. I heard most of what you said, uh, and I think that that's a good point because I think with Milan, when we played Liverpool, especially the first game, you could tell that we didn't really have that sort of experience to, handle that press, and we were very overwhelmed. Like we made so
Hmm.
many mistakes, and that's why they kind of dominated the game. But I feel like if we can just gain, I mean, that's the thing. That's why the midfield is so important because when you're playing against a 4-3-3 that Liverpool has, you need to have
Right.
if you play a 4-2-3-1, your pivot midfielders have to be very good on the ball because you're playing down a midfielder compared to like the
Yes.
three.
Yes.
So especially if you have like
And
an attacking cam like a Diaz, which you need to have two very good midfielders that can take the ball, not only defend, but also can jump players, keep the ball, and make forward passes when they're being pressed out of their minds. That's
right.
really important. And when we lose Kessie, that just, I mean, that makes me concerned that we need to, get another player. Or I mean, unless Adli is very, press resistant and can help out in that sense. But
No, but like in terms of physicality, the thing, my problem with I'm gonna be honest with you, my problem with the double pivot, it's like once it's disorganized, since there's only two midfielders, it's just there's a hole that's open and just teams just they will run through you like it's nothing, and that's how Milan will get exposed when we used to play these bigger teams because we're going to counterattack, lose the ball, and then either Kessie or Benacer is out of position. Now it's like a whole you have like a free field in front of you, and it's people just sprint through it, and that's a bit my problem with these two. It's like people got to be really tactically, really disciplined where they just you don't get out of position. That's the only way you score, right? But I think with just implementing, I just like what Milan's doing with Pioli. I know people get upset, but it's just like when is the last time we had like a formation that was that consistent that we just work on the ins and out, right? Like you just perform, get better players in, players know what to do, and you can do little tweaks. And I'm not even mad at that, right? I think our only things would have reduced our scoring. We just didn't have mobility in terms of strikers up front. And I
yeah,
think once that's really solved and the right end is solved, then let's look at now these new results. Then we'll be able to bring better assessment to be like, okay, this formation is actually completely trash, right? Once we're able to bring a right winger that can provide you extra help to the left hand side, and then we have a better 10 because 10 is really crucial in that double pivot, and I think that's probably why we struggled a lot last year. But we'll see. I mean, there's a talking points we've been having, but
yeah.
we'll see what happens.
And one more thing before we get into some news that I want to share. Um, on that topic of speaking with English fans and other fans, one thing that came up that we were discussing the other day was Delict, and I made as soon as we were just discussing Delict, I'm not saying that they were necessarily rating him, but they said that yes, Bayern probably overpaid for him, but wait, Clint, can you mute your mic for a sec?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. But anyways, they said that obviously they admitted that yeah, Bayern's probably overpaying for Delict, but they were kind of they still rated Delict very highly, and I was like quick to say like I think there's at least like there's a handful or more than a handful of center backs in City that are better than Delict, one of which is Tomori, and a lot of them strongly disagreed, and I don't like see like people that don't watch the City like just go by names like they like think oh, this player has he's was sold for this much money so he must be better than someone else, so like that stuff also really bothers me because I actually watch the Premier League, so I can kind of judge like when people talk about players. I have my own opinion based on what I've seen, but these people like act like okay, yeah, Tomori because he was a Chelsea reject, yeah, they think he's good because he made the England national team, but they don't respect him as much as like let's say Delict, just because Delict was once like in the Champions League with Ajax doing good things. So that is really annoying. But we can only prove them wrong in Europe. That's how we beat them. Roy,
I
what's
don't
up?
listen to them, dude. I don't give a fuck about the EPL. I think it's garbage. It's trash. I don't care what they say. Fuck them and fuck the EPL. Fuck English football. It's trash. Whatever.
Oh, okay.
Disconnected.
Yep. You guys want to talk about some news?
Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah. Hold on. look at this fucking play here that Bruges does. It's brilliant. And CDK, really nice pass here. Um, really good tempo. Look at this. So the defender, short corner, comes across, goes around 180, and he finds that space right there. That's brilliant. And then he even scores. Damn. Nice play by Bruges. One thing about Bruges is that Bruges plays really nice football. They play very offensive football, very nice football. It's a very clever team.
Yeah.
Anyway.
If you want to talk about the news, I guess the main piece of news, and you probably just already hinted at this, today is the day, or I guess tomorrow, wherever you are, but for me it's almost midnight, so it's basically the next day. Uh, the management is going to fly to Belgium to try and finish the negotiations in person for De Ketelaere. So hopefully this actually goes through. And I'm pretty sure that we've tabled a bid of up to 32 million euros, and I think that we're not really intending on increasing this at all. So if they keep rejecting this, then we may just walk out tomorrow without De Ketelaere. And I will say this. I think it's a bit too early to just start celebrating this signing, because there's always a possibility that Bruges stay very, persistent, and they say, you know what, we're just not going to sell him. If they don't want to give us like 37 million, we're not going to sell to Ketelaere. So that is a possibility. Even though I think there's more likely that we do close him than not, but I think that it's still a good possibility that's worth, discussing. What if they
But
don't accept our offer?
but then
Hold on. Let me just say
okay.
something real fast. This is my opinion, and also based on, like, let's say what I just saw recently with Salimihidzovich, whatever his name is, from Bayern, that went to Torino, and then a few days later, delete happened. I think that if they're going to there and there's an appointment, these guys have talked about logistics. They're going to go there to sign the papers. I'm confident in saying this is a done deal. This is done. But yes, there is a chance that something might happen. But at this point, I'm ready to say this is pretty much down to being official tomorrow.
Well, I guess it is rare that the management actually travels somewhere. So I guess when this happens, it does mean that there's a very good intent that the deal will be closed. So I do agree. I think it's more likely that we do sign him. I'm just saying, like, we still haven't found an agreement, so there still has to be negotiation.
That is where I think the media is maybe a little bit misinformed. That's where I think the media.
You think that there's an agreement already? Like, you
I think there's
that...
an agreement. Yeah, I think it's a matter of details, and it's just a matter of some papers here and there, maybe tied to the bonuses. I don't know, but they have an appointment. Those guys are expecting Maldini and Massara in their offices tomorrow. Everybody has their papers
CDK,
ready.
Man.
Yeah, everybody has their papers ready. I think. Yeah. Go ahead.
And also, I don't think y'all saw, like, they were also, according to Romano, they were going over there for like another defender. I think Bruges has, I think it's Indicta or something like that.
And
That they're also going to look at.
Indika's a Frankfurt player.
Yeah, okay, yeah, they will go. I guess they have, but that's one of the things they're going to look at as well, in terms of,
That's
like,
in Germany though. That's different. But I mean,
right, but
probably another player.
yeah, he put in the same tweet. So he put in that same tweet that he's a defender, right? That's the alternative to Tanganga. They're looking at him and Tanganga.
I was gonna bring that up
Yes.
later, but yeah, that's
Yeah.
the other main piece of news that we got
Wow.
today.
Wow.
Yeah.
Going back on the Bruges part, like, I think, just even look at from a Bruges perspective. Bruges understands that, like, this is the only time he's hot, and that's the only time they can make that type of money, like 30 mil. Because next year he's gonna have 2 years left or whatever, unless he has like a crazy World Cup. His price tag is not gonna go further or like 50 mil, or teams are not gonna be swarming up for him. So this is like the best time when there's like 3 years left on his contract. Because let's say he goes into his second year at the end of the year and he doesn't re-sign and he's trying to leave, then other teams that might come in, even the big clubs, they're gonna try to lowball Bruges. So they're kind of like, if they think about it, this is the only opportunity where, like, we can get 30 mil based on one of our players that he's even barely 22. I highly doubt they bought the kid for like even over 10 million. You understand? So this is probably the time that they can probably make that profit. He does not want to go to Leeds, so that's a done deal. He's gonna want to stay. If he stays, Bruges is not making any money. He doesn't want to go there. It's not like Leeds is like a future prospect. They just got out of relegation, so that's gonna be even a problem. It's either Milan, so it's kind of like Milan knows about that. I'm pretty sure, and that's maybe they. And I'm speculating here, but they're probably playing on that, sentiment and these ideals, and they're just going in because I think we're proposing. I think 30 plus add-ons and everything, it should be roughly around 34, 33, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Roy, any thoughts?
No, no, no. Look, I said for me, this is done. I'm ready already. I'm already thinking about the next target. And the next target for me, a very interesting story that came out, and I saw it kind of these words going around in some Italian medias, is something that Tony Guercio wrote. Renato Sanchez is getting impatient and is ready to accept Milan's offer should PSG and Lille fail to reach an agreement in the upcoming 48 hours. I've seen this go around Italian media by some people, and who knows if that's true, but it is interesting. You can come to the conclusion, well, Sanchez wants to get training with his new team. He wants to get started working on the season. So maybe it is true. Renato Sanchez is getting impatient.
Yeah, because let's think about this, right? Let's look at it from PSG perspective. Right now, PSG, the whole trickle effect is that if Chelsea cannot get what's gonna call that, like Kunde, right? If Chelsea can't get him, Chelsea's gonna go for Kipembe. If Kipembe leaves PSG, therefore they're mandated to try to get a defender to complement Marquinhos, which is gonna be something because in their midfield they're already kind of stacked. They don't like Sanchez is almost like a luxury good, almost like how they got Donnarumma, right? Because yeah, they got that other Portuguese guy. What's his name? Was it Danny Carvalho? I keep forgetting his name, like the black Portuguese guy they have over there.
Danilo.
Danilo, right? Danilo is not the most efficient, but he can get the job done. You still got Ronaldo. Like they're just stacked up there in that midfield. It's more of a luxury having Sanchez. It's not like a big priority. PSG can close the market and call it a then they're good, and that's why they're not even crazy.
That
So
makes sense. That makes sense.
it's something to look at in that perspective. So I think it all depends. Like if Kipembe leaves, they're gonna check. I think PSG is gonna try to go for Skriniar and try to like put as much money, or they might give money plus players to Inter, and I think Inter might be like, okay, we'll take him, and maybe try to go for Milankovic. That can create that trickle effect, right? And like this is all speculation, but
Uh,
that's how I see it.
um, uh, yes. Very interesting. Another thing that came out today that is very interesting is I don't know if this is true. I have not checked, but Bakayoko's shirt number has been taken out of the Milan store. So if that means that Bakayoko is leaving, that means a midfielder is coming in.
Well, I heard that he changed his number
Okay, okay. So that's
to
the news.
14. Well, that I thought I read that somewhere like a few days ago. I think he changed it from 41 to 14. I
Okay,
thought I
okay.
saw that somewhere.
All right, all right.
That may be why, but
I'm gonna double check that. That could be a reason. Yeah. Let me see.
also another question, guys. It's kind of beside before Sanchez, or kind of stepping back one second. Do you guys I'm hearing some people say that CDK, if we do get him, is gonna play right wing and Adli is gonna play cam, like so they'll play together. Do you guys think that's like like likely? I don't know. I don't know if CDK is fast enough to play on the wing.
I think Brahim Diaz is gonna be playing a lot. I think a lot of people are making a very big mistake of thinking that Brahim Diaz is finished as a footballer. But footballers do evolve, do get better, do grow. And these are young players, remember, so they're still in the process of growing. I think Brahim Diaz is going to surprise a lot of people this season. Just my feeling.
No, I kind of agree with you. I think Brahim Diaz, he had the etiquette. The only problem with Brahim Diaz was poor decision making. That's another. He has those same like flaws as Salamakers to an extent. Meaning when they have the ball in the final third, either they hold on to the ball too long or it's like the poor passes, right? I think somebody like Adley, to be honest, these guys were gay since they're so young. Those are the times also where you can mold these players into different positions. So Adley might not even be your cam. He can be another Ben Arcet in the making without
Yeah,
even knowing,
one
just
hundred
being
percent,
technical.
one
So
hundred percent.
that's why I think they're getting all these guys to experiment. They're not going in to fill in roles because they're still young. They're not past 25 to be like, okay, this is their position. It creates that healthy competition because don't forget, there's five. We have, I think it's still going to be five substitutions. So you're going to need to be, these players are all going to play. You just can't be running with the same 11 and we run into what happened in was it 2019 2020, right? No, 2020 2021, when half of our players get injured and we got nobody to play. So I think everybody's going to have a fair amount to be able to play. And the good thing is like I think not all of them, especially the youngs, they're not all of them are going to go to the World Cup because I think a lot of them are still at the under 21 level. So it's fairly some people might go international, but when you start thinking about all these factors, I think it's more of an experimentation. It's less pressure. You're able to experiment with different. So even CDK coming, yeah, he might be right wing. He might also be a forward, right? He might also play forward. Like it's just I think that's what Pioli looks for. I think seeing him for the past few years, I think he's just a fan of just versatility. Period. I mean, look how he used like Kessie and them and all these players, right?
He
So
definitely
that's
likes to interchange positions. He likes players that can play in different positions in different parts of the game because all his tactics, I mean, a lot of his tactics is interchange. This player interchanges with that player, so this player from an attacking midfielder becomes a winger. The winger from a winger becomes an attacking midfielder. That guy becomes here. This guy goes there. The midfielders become defenders. So it makes sense that he would like a player that can do all those roles. Yeah.
right. And then don't forget too, he doesn't want to be predictable, right? It's not the same because we know next year what's going to happen is if they know we're going through layout, they're going to start finding ways. They're going to study that. You're playing Milan, close that gap right there. Now, if you're interchanging and you're confusing the heck out of defense, and let's not forget also before the layout got put on the left and all that, layout was getting put up front. They tried him everywhere too. So it's all those experimentation. 30 year worked out. We had a certain way, or the play used to go through Theo. They shut that down. We didn't know what to do. So I think management is well aware, and I think their football IQ is even more elevated. So they're assessing and looking at the profiles of players they're bringing players that can play different roles, right? Because even if Sanchez comes, Sanchez is somebody that can play also defensive midfield. He can also play like he can also play cam, right? So I think that's what the more approach. I don't think they're really fixated on, oh, we need to get this one type of, one player. I think it's more versatility they look at, right? But that's if we don't have the money, you got to innovate too.
And
So I think, yeah,
yeah, and I want to say one more thing. Even if you look at Origi can, at least you know, in his very short amount of playing time, in his very long career, because I'm going to keep on saying that, he has played in all three positions of a trident. He's played on the right attacking wing, he's played as a center forward, and left attacking wing. Almost every season he plays all three positions. So yeah, they're definitely looking for versatile players. Uh, Question from Ace and Lewis. Guys, you think we still go in for Lang? What do you think, Antonio?
no, I think Lang. I think it's a dead deal. I think that's probably like at the end of the market if we can get a Ziyech. Because at this point, the reason why I say Lang is a dead deal, they're trying to create balance, especially Maldini. You keep hearing Hebrew fans with balance. They need if we're getting somebody young at CDK, I don't think they're gonna go out there and especially CB, they're not gonna go out there and get another youngster again and just like a whole Primavera all over. I think they're really gonna try to stick with Ziyech. I think Lang is like a last opportunity on the market, maybe because if we're really going for him, then if they were going to Belgium, they'll try to secure both deals, which they're not, based on reports.
Yeah, well, it is interesting the story about Lang because we remember the beginning of the Mercato started. Like it was literally one of the first stories about Milan is that the agents of Lang were at Casa Milan negotiating with Maldini and Massara. This was reported by Vitiello, Milan News. These people are the journalists that literally work in that building and see who goes in and out. So, but then that kind of went died out. I have a fear. Also, I don't know if it's maybe backup. It's a plan B. But I think if they have to sell Leao, Lang is one of the first players they're going to get. The thing about Leao is the real question. Is Leao going to renew? We don't know this. This is one of the big questions that we have. I think Lang is tied to Leao's future at this point. I don't know what Lao's future is. That's the issue, and one can only speculate or guess. If you were to speculate, what do you think, Clint? What is Lao's future?
I think Lao's future, the big portion is like whatever money he owns to Sporting. So I can see why the guy wants a big check. You understand? But like I feel you also I also look at what are the prospect teams he can go to and based on his position where like he wants to be that star power, right? And I look at the youth, I kind of follow him a lot on social media, right? What cities that might attract him? The guy's into music, fashion, and all that stuff. So, Paris, some of these cities within that mode are the most destinations for him, right? Maybe also like, Madrid. But when you start thinking about these big teams that most like after Milan, where you think you're going to upgrade, right? I don't think Leao wants to be a bench player to whatever team he goes. Because let's see how this prospect teams that he can go, right? Or maybe Newcastle can be an outlier because of bigger money, but they have to be a certain position where he's going to be willing to go. So him not signing so far, I don't. To be honest, I think Leo's going to resign with us because I can only think about Man City, Man United, and I think about PSG. All these ends, you already have like top players that play in those positions. So does Leo goes over there and put these people on the bench? That's how I try to look at it,
Yeah, yeah.
right?
No, no, no. Yeah, absolutely. You can definitely make these connections, and there's not many clubs today that you can see. Okay, Leao there. Even Chelsea, they just got Sterling. Sterling likes to play in Leao's space, and Barcelona, they're good. They did their mercato. I mean, if they get Leao too, then I don't give a fuck. These guys, I'm broke. Fuck you, you're broke. You ain't bringing
Yeah,
shit.
and they won't be able to pay even his wages if they get Leao, because you gotta understand they still gotta work around the system on a lot of this stuff what they're doing.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
God knows the type of accountants they have running that club, but they're sucking their life away. But no, I can't think about Leao leaving to be
Yeah,
honest right
I
now.
don't.
I
I
think
don't
he's
see.
comfortable.
Yeah, yeah. No, I don't see Madrid being a team for him because we have Vinicius Junior. Atletico Madrid, no. The thing is that Leao wants a lot of money, and we'll have to wait and see if management says yes or no. Quick question here, Antonio, you still here? Is Antonio here? I think he left. Marshall H,
I'm
what do
here.
you? Oh, who do you think will have a better season, Ali or Pobega? Ooh, big
Oddly.
question. Well, of course.
No, I definitely say Poveda.
You say
Poveda's
Pobega?
been consistent. Yeah, he's been consistent. I think he has he's playing without pressure in terms of like he knows, especially if he stays. I think the guy. I think Adley. Adley's still gonna be talented. I'm not saying he's gonna have an okay season. I think Adley might be on some Tonali-esque season. Might have gains in and there, but I think Povega, just as the familiarity of the league and Serie A. If we talk about Serie A, I think Povega is gonna be a star. Like
Yeah,
that dude, that
yeah,
kid is hungry, man.
I agree.
He's hungry.
I agree. The thing about Pobega is that he's a one hell of a fighter in that middle of the park, and you just can't have, you cannot be a team without a fighter like that in the middle of the park. You just can't do it. You can't do it. You always need a fighter in the middle. So he's definitely going to have his moments where he's going to shine, and because of what you just said right there, he's familiar with Serie A. He's done it before. He's played against everybody a million times. He knows what it's like. He knows the pressure. Now he's going to be surrounded by better players. He's going to play better football. I think Pobeg's going to have a great season. And I agree, Ali. I'd be surprised if he goes full throttle first right away. That's unusual.
He can't because the thing about the French players when they convert straight from France over, they got like one thing because there's a show like there's a thing called you can watch like on YouTube sometimes like a lot of these French things like a lot of one thing I like about France I think maybe they do also do in Italy like France they'll bring a lot of these players like oddly they'll go back like Benacer was back on like one of like I think was it L'Equipe like one of like the shows like it's like a football show and they'll go and they're explaining he was talking about Zlatan and all French players that are playing in Italy, they'll tell you one thing that's like the biggest caveat is tactical analysis. That's the biggest struggle they have to adapt with and then go to Italy because it's too tactical. Like you have to, your positions are really calculated. You don't move how you want or you're doing certain things, and it's really hard for players within their first year, you know. And we can speak about like, you know, we can start looking at French players that convert straight from the French league and they came, right? Who do we know exactly that came straight from the French league and they hit the ground running. Even when Zidane left Bordeaux and went to Juventus, it wasn't the same thing. Henry, like Thierry Henry, he left like Monaco, went to Juve, couldn't even make it out there.
Vieira.
So there's a Vieira, same thing. He went to Milan. He didn't even stay there. He had to go back to Arsenal and then come back to Italy. So there's all
Well,
these things,
there's a few, I would say.
right?
One has to be Tissaï. Remember Tissaï?
Yeah, Desai, yep, Desai was definitely
Tissaï,
there.
yeah, definitely one of them. But you know what you bring up? I've heard Juventus fans say the same thing about Michel Platini, but it took him a little bit of a while to figure it out when he joined. So yeah, I think you're right. I think it's such a different kind of football, and they need time to adapt. So it is more likely that he's going to have to find his space. Pioli is going to have to figure out how to use him and which position he will fit the most. Because we're going to see that because Leao is back, Messias is back, Salamakers is back, Rebic is back. The whole team is there. So
Right.
in these friendlies, I don't think Andy's going to play in that attacking midfield
No,
role anymore.
no, he's not. And the thing also, you gotta understand, like the thing in Liga 1, bro, is a lot of free flowing football. Meaning, because and Adli is his origin, he's from Algeria, same as Bernard said. The thing about Algerians, North Africans, especially like France, if you understand the culture, they like dribbling, the one touch, the Mahrez, you know, they're all Algerian. They have a system. There's a cultural thing in terms of like that Brazilian imitation, right? There's a flair to how they play. And in Italy, you're not really allowed to start doing it however you want. You have to be tactically disciplined before you get to be like a Dybala, start dribbling or whatever. You don't come to Italy and they're like, okay, you're gonna be the guy. That's what you need to do. Like Leao, we knew he had talent, but why the first years they didn't let Leao do whatever he wanted to do or stop like speeding? He had all of that in him, but he had to adapt to Pioli's system. So I think you have to keep that in mind when these players like the Adli they come in because the kid has some type of flair, but I feel he's probably gonna be in some regista role where like might be a little bit more physical where they'll tell him, okay, you're gonna have to play back and that double pivot. But I don't see it as a cam just because of Diaz and if we bring City came.
Yeah, and he doesn't have the pace that you want for, especially a cam where there's only one striker. That your cam needs to be explosive if you only have one striker. But I think you're making this prediction too, and I'm making this prediction, and I think Antonio also, that he's going to end up being a deep line playmaker. Like you can kind of see that in his game, very like IQ game, not super explosive, but skillful, great first touch. He scans the field left and right. He can slow down the game. He can look for the long balls. He had that incredible long ball to Daniel Maldini that was perfect. So he has everything that you really need for a very good deep line playmaker. So maybe that's what he's going to be. Yeah, yeah. All right. Tissaï was a brick wall of a man. Tissaï, yeah, what a champion Tissaï was. He beat us in '93, and then he joined us, and he helped Milan win the Champions League. After CDK, we're done with the Mercato. Every other player we're signing would be bench players. Antonio, are you there? I don't know if Antonio's there, guys. Well, I'm going to just. I don't know, Alan. Honestly, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think the Mercato is still very long, so.
Well, it is. Do you think if what's his name he comes in? Because from reading reports, I think they said they want to ease Carrier in. So do you think like somebody like
Who?
the Kagaga, like Carrier? I can't say I call him Simon Carrier. I don't know if I'm saying his name right, but do you think like a player like that Tottenham player we linked to Tanganga? You think like he starts, or you think he's a bench player?
I mean, I haven't seen enough of him to really have a judgment. I mean, I can just go by the information that I have.
I've seen
Okay, so what do
two
you
or three of the
tell,
games.
tell me what you
Oh,
think?
that's he's a Tomori-esque player for sure. The dude is he's aggressive. He's aggressive. I've seen that's when what's his name was still coach Nuno Santos, like the Portuguese before they sacked him. He's the one that actually had his debut like Tengaga. Like I was because Tottenham is one of these teams like I kind of like flirt with. I want to see them do good because people shit on them too much. But no, I've seen a couple of his games. He's aggressive, right? And I think it could be a hit or miss, right? Because he had his little knee injury, but I seen two of his because I watched two Tottenham games. I seen him play the dude. He has pace and he's aggressive, so it's the same Tomori style player, right? The only thing he hasn't played enough, and based on his age too, he's young, right? And he can turn out good for us in a slower league, or it can be a miss if he can't really adapt. But I think chemistry is a big key. Integration is a big key, right? Already have your counterpart that's British, that's already there. Now also he's Congolese descent. So if he speaks a little bit of French, you have a big French community is already there. So you're able already to come in and you integrate it. And I think that's the key. I think that's how we've been picking the pieces. Because CDK, he has a French name. I think he's from that French part of actually of Belgium. So that's not so we people don't even pay attention to these
And there,
similarities
and
and
there are
these
three,
guys.
yeah, and there are two more Belgian players in this squad too. Yeah.
So it's but what's his name? He doesn't speak French. He learned French when he went to France, Origi, but
Oh,
he's
Ricky.
mainly English. But he learned French, so he kind of like he understands it.
Yeah, no, I definitely saw that. When I thought of Tangaga, I definitely saw that. All right, British, English, Tomori. There's already going to be, camaraderie there, and that helps integrate in the locker room and integrate into having someone that is going to tell you right away what it means to be a Milan player, is great. So I agree with that aspect. It's a good operation there. I definitely agree with that aspect. As far as the quality of his player, it worries me because he seems to always be the fifth pick. So basically, our Gabia, I guess. I don't. I guess I think what you said makes sense. They want players that can be direct replacements. That play that highline style. By what you're saying, he kind of plays that highline style, aggressive, fast. So
Cause then, cause
maybe it
then, not
makes
to get
sense. Yeah.
you off. Yeah, not to get you off. It's like when it comes to defenders too. If Maldini is adamant, that's the only guy I can believe in picking defenders. We're like, okay, this Maldini know what he's doing in terms of like he's seeing something. He played the game long enough. He's one of the greatest defender. Played alongside probably one of also the greatest defenders. Played alongside a lot of great defenders. Seen, so he's able to handpick or might be certain qualities that know that can evolve. Because Maldini is the ones. They're the ones that went for a Tomori. They went for a Kalulu. We're seeing so them going on that target. I'm not even mad because we could have been linked to some other random cat in I don't know in Italy or something like that. But there's something they seen. No team is really going for the kid. So Tomori also wasn't like even a second choice at Chelsea. So was it third in the picking order? Because there's like way people ahead of him. So it's just you know it's it's I think coming to Milan right now, there's still not pressure because we're not at a city level or like a Madrid. We're not mandated to be winning these trophies where it's like they're giving you time to grow. Like look how many chances we gave to Diaz. Diaz played almost all the half of the season, still wasn't playing. Even though we put on the bench, we still put him in, right? Just to give him to try to like allow him to give him that chance. And we didn't cut his loan short. We still kept him. So I think they give a lot of chance to youngsters, right? Same, what they did for Leao and all these players. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
Diaz is a 3-year project. This is his last year, so this is the year that is going to be decisive for him. So we're going to see what happens with him. Um, yeah, I'll be honest. Okay, I'm gonna come. I'm gonna come out clean. All right, I'm gonna come out clean. After winning the Scudetto, I was expecting a little bit more of impact calcio mercato. I was expecting something that can really propel us to another level. So when we talk about Tanganga, when you talk about CDK, these are prospects. These are players that still need to show who they are. So they're not players that are going to come and they're going to like teach anything to the players that already been there. I mean, eventually they can, or maybe they can something, but not to the level of, let's say, someone with a lot of Champions League experience, a lot of experience playing football, World Cups, Euros, etc. Someone like that with that kind of percent. It doesn't look like we're getting that. That kind of, it is what it is. But I gotta say, for me, the best defender we should have gotten was Bremer. And that
Yes.
one stings. That one stings a lot.
But look at the
Juventus,
value. But look at the valuation. Or do you think Milan was ready to put 40 million
no,
up for a defender actually out of Italy? You know?
no, I don't think Milan has that kind of money. No.
Yeah. And even if we kind of did, right? Because even Botman, like, we willing to put that money up, right? I know Bremer stinks, but I'm not upset because the thing, I always go back to the words Maldini said when we first got. He said, "What we need to be good in Champions League for a good 3 4 years before we start competing in the Champions League seriously." That came out of his own mouth, in terms of when they were building this team. And I always go based off that. So last year was only our first year in the Champions League. This is going to be our second year. We're going to see the performance. We're going to have our third year. We're still in the project. I think this is supposed to be like, what, a 10-year project. This is a whole span on it. So it's not, we're not buying, we're not panic buying, right? We're not doing crazy sales. So I'm just letting the thing roll its course. We're going to look at it. We didn't really lose essential players except Casey, which still kind of hurts just for penalty purposes, man. Like, these penalties were so clutch. You need somebody that can really convert penalties, man. Not people to just kick them away. He really came in clutch. But, I
Well,
digress on that.
well, look,
It's
KC
uh-huh.
is a top player, so we definitely lost a top player. We definitely lost a top player. Yeah, but it's a project that it's gradually being built, and it is step by step. They're not putting anything in second or third or fourth gear. It's one gear at a time. I mean, essentially, that what you said, it looks like that's what they want to do. They want to prepare this team and give this team Champions League's experience every single year. When they'll get to their fourth year or fifth year that they've been playing in the Champions League, it'll become like home. Maybe sooner. I think almost right away, honestly, because Milan has got a different way of looking at Europe. We're
Right.
not like Inter, we're not like Juve, we're not like Roma. Like,
Nope.
we are not as scared of Europe. We're ready to come there and kick everybody's ass and show them who the boss is. So it's a completely different story. I think it can become sooner. You
No,
know,
and I agree with you because here's what I told. I told one, like, I think I put a comment. It was like 3 years ago. I'm like, one of the biggest thing, right? The biggest sin that they're gonna do is like, don't let these youngsters taste victory. And when I mean these youngsters, I'm talking about the Milan, like the Leao, your solid makers, all these cats. They know what winning feels like now. So this is gonna be a problem for the years to come for these other teams. Like, Milan's not gonna be no walkover. They're gonna want to compete. They're gonna have what it takes. When you look at the goals that with Tonali scored against Lazio and all that, they'll be able to reproduce these things because they end up getting results out of it, right? It's kind of like you work out or you go on a run and you're able to accomplish or surpass the set rule of goals. Afterwards, you're able to do that. It's just you start rationalizing like, yo, I'm able to do it, and that's what you need to see because you've seen it before. They've seen that parade in Milano that we all seen across the world and online. That feeling, they're gonna want it again. And even if they're not able to get it, at least they're gonna get close to it. So it's gonna push them. I think they're gonna give it their all. They're not, because I think the early years of Milan, the biggest things I noticed is there was a lack of concentration. That's how we used to get caught off guard. Like either Calabria or the Tomori or Theo, they're not paying attention, and that's how we used to be losing. But them winning the Scudetto, I think, is a good for many years to come. Doesn't mean we're gonna do a
yeah,
repeat, but we can go in depth with a
yeah,
lot of stuff we do.
100%, 100%. All right, let's go to chat. Let's see. Does Balo Torre leave if Tanganga comes in? I don't think so because Tanganga plays center back and right back, so we'll still need an extra left back. When is Origi coming back to play? He should be back in August, according to what the medical team said at Milanello. Flemish is what CDK Origi. I think, does Origi talk Flemish? I think he does, right? Do you know if he
Yes,
does?
yes, yes,
Okay.
yes. Because he's not from the French part of, so I think it's Flemish. Because I know they also have their Dutch. What is it? They got Flemish, Dutch,
And French.
French.
And English.
Yeah, not German. Yeah, in English. I thought they had German for some godly reason, but yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Ma-
it's a really trilingual, country.
Yeah, similar to
Yeah.
Switzerland, I guess. Marshall says nobody seems to want Cristiano Ronaldo. Would you guys take him at a lower wage? And do you think Dybala puts Roma in top four? I'll go first. Cristiano Ronaldo. At this point, no. I'm gonna say no. I think Cristiano Ronaldo would be a great operation for marketing, and you're gonna get a lot of eyes on you and all the sponsors and blah 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 blah. And it's that side can be good, but from a technical, tactical standpoint, it would just slow down the growth of whoever superstar is coming up. And at this point, Cristiano Ronaldo is 37. You could say, man, this is your last opportunity to get and use him, to get you more Instagram followers, more merchandise sold, blah blah blah. Give a team a certain whatever. But I wouldn't sacrifice him. I wouldn't sacrifice young champions for Cristiano Ronaldo at
For
this point.
Ronaldo, yeah. And I think at this point right now, it's a cultural issue, the reason why these teams don't want. And when I mean a cultural issue, there's some type of chemistry that's already going on. Like when you use like the Bayerns and all these teams, they already have some type of chemistry. There's a young coach as Nagelsmann, right? He's really young. I think Cristiano is actually older than him, right? They have a certain way of seeing things. People like Cristiano coming in, even though he's going to get you the goals, it can just disrupt. And I think that's the reason why people are not going for him. And it's creating that frustration because, your thing is a no-brainer. Lewandowski just left. Okay, Cristiano comes in, we replace. But from a cultural perspective, why did Cristiano leave certain clubs like the Juve? Why he didn't stay at the Juve? Or why he's not trying to stay at the Man U? Right? Like what type of culture does he bring? Not saying like he's bad or, he's a talented guy, but I think once you have a structure in place, especially with Milan, why we need to take the Dybala? Like you guys even mentioned like earlier, based on when you look at different wage bills and all that, you already have this Zlatan. You're gonna bring these guys on. Cristiano, what purpose is gonna? How many leaders? You can't serve multiple masters, right? Who's gonna be the real leader of the team? Is Cristiano willing to play second fiddle when he comes into a squad? He's gonna want to be the guy and say he has all of this and that. Now you have egos. Now there's a disruption. Now you can create little cliques, right? Let's say he comes and Leao is like on Portuguese. Well, I want to be on Cristiano's side, and that's our best player. Now his mental, he's distracted. He's not doing what he's supposed to be doing, and it creates all this. It can create some craziness,
Hey,
right?
hey, listen, you made me think about something actually. Let's talk about, camaraderies and things like that. Okay, I'm going to be my own devil's advocate here. So what if Sanchez does come and you have Leao, Sanchez, the Portuguese connection, and then really Cristiano Ronaldo is not going there to take away the spot of the wingers, rather right, but he's going there to be the center forward. So it's really the competition is really Giroud, Origi, Ibrahimovic, Cristiano. So what if he just comes to replace either Giroud or Origi today? What would you think then?
I still the biggest hiccup will still be just because Ibra is there. And that's Ibra, their competition. So even Ibra not playing, it's all about presence and all of that. Who do you get? Because Ibra takes everybody as his children, or both of them are gonna want to lead together as that.
And
Because you gotta understand
okay,
personality
how
clash.
about it? How about
Which,
this? I agree.
mhm,
I agree. I mean, it wouldn't make sense bringing Cristiano Ronaldo when you already have Ibra. That totally makes sense.
yeah.
What if when Ibra leaves, you replace Ibra with Cristiano Ronaldo?
By
Then
then he'll
that's
be too old.
no, no, not really. He can still play. Then that's not a problem. Then
Ibra's
you
like,
bring in Cristiano.
Ronaldo's like what, 37?
37, 37. Yeah, 37. So in that case, yes, you bring him in. The whole thing, the biggest red flag is just Ibra being there because it's like Ibra, he took that as a team. It's like people have to answer to him. When I mean people, I'm talking about the players in the field other than the coach. They look up to him. You bring Cristiano Ronaldo now as a distraction. Ibra's going to feel left out. He likes attention. It's just going to create a clash of egos. And you already know that's what happened with Ibra when he went to Barcelona. He saw what happened. He couldn't stay there because this is what happened. That wasn't his team. And these guys when they go, they want to command. That's guys like that. That's why some guys were never on the same teams together because they have a certain presence, right? Even PSG, why PSG doesn't want to bring them over there, right? They would have hopped on that market at the opportunity too. They can get a forward because they're not playing no Icardi. They actually do need a number 9, PSG, believe it or not. but they don't want to bring him because they already got Messi. They already
Well, they
know he's
just
gonna be.
invested in Hugo Ekitike, who's
Yeah,
young.
that's what
Yep,
they
that
did.
young. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
they
they rather
invested
do.
30 million in him.
Yeah, so but they rather do that. They rather do that because you don't want to have Cristiano like that, and you have Messi, Mbappe, Neymar.
Oh yeah,
Oh
they
That
yeah,
don't.
type of
yeah.
disruption.
For them, it would be
Yeah,
too much. For them, that would be just an overload.
they
I would take
overload it.
Ronaldo this season for sure. If we get Ronaldo, we win the league.
Think about think about the.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow, look
I
at
mean,
you.
he's gonna score. I mean, we need a goal scorer. We don't have one. Imagine if we had someone that with
So,
the quality to
so
finish.
would you be ready to say Giroud, Origi, peace, see you guys later? Cristiano is playing. You guys can sit on the bench. Arrivederci.
Yeah.
Au revoir.
I would say I would be willing to make Ronaldo the starter for sure.
Wow.
What, you wouldn't?
I don't know. It's a good question. It's a good
I think
question.
Ronaldo's. I mean, he's just scored like 20 plus goals in the Prem this season, and on top of that, before he scored a bunch of goals. He was capocannoniere, right, of the Serie A. So I mean, he's
Yeah,
amazing. He scores
I
like all
would have
those.
definitely. Yeah, as a number nine, I would definitely take. Like now, I'll definitely swap Ronaldo for Giroud big time because Ronaldo's more mobile for sure. We need
Yeah,
mobility, bro. These guys are too stiff and they bother me. Like, and I love Giroud, don't get me wrong, but they're
Oh
not
wow.
they're really stiff. Like their movement, it's just I understand they're old, but they're not as athletic as they're supposed to be. Like Ronaldo for his age is way too athletic. I'm like the way he moves, I'm like, damn. This guy would be running the way he comes his headers, the way he dives and he does it. He's just a threat. And some of the like somebody can close down Giroud and they're not afraid. Like, they can have two, three defenders on him, right? And it's not really freeing space because they know the guy's not gonna move quick, right? But he has his ways. There's a reason why we went for him. But if there's a opportunity to get Ronaldo, I would have gotten him then. But right now, get Ronaldo and try to associate them with what we have now, I wouldn't. I'll keep Ronaldo over there.
I,
I
I,
can't.
I, I think that's the correct thing, honestly, because our system and our project is so specifically built. Bringing in Ronaldo would just completely overhaul everything. The project would change, hierarchies would completely change, the locker room would be. That's the price that you have to pay with Ronaldo. Like, if you bring him in, he's going to change everything,
Right.
everything.
And then there's an ego ness is like now these players are in a certain process and they have a certain way of seeing things and growing and try to be better themselves. Somebody like Ronaldo, he wants to win in the now. Ibra didn't want to win in the now, right? He believes in some type of process. That's why he stuck around. Ronaldo, the only reason he's trying to look for a team, he wants to win now because he's getting older.
guys, we would
And
create so many chances for Ronaldo. I mean, we create so many chances. I think Ronaldo's a no-brainer this season if we could get him.
Really?
But the thing is, we're not interested in that stuff. But I'm just saying, it's a no-brainer if you could bring him in. Like if I was in Elliot or Redbird or whoever, I would say let's just make an exception and bring this guy in.
the Ronaldo effect is the same as the Dybala effect, right? It's the same. Why nobody wanted Dybala? Why does Dybala end up at Roma? Why Milan doesn't hop on Dybala right away,
I
right?
think
Why
yeah,
doesn't a Napoli hop on Dybala, right? Because I think it's just also why did even Inter they wanted him, but he wasn't too much of a priority, right? It's based on balance. It's like they
But
look at
hold
those
on.
midfielders. Go ahead.
Sorry, Clint.
Hmm.
Just for clarification, Napoli did try to go for Dybala, but there
Hmm.
was and they offered him what he wanted, but there was
Hmm.
issues with image copyrights. So they almost got him. Roma gave him everything he wanted. So just that clarification right there.
Right. Okay.
And
Okay.
Inter need to get rid of some players before they can get Dybala. So they
Right.
just couldn't get Dybala.
Right.
So they
Yeah. I feel me personally, if I was Dybala or if I was other teams, if I was either Tottenham or Newcastle, I think Newcastle for brand purposes, they should have went and got him.
I
Newcastle should have went ahead and got Dybala. It would have helped them.
I don't disagree. I think that would have been a good move for him. Yeah, I agree with that.
so, guys, on the topic of Ronaldo, I was just thinking like it's people say that yeah, the Ronaldo effect is that the teams that he go to, even though he does really well, they don't really do well like as a team. I think that's because of more. It's easy to blame him just because yeah, he takes up all the attention. He's financially with his wages, but I think with a Milan, it would work out because we don't have any young strikers that need to play and like get game time, and so I think that he would be perfect. Coming in, he wouldn't be stealing minutes from anyone. The wages are an issue. You have to invest in his wages, but other than that, the rest of the team already plays a very good attacking style. We like someone commented, we have a good defense. If we could maybe sign a midfielder, but I think it would work out very well just having him at the front of our
No, I
system.
wouldn't say, for on the play side, I don't disagree with you at all. Like on the play side, Ronaldo coming in, he's gonna be like the perfect fit. But one thing we need to take in mind, like the off the field, like the locker room is probably one of the most important parts, like the most crucial part, I would say, of everything. And you bring him in, how does that help? Especially when you got a player that has a bigger influence than the coach.
I think
How does the
Leao
coach
would
able to
be
tame
would
that?
make friends with him quickly.
I mean, they're both Portuguese, but how do you even tame, how do you even can contain that? And that's what like people at PSG been struggling with. Like, personality. Not saying Ronaldo doesn't have like a bad personality, but he wants to win, right? And
Well,
what did Bonucci say? And was it Bonucci or Chiellini? They said as soon as he came, they dropped their levels down because they thought he was just a savior. And I think a lot of people suffer from that syndrome. I think men, you suffer from that syndrome. We do sometimes too. Remember when Ibra comes in, all we just want to do is we don't even think no more. We want to throw the ball, just give it to Ibrahimovic. He's gonna
And
do something with it, and
and I
it's
have
not great.
experienced and I have experienced that. I have experienced that as a coach too. When you have a superstar that is just has this special thing about him, he's better than everybody else, and he scores more goals than everybody else. It's a natural thing. All the team starts to lean on him, and they almost look at him as that's the savior. That's the guy that is going to make us win the game. So they play for that player, and that's what Ronaldo does. But I've also had the experience of coaching teams where we didn't have a central star player like that, but everybody was good and everybody played good together. And I don't know which one I preferred the most, to be honest with you,
I
because
I, I, I prefer where it's like you have to. It's kind of like I prefer where you don't have to start playing and you just force the best comes out of you, right? I think about Colombia 2014. Colombia 2014, one of their star players going into that was Falcao, but Falcao got injured. So Falcao not being even being there, because if he was there, I don't think like James Rodriguez becomes what he becomes during that World Cup. I think he was just forced. They were just forced to come up, and they made it to the quarterfinals, right? Because if Falcao was there, they just try to give it to him, and it just limits. Players just don't think, and especially if they get scored on, they don't want. They're just like, yo, we need to find a star player, and that's all that, and that's all, and that's all we have. And that's watching football. I think sometimes it just helps, like especially when you have a young team like Milan right now. We don't. I think that's a distraction for us to a certain extent if he comes because Ibra is already here. So I think we're good, right? I would want Cristiano to go to Bayern. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think he'll be a good fit though. When Mane and Cristiano up front, you can't beat that, man. He gonna be racking goals in the Bundesliga like crazy.
well, let me tell you this, which is kind of weird. Cristiano Ronaldo was the guy that wanted delete at Juventus,
Right.
so I wonder if there's a connection there.
But then I wonder why Delete left. Like, can y'all tell me? I don't know why.
I
Like, why
mean,
y'all think he left?
yeah, because
You
delete
think
first of all did not find himself comfortable in the situation. Not the kind of football he likes to play. Not the kind of I mean, the guy comes from the Dutch school. He never really integrated. This issue of camaraderie there is similar there. He's the only Dutch guy, right? So
that is true?
he doesn't have many friends there. It's a very Latin. Juventus is a very Latin team,
Team. Yep.
so it's just more difficult for him. But I think it's a great for Juventus because this guy was a mess. I mean, I know he's great physically. He's
of course,
incredible.
it's great for Juventus. They just got Bremer to replace him. They
They got
snatched
Bremer.
him from, they snatched him from Inter because they just had all this money, and they're getting a better defender. So
Yes, and they're also going in for Pau Torres.
If they get Paul
I
Torres
hope they
now,
do.
that's gonna be. You say you hope they do? Don't say
Yeah,
that. They're gonna be
I
even
don't rate
better.
that guy too
Guys,
much.
sorry, excuse me, but guys, remember that Juventus has to replace two defenders, not one. Delete and Chiellini. Delete and Chiellini.
Yep. I hope they do. Number one, because it's good to see these players coming to the league. Like it's good to have some highly rated players come. But I also think that what's it called? I don't really rate him too highly. I don't think he's like gonna. I think Bremer's a problem. I don't think he's gonna be a problem for us.
No, I think Paul Torres, he's tactically he's sound. It's just I guess whoever he plays next to, they're really not that good. Like in Spain, Paul Torres, I think he's one of the top defenders, and he'll play next to like a Eric Garcia, which I think he's trash. I don't think
Eric
he's that
Garcia's on
good.
Barcelona. Pau Torres is on Villarreal, though.
No. I'm talking about like for
Oh, you
when
mean
they
like
play
on
for
the
Spain.
national team?
Yeah,
Oh,
national
I thought
team
you
because
said
they play
in the. I thought
together.
you said in
No,
Spain.
no, no. When they I meant like the national Spain national team.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They're not like Parchos. He's really for his young. He commands like the space. You can see him. He's really young and he has that presence about himself as a
He's
as a
not really
good
my
central
okay.
defender.
Let me just revise it. He's not really my style of center back that I prefer, but he's tactically he's good. I have to admit
You
that.
know why he's good for Juventus? I mean, just look at Villarreal and how they play. I mean, Villarreal plays like Juventus pretty much.
Get ready
Everybody
for
in
the
They do.
bus.
Yeah, get ready for put in the bus. And to be fair, Villarreal got to the semifinals of the Champions League playing that kind of football. So Paul Torres is perfect for freaking Allegria.
Yeah, he definitely will be. Him and you got Bonucci in the intersection with a Bremer. Yeah, they're gonna be good. They're gonna be good. They're
Yeah,
gonna be good.
Juventus is going to be a really good team this season.
I think if Chiesa comes back healthy and able to get a Zaniolo with Vlahovic and there's some type of chemistry that's
Don't
built.
worry, guys. Allegri's football is gonna ruin them.
Dude, it
But
is true. His football sucks, dude. Like even the Scudetto that he won with us, like I can't even celebrate that Scudetto. Like I know we have that
Come on,
Scudetto,
Roy.
but
Come on.
I skipped that Scudetto. Like I just didn't care. I just didn't care.
Listen, this season we played Juventus twice and we like drew them twice, and it was the most annoying game. Those games were just so boring. Like
they were
nothing.
boring
I was
because
excited.
injury.
Yeah, I was excited for those games 'cause I love beating Juventus. Like the season before with Pirlo, we beat them 3-0. Like that was nice. But this season, man, like those two games that Allegri are like okay, the first game they got so lucky off the corner kick they scored like a basically a one-on-one goal, and they were able to have a 1-0 lead until we finally equalized. But they were just playing so bad, and in the second game nothing happened. Like once again 0-0.
Yeah, but I
You
do
know,
think. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
no, and I say, one player to think about. I'm not doing try to think, but what I've been seeing from Rebic, like those little two preseason stuff. I'm like, man, if he can keep that, man, that's gonna be a problem. Cause I think last year that's what we're missing that dude spark, man. If he had that spark, we could have been winning certain games for sure. Cause the year before when Rebic was like, I think he was like our top scorer. He'll have his days, man. I like him because he's a fighter.
Dude, I'm gonna
Guys,
say something real
go
fast.
ahead.
Sorry, but Rebic is a fighter, but he needs to stop being a little princess too, because this guy fucking breaks a nail and he's out for 2 months. It's like,
Okay, Roy,
what
that
the
one time
fuck,
his elbow like shot out of his arm, like that one time he got injured, like that was disgusting.
guys? Come on.
Like
I
his
don't know.
elbow was out of his arm, you
I
could
feel
see it.
I feel this guy every time he gets injured. It's like a whole process. He's a little princess. He needs to take 5 months off. He needs to cuddle with his pillow.
Yeah, somebody said in the chat, I forgot about this. Yeah, Memphis.
I
What do you
think
say?
Clint disconnected.
Roy, I think he might have. If he was talking about Memphis Depay, I would love
Yeah,
to get Memphis Depay.
Barca needs to get rid of Depay. Maybe we get
Depay
into
scored a
him.
beautiful goal today. Well, it was a friendly against Inter Miami, but he's got class. I mean, he would be a great signing,
But
but we're not going to sign him because we're not going to bring these players in because that's just
no,
not who
but
we're looking at.
but but I'm talking about like Depay. Like I think even Juve could have got on that guy because I don't think he's gonna have no space at Barcelona to play at all.
Depay could go anywhere. He'd be great, honestly.
Except Man U, they ruined that kid. He should never went there.
Yeah. Well, guys, I wanted to say this though. So based on this Bremer situation, I have no like, what's it called? I have no problems with the management. Like, because before we were saying, why aren't we even trying for Bremer? Well, that's because we were all underestimating how much money he was actually valued at. Because some sources were saying 20 million for Bremer, and that was just too good to be true. Like, there's no way. Like Bremer ended up being sold for 47 million in total, including bonuses, to Juventus. Botman was 40 million, so Botman was cheaper than Bremer, which makes sense. And Inter had a bid of 30 million for Bremer, so Milan was never going to be able to compete with those bids. So I'm
But the
not,
thing
at
too,
least at
though,
least it makes sense.
right? And the thing too, I think Juve was putting money up front because I don't think was Inter
Yeah,
even putting money up
Inter
front.
put 30 million, I think, plus this like young player on loan, I think, and I think it was up front 30 million, but I'm not positive. But now they're saying they want to try to keep Skriniar, but if an offer comes for Skriniar, I mean, good luck.
No, in these conditions, they say like right now Marotta is not willing to sell, but I think if PSG, but
If
then
they
I
bid
think
70 million, he's gone.
but I don't think they're going to try to put 70 million for like a 27, 28-year old. I don't know, man. They,
I mean, he is
it's
in
a
his
reach.
prime.
Yeah, but it's a reach though.
Well, if Delict goes for 80 million, Skriniar should go for at least 70, in my opinion.
But then
Even
yeah,
though
if
Delict
they
is,
leave,
yes, I know he's younger, but
yeah, they leave 80 million. Then again, who did Bayern really go out and really buy, right? A lot of those players came on a free.
I have
You
a
know,
prediction.
mhm.
Like for Bayern, I think they're gonna have a. I mean, they're probably still gonna win the league easily, but I think they're gonna have a poor season because I'm just gonna say this. I don't think it's kind of okay. It's been a kind of under the radar. Nagelsmann is kind of hyped up as a good coach. I don't think he's that good of a coach because okay, yes, they won the league easily, but in the UCL they did not look like a great team this year with all the quality that they have, and they just lost Lewandowski. Um, I heard Sane may want to leave, and yes, they brought in Mane and Delict, but I don't really.
They,
I think Delict and Upamecano isn't
no,
that
here's the problem with Bayern, man.
they're gonna have some problems.
The problem with Bayern is like they don't have creativity, like a Thiago, like Thiago Alcantara in the middle of the park since he left. They don't have a creativity guy, and Sane's been really poor. Like Sane's been really really poor. Like not consistent enough, and that really hurt them bad, right? Like a
Yeah.
Lewandowski still gives you the goals, but like midfield plays a big portion. Yeah, they got Kimmich, right? But then who else do they really have at Bayern, a midfielder that's like top tier? Because midfield will, dude, they're the ones that will determine how your game goes or not, right? And I think that's what Bayern's been struggling with, right? They've been struggling with having these guys in that middle of the park that can really secure, like they don't have that. They don't have that at all. And then your wingers need to be good. They haven't been consistent. And I think that's been their problem. That's been their problem because I think if Bayern would have got like who can I think about? Like if a Pogba would have went there, I think it would have been great in that Bayern midfield. To be honest with you, some of these French guys they thrive a lot good, but they're still a big team, man. The big teams never
Yeah.
die, like I always say. So
You guys want to talk about, I guess, our Mercato? Like, I think that like we're still continuing this sort of sustainable model. I guess at the center back position, we talked about Ndika a little bit. I saw this guy. So the one thing about Tanganga, on the other stream we were talking, Roy, and I was very positive about Tanganga. And I still understand why we like him, but I also today was reading about his injury, and this guy has missed the whole season this year because of a knee injury, and I don't think he's fully recovered yet. Like he didn't play until like the middle of the season. Um, and I mean he hasn't played since then, and that's a big concern because we need center backs like now that Romagnoli is gone. We need players that even with Kjaer being older, players that can come in and remain healthy. That's a problem. But Ndika is a player that he's 22, so he's 1 year younger than Tanganga. He does play in Germany, and the defending in Germany is kind of different. Like it's a little bit questionable sometimes. Um, so I don't know him too well. I have to watch more of his games, but he seems to be a very fast center back. Good in the one-on-one, so it makes sense why we like him. But I don't know. I like both of these players. I hope we get one of them. They're my style of center back. I like modern center backs, and I think that's the way to go.
yeah, just your center backs that can play a high line, that can recover quickly, but they need to be part of the attack to a certain extent, or be able to like give you long balls. Not like before. Okay, you're just a defender. You just need to defend. I
Yeah,
think Ross. I think you need to be like a two-way player nowadays. How is it in basketball? I think that's really important, like in football nowadays. It's not like before where it's just okay. It's okay if you're saying you don't have to score. Like, nah, bro, you need to be up there. You have a
And
role
guys,
in that
guys,
side.
guys, get this too. Ndika is 6'4". That's Van Dyke's height. Just
Damn, he's
saying.
tall.
He's
Ooh,
6'4",
he's tall. Damn.
and he's what's it called? And he's a fast center back. Yeah, this guy. Oh my god, this guy makes perfect sense. He's 22,
And where he's from?
France.
He's from France. Okay. But what's his name? Because what's his name? He's only 6 foot. Tangaga. Tangaga.
Yeah. Tomori.
Tangaga.
Yeah. So this guy could solve a lot of issues, man. I think Bauman is 6'5", so he's only a little bit taller. Roy, you here?
Yes.
We'll pull up his highlights. And this was confirmed by Fabrizio Romano, guys. Just saying.
I'm doing something with.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, Tanganga is still the top priority, but I hope we sign Ndika. But I think Ndika, oh yeah, like Fabrizio Romano said, it's about how much money we have to invest in this guy. Because he is, like, going to be way more expensive. But man, I would splash the cash for just someone. Sometimes it's just annoying. Like, you just think that our team is only a few really good signings away, but we just can't invest.
It's just like like I said, like did you see like they put out stats? I saw like a whole stat today. So the Mercato so far in terms of spending, and the Premier League is already at 1.3 billion, I think, in spending, and then second is Serie A, and then we only at 400 million. So it's already a 600 million difference in terms of like Mercato activities within every league, and I think third is Bundesliga, like 313 million.
Yeah.
So it shows you like the difference already, like that TV revenue, man, that stuff hit different, and they're living off that heavy.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I think the results matter because they're spending all that. Then other than Chelsea and Liverpool, are the only teams within the past 10 years to win. Yeah, no, not even 10. Yeah, we can go back 15 years, maybe add Man U. Those are only three teams that won from, that won the Champions League. So, says a lot.
Right. Yeah, and I think, yeah, you're right. I mean, money is the main reason. I mean, the thing is, I always ask this question: with our current ownership, can we go back to winning the Champions League? Like, that's the question. I don't know.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, we can.
But I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm fine with continuing this, but we have to see. Like, do you think we can compete with Liverpool? Because those teams, there was a big gap in quality last time we played them.
There's actually no gap in quality. The gap in quality is almost non-existent. The only gap that exists is that Liverpool just feel more comfortable. They feel more confident in Europe. And we just need to get to that level of mentality that when we're competing, we're confident, we're composed, we're calm, we're cool, collected, and we have the spirit of a fucking lion ready to eat when it wants to eat. So it's just that. Quality-wise, no problem whatsoever. English teams do not play great football, guys. Like, they don't. They really don't.
Roy.
They have a lot of intensity, but that's all they have. Quality-wise, the Spanish and the Italians should be the two teams, maybe even the Germans and the Dutch, but English teams just have very poor quality.
I mean, Roy, I disagree with that, but I want to ask you,
why you disagree before you even go forward? Why do you disagree with that?
I disagree because the Premier League, because of their money, they buy all like the best young talents.
But that doesn't mean they have. But that doesn't mean they have like the nicest game, though. No.
I'm not saying that, but I mean,
other than Man City, we're talking about appealing football. So I think that's what Roy's talking about, like appealing. You're technical and all that. British don't have that.
Well, you can say that, but I'm asking when Roy said the word quality, and the quality of players is very high in England. So let's talk about what's your definition of quality.
But it's also very high in Italy, and it's also very.
I don't think it's as high because I think the Premier League can afford to buy the best players from our league.
No,
that's what happens.
It's not true.
Koulibaly just left. a lot of other players they go to the Premier League that
Yeah,
are
but
very good.
someone else will come up and will take Koulibaly's spot. Someone else will do it. It always
Yeah.
happens.
It
So
happens
so
also in
so so
England. Like it's the
Yeah.
so
same.
so no, it doesn't. It doesn't, because all these players right now that you talk about their quality in the Premier League, they were quality before getting there, right? They didn't blow up in the Premier League.
Well,
They
I
they
mean, I
blew
have
up.
to look at all
So
the
no, so
examples, but
okay, I'm gonna
Yeah,
give you
of
examples.
course, of
So
course.
let's
That
start. Let's start. I'm gonna give you an example. We use Salah, right? Where did Salah start getting good? Was it at Liverpool when he was at Roma?
listen, I'm not the top clubs in England do buy already made players. Like I'm not saying that's not true, but my point is, no matter how these players develop, they have good high quality players because they buy them from other places, and because money is the thing. You can't really outcompete money. Like I don't like that's the problem.
Yeah, but don't be fooled about the money that they spend, right? Because they overpay the players that they get. So don't be fooled that they spend 1 billion, but then you look at the numbers. It's the same amount of players that went to Italy, same amount of players that went to England, or it's probably close. But every player that goes to England is, I mean, the prices are just super inflated, and we all know that. I think what you said is correct in saying they get a lot of already made players, and that gives them an edge when it comes to mentality in Europe. But that's gonna go away. This is gonna go away. Like this season already, I see the Inter, Juve, and Milan. These are like three serious teams now. They're
Well, let
not
me ask
gonna
you.
get. They're
Can I
not
ask
gonna
you?
get bullied by anybody in Europe, bro. It's not gonna happen.
All right, Roy. Let me ask you this then. This season in the Champions League, let's say I hope this doesn't happen, but let's say that all the Italian teams, uh, get like let's say even if they pass the group stage, like when they play against their first challenging opponent, like a big club, uh, they lose or they don't make it through. Let's say no Italian club makes it past the first round out of the group stage. Would you revise your opinion a little bit, or would you still stick to like your opinion that these leagues?
Okay, if that happens, then I would just have to say that Italy is broken and that nothing will ever save Italian football. Because that just means that the psychology is so gone and so broken that it's impossible to recover.
This season, Inter
Because
did well.
because
This that would be worse than this season because Inter did make farther than the next. Wait, was yeah they made farther than the next round, right? Or was Liverpool the first team they played actually?
I
Wait,
think that
no.
was the first thing.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So Inter did no. Yeah. So that would be just as good as this season, basically, if we have a repeat year.
All I know is that like this year we're not finishing at the bottom in no group or shape or form. That's not going to happen.
I mean, finish it. We were so close, and we did get robbed. So
It was just the mentality. Like there was too much distraction. The Tomori go being allowed. That's the problem
yeah.
with Milan, especially having a young team. The distraction, lapse in concentration is one of the big things that I always observe from them. Even you see the Theo or Tomori not paying attention to Calabria and they get caught off guard and then they score. And it's like,
Yeah.
guys,
Let me try to let me talk through our Champions League run based on what we deserved, and I'll try to be unbiased. So the first game against Liverpool away, we deserved to lose. The second game was against Atletico at home, right?
we should have won.
Well, at least a tie in that game.
No, not even a tie. We should have won. We dominated them until the red card.
Yeah, but that's too early on to tell. So I think I want to say a tie there. That's 1 point. Then next game is at Porto. We lost. We deserve to lose, even though technically their goals. I mean, both their goals were fouls that they didn't call, which is really annoying.
That should have been a draw.
Yeah, but let's just say 1 point for now. Then next game is I think against Atletico again, or is it Porto again? I think it's Atletico again, right?
No, Porto. Porto was back. It was the last game. It was like both back to back.
Right. So
It
that's
was
a
against Porto.
draw, right? We
Yeah.
drew that one. So that's 2 points. Then we beat Atletico, deserved. That'd be 5 points, and then the last game against Liverpool.
We should have drew that one. It's a
Yeah, so I would
distraction.
say 6 to 7 points based on the Porto games that were fouls, and that last Liverpool game, name whatever, that would have been enough, I think, to qualify.
Hmm.
Yeah, we got robbed. We should have gone through. This we got fucking robbed by the referees, dude. Like this Champions League was absolutely disgusting. We got robbed by the referees. UEFA owes us money. They owe us an apology. Like
Yeah.
we weren't able to do the winter transfer market because these assholes did not do a good job at refereeing the games. It set back the project.
And
Oh,
this
at
is
least we
one
won
like
the
the first
UEFA.
time, and this is one of the first time, like I'm not used. I guess when you're a Milan fan for so long, like I'm not used to even see us get out the group stage. Like it sounds like, dude, what the hell am I watching, right? It's this thing you need to acclimate and get used to, right? Because we knew like we're getting eliminated at
Yeah.
least round of 16 or like quarterfinals. Okay, we're out, and we know we're gonna come back. We're gonna make a deep run, but being a fan and you're wishing, seeing your team go to multiple finals and you're just wishing them to even get out the group stage. I think about it. I'm like, damn, we felt so bad. But
What's funny too is after that happened, like the first thing I saw like on social media was like AC Milan waited 10 years to make the Champions League and they got eliminated in the first in the
Hey
group
guys,
stage.
sorry, can I interrupt you guys and just something out of context, out of subject?
mhm.
Um, if we get this player, it's gonna be the steal of the century. This player
Who?
is amazing.
Who?
Who is this guy?
Ndika?
This guy would
I
be.
told you.
What a signing this
He's
guy would be.
6'4".
And technically, this guy is amazing on the ball. You can even
So,
play him on the left if you have to because he plays on the
so
left.
so he's left-footed or right-footed defender.
I think he's
Let me
left-footed
look him up.
because he plays a lot on the left. But
Uh,
technically, man, this guy looks beautiful on the ball. His technique
he's
is
from
great.
Paris.
Left-footed, guys. This is
Oh my
guys,
god! Why
guys.
haven't we looked at this guy?
This is the signing right here.
Look at his height. That's Van Dyke's height.
Yeah. Okay, he's got
Some
good
goals
numbers
and
in
assists.
possession. 28 million, so he's expensive. Yeah.
How much would he? Yeah, yeah.
Man, this player's great.
Splash the cash, Redbird. Splash. I can see this guy coming into the team, and like if we made this transfer, everyone's gonna be talking about Bremer at the beginning of the season, and
Ah,
all
guys,
these players, and this guy would just do. This guy's
this
just gonna
guy.
be a
Look at
steal.
it, dude. This guy's great.
Yo, what did y'all ever
Look
think
at the
we
way he
should we
turns
should
on the ball.
we should never get what's his name? That player from Udinese, like Becao. I always thought he was good though. He's
He's just
aggressive.
annoying to play against that
Guy,
guy.
Yeah,
guys.
Becao is.
Sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. I don't mean to. But like, if you're gonna do like, look at this. Look how he gets out of possession here for a defender. What the hell? This is what Ronaldinho does.
Roy saw like that one clip and he's like, I'm sold, I'm sold.
This
Spend the
guy has
cash.
technique. He's got size. He's aggressive, and he looks like a really smart footballer, like IQ footballer. He can go. He's methodical. He's got goals.
I
Man,
have a
this
feeling
guy's the whole package. This guy's the whole package.
I have a feeling
And
he
he's a
probably used to
left-footed
play.
center back.
And
Isn't
he's
that
No,
crazy?
but from the looks of it, he looks like he used to play forward, like in his younger years in the academy.
Yeah, he must have played a different position.
That's why what's his
Look, he
name is
goes up too,
comfortable.
and he can play left back too.
That's what's his name. He used to play like that.
Hey
Manya.
Roy, your
Mike.
thing is
yeah,
lagging a lot. Can I play this video for you?
sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, Clint. For sure. You can see that he used to be a four player because there are
Huh?
defenders that in their youth they used to be four players, and then these are the defenders that usually have the best technique.
You right.
Yeah.
That's what
So
happened to what's his name? Manya. I think Manya. His early years, he was either a forward or he used to play like advanced. I think that's why he's good with his feet. Um, so it happens a lot, especially like in France, like with these little small pitches, they play a lot of like 5v5 games over there. So it's one of those
yeah,
things like all of them are just they end up technical. They got speed, just
I
Hey Roy, this is a Brazil scout, right?
yeah. The issue
I
that
have the
I'm
video.
seeing here, guys, this guy's a phenomenal football player, guys. This guy's a phenomenal football player. Like, forget
Roy, I
about,
have the video. Can I replay it?
bro. Forget Bremer, dude. This guy is phenomenal.
Can I pull it up, Roy?
Yeah, do it. Go ahead. Just
Okay,
do it.
so here we go. I'm just gonna replay the beginning because it's very nice. Yeah, I mean, this guy's tough. He knows he's got a lot of skill.
He plays for Frankfurt.
Yep, and they won the Europa League. Let me see if he
Yeah.
started that game. I think he did. He must have.
What's up with that play? What's his name? Kostic? He's
He's
good.
very good.
He's
Yeah,
good.
Juventus was on his tracks. I don't think that's happening for them anymore.
Nah. Didn't splash all that cash on Bremer.
Yeah, and they have Di Maria there.
And they still need to pay that Vlahovic money. They still need to pay Chiesa money.
Yeah, they're paying bills all the time.
Yeah.
Now, the thing about this defender is that he looks a little bit out of our price range, unfortunately. Like, this is
He looks like a Premier League, right?
I wouldn't say Premier League. I'm just saying he looks like it's 28 million. So how much are they willing to spend? Like, we know this team is super stingy on money.
Then my question is why they Bayern didn't go for him?
I would get this player right away. I wouldn't even think about it twice.
Hey guys, listen to this. I'm on the One Football app, which is like a good app for just like, and we're not sponsored or anything, but they're just a good app to kind of see all sorts of like soccer game stats. I'm looking at the Frankfurt versus Rangers Europa League final.
That was a good
And-
final.
This guy was voted the best player on the pitch.
That final was
Guys, I'm telling you, guys, look at that. Guys, listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. In order to do what he did here, you need to be a super footballer. Super footballer. Like, hold on. Like, this is like, you know, like...
Which should I replay it or
Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. I thought I was playing it. Never mind, because it's still going.
should I replay this like the back flick?
Yeah,
thing?
yeah. Go back to that backflip. Like, that is like, you know, super technical IQ right there. Boom, look at that.
wow.
Forget
He was
about
definitely
it.
yeah, he was definitely a forward. He was definitely a forward, bro.
Yeah.
He had to be either attacking midfield. There's no way he was defender.
Right.
Guys,
And
yeah,
he-
he plays in a back three, so it is there's a back three tax.
No, but his
forget that.
but
That
no,
doesn't-
but his technicality, it just shows that he definitely previously he played
Yeah, no doubt.
the upper part of the pitch.
No doubt.
And
about
look how high up he plays though.
that. Yeah.
Guys,
he's
you know what,
so
guys?
confident. I
Hey
love
guys,
his confidence.
RossonARI has the opportunity to make one phone call to Maldini and say, "We vote this player." And I think this is the guy right now. Look at that Look at that chop.
So I have a question
Back
for
heel.
you. So if you had
Look
to
at this,
pick between, so I have a question. So if you had to pick, if you said we only have like one slot we need to get between CDK, Sanchez, and him,
You guys just see
who
that?
y'all taking?
This guy. What's his name?
Ndika.
Ndika, you
Look at
taking
this
him?
boy.
I'm picking him.
Look
Over
at this. Look
CDK?
at this back
Oh,
heel and dribble.
Over CDK, over Sanchez, over everybody. Guys, defenders like this, I play like this. Where are you gonna
This guy.
find one?
This guy.
You're
Look
not
at that
gonna
back
find
heel
any
flick.
defender that plays
Look
like
at this little dribble over the defender pass, and look at this dribble here. Look at the way he dribbles.
But yo, it also shows you how like France is loaded with defenders though.
Yeah, Roy. Once again, France is you know, not only is it youth, but they just have so many different players to choose from. Like he's not even on their youth. Like probably not on any of the national teams because he's not really looked at like that
Can he
yet.
play right wing? No, this guy's a left wing. This guy is perfect because
He's-
you can
yeah.
play him center back left. You can play him in the back three on the left, and you can play him also as a left back if you need. 'Cause
And
you
he's
can play-
22 years old.
And he's 22. You can develop the player like. This is the operation to do. And look at what Alan says. He would cost around 2025. His contract is running out in 2023.
I think
This has
I'm
to
gonna-
be
Look at this goal.
This
Look
is
at
a
that.
beast.
Look at this goal. This is a center back.
I'm gonna be honest. If what's his name mentioned him, if Romano mentioned him like today,
It
then it has
means
to
that
be
it's
concrete.
serious. It's
then
serious.
it's serious, and we might be on him. And that's
But
probably
Tanganga's
from
still our
the-
first choice because Tanganga's cheaper. That's the
Because
thing.
he's a loan with option to buy. If he's not gonna be alone. We're gonna try to buy this guy outright.
Guys, this is a
No,
masterclass
hold on, guys. Like here, Eastbourne says, don't jinx Roy because we might end up getting Tanganga. Listen, even if we don't get this player, I'm still gonna regard him as an incredible player. Like Vice Verasquilla, when I saw that player, I was like, wow, this guy's another level. And you
It's
know,
too good to be true with this guy. I mean, I have to watch a whole game of his because maybe he's, he there must be some weakness to him, or otherwise he'd be like
no,
all over Europe. But I will say, like, yeah, overall, like, he's 6'4". His physicality and pace is amazing. His technical skills are amazing. He's a left-footed. So basically he's the height of Van Dyke with his speed. Maybe not as fast, but very fast, and he has maybe better control than Van Dyke. But Van Dyke's obviously, right now is much, he's considered to be the best defender in the world. So don't get me wrong. But I'm just making comparisons. He's
No,
he can play on the wing. He scores goals. He has a decent heading ability. It seems like. I
so I have
mean,
a question. I
what's
have a
wrong with
question
this
for you,
guy?
right?
Like,
Yeah, I have a question for you. The reason you gotta also look at the big teams, right? You gotta look at the defenders they have and the type of profiles they look for, right? This guy, Bayern can't really get him. Now I'm thinking about it because you already got a Meccano that's kind of that similar type. I'll say, like he had this player right now. He needs to be complementary to like I don't know, let's say like a Tomori. That's why I think it will fit for us. Like when you look at other big teams, like you look at a Madrid, you got a
damn.
Militao that's kind of like tall and fast, right? So did people really need them in those big teams? That's I try to think about. That's maybe why they didn't
listen,
go for him.
let me tell you this, guys. If this guy gets, if we get this guy, um, Tomori is moving to the right. This guy's going to the left, and Kalulu's sitting on the bench. Yeah, so
Yeah, yeah,
that's
for
what's going
sure,
to happen. A lot
for
of people
sure.
I'm
are
gonna need to temporarily
upset.
stop my screen because we don't. These ads are annoying. But
A lot of people are upset when you say that. But I think this guy is. There's no way this guy's sitting on a bench. Ever.
this guy's, yeah. I mean, Tomori's playing right center back. This guy's playing left center back. Maybe Kalulu can play right back, or we can. You know what? Why don't we just play a back three with all three of them?
Yeah, you can. You
That'd be
can.
nice.
You can. Absolutely,
At
it's an
that
option.
point, I mean, this guy's fantastic. Why haven't we been linked with him more? Like, it doesn't
Well,
make
it's
sense.
his last year. Contract is his last year.
Look at
So,
this guy.
so this is the perfect
Maybe
time
because
to
he's
get him.
been too
So,
expensive.
guys, excuse me. What was going on with Romano? What did he say?
All right, I'll read you the exact tweet. He tweeted this today, and at least it gives me some hope because it's reliable. But let me pull it up exactly. Basically, and this was like he put this guy's name before placing Tanganga, so it's interesting.
Okay, but even Tottenham is linked to him. So, yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
who else is linked to him? That's, I guess,
Let me,
something we got to look at.
okay, let me find you. Oh, okay. I have to get you the news source, but AC Milan are interested in Evan Ndika as center back option. He's a candidate in the list alongside Japhet Tanganga. Deal depends on budget, as Tanganga could be the easier option. And then he just says that Milan are the Milan board are in Belgium to reach an agreement for De Ketelaere. So that's basically
Yeah,
just what his update were. And I'll
yeah.
get you.
I saw the tweet. Like, cause I refresh on like Romano's story all the time, and that's why I thought he played with Bruges, cause they said Bruges, and I saw his name underneath it. I'm like, oh, he's going. I'm like, oh, we getting somebody else from Bruges, but then I didn't remember. But I did watch the final. I remember him. I did watch the final Frankfurt against Rangers. It was a really really entertaining final. Yeah, he's solid. I didn't know he was that technical though.
Antonio, can you go back? Can you go back of like 60 seconds maybe? There's this escape he does with the outside foot, turn outside foot is just like, right, this one here. I mean, this is like Cristiano Ronaldo kind of shit. I mean, look at this, what he's about to do right now. Check it out, right now. Look at this. What?
Yeah, you can
What
tell.
the
This
No,
fuck?
this guy. You know one thing also about players, especially from
Dude,
those
this guy's
countries like
six foot
France.
four.
Yeah, one thing about these players about these countries, you need to ask them. Like a lot of these young kids, like who they looked up to as kids, and a lot of them they look up to like attacking players, no matter what position they play. And there's a lot of imitation things like they try to get, especially places in France. Because when you ask what are the popular French players, a lot of you they'll say Henry, right? Like Thierry Henry or Zidane. Those are the guys that like they're in love with. And no matter what position they play, you know, rarely you're gonna hear defenders like that. Maybe Desai in there, but it's just,
Yeah,
you know.
this is
And I
unbelievable.
think, yeah, I think based on that, that's why they're
He can
just so
tackle.
technical.
Look at that, Roy. Look at that. Did you just see that
Yeah,
little
that guy.
like?
This guy's
He's
fucking.
look at this. Look at this.
This guy's the Ronaldo of the Ronaldinho of the defense, man.
Yeah,
Like,
he gives
what are we
me.
talking about here?
And he
He
already
gives
wears
me.
red and black too.
There you go.
He gives me
Match.
vibes of what's his name
I'm
what's
just
his
gonna
name
replay this video while
I
we
I
talk, just because.
I don't know if you remember Kanu, like that Nigerian player that used to play
Yeah,
at
yeah.
Arsenal.
Yeah,
He gives me those type of vibes, like the way he moves with the ball. He's really tall.
yeah.
Yeah, he's
He's
if we
Cameroonian,
get him,
so
man, leave the
I wonder if Reggie Miller is his idol. You know, Cameroon.
Reggie
Yes, I
Miller,
told
isn't
you.
that a
no,
basketball
I mean he
player?
grew up in
Reggie
France.
Miller.
He grew
No, what
no
was
no
his
no
name?
no
No, what was his?
Roger is Roger is
Roger
Roger
Miller.
Mila.
Oh,
Roger
okay.
Miller.
Yeah,
Roger
Mila. Yeah. No. He grew up in France, so most than likely a lot of these French guys, because Mbappe is also part Cameroonian, they don't look up to him. Like especially in Cameroon, most of Cameroonians like their idol is freaking what's his name Samuel Eto'o. Like Eto'o is just
Roy,
like
Oh yeah, of course,
question.
yeah.
Based on what you've seen from this guy just on his highlights, I know, like, let's just compare the highlights. I know you have to watch a full game of his, but
I don't need
would
to
you
with this
take
guy.
him over Bremer at this point?
Yes.
Like, if Bremer was still available.
Yes, I'll tell you. Look, in these 2 years of looking at players, scouting players, there are 3 players that I've seen that are just out of this world good. Vicha Veraskilia, the Georgian, Holzek, whatever his name is,
Holshek.
Holzek, the Czech Republican guy, and this guy here. These are 3 super talents that.
There must be some reason why we're not like going crazy on this guy. I mean, maybe it must just be his transfer price, I guess. But like this guy, like,
Or maybe he. You see how hard he plays, depending what type of gap also he leaves behind, in his recovery. Like if he has to go back, I don't know.
like this guy, it's like at least the management knows he exists. Because imagine like if none of us ever like talked about him, like he's like, I mean, just such a
But but
prospect.
but
It's
but but
crazy.
but the thing about Moncada being French, he's never gonna miss on these guys. He's always gonna have them in the loop.
Yeah,
Like all
I
these
think
French
I think
players,
he's. Yeah.
Guys, you know
he's
what I
gonna
was
know all of them.
actually? I don't think this is
I,
the first
I
time we've been linked with him because I'm sorry, Roy. Just really quick, I think when Hauge the discussions were with Frankfurt, we were like there were some links with him. Imagine if we had gotten this guy in some sort of deal with Hauge, like
Yeah.
that would have been fantastic.
No, I think that Moncada's had, guys, a player like this, Moncada has had his eyes on him for many years.
For a long time.
Yeah.
Because when you listen to Moncada's interview, a lot of these players, he be knowing of he be having tabs on them like 4 or 5 years. Like he knows about them and just they let them evolve and just kind of like they'll go back and observe. Especially Moncada coming from France, all of these guys and they speak to each other like the scouts, like the big, so they know about
Yeah, I
looking
mean,
at this player who's getting such and such. So it's
yeah.
they know.
If you look at his scouting report, already you see 6'4". Once again, the height of Van Dijk, who when you look at him is just a monster. Botman's only 1 inch taller. Once again, so you look at this guy, 6'4",
How
pacey,
tall?
one-on-one defender, left-footed, and can play left back.
Now the thing about the pace, I don't know if pace is a big part of his game.
I mean, I will say this: if
I
he
think
gets
his game is more methodical, more like.
that's true. But I mean, first of all, complementing that with Tomori would be perfect. But
oh, yeah.
but also,
Oh my God! Look, yeah.
but also, I think he's one of those players that he may not be as fast as Tomori, but if you put him in a one-on-one situation and if a guy like gets like
He's gonna eat
touches
you
the ball
alive.
past him,
He's
he's
gonna
gonna
eat you
be
alive.
and
Look at
he'll
that.
be able to recover ground because he's also very big.
No,
But,
he
like,
definitely
So
has
so
a pace for
so
sure.
so
but
I have
not
a question.
super pace.
How tall is Konate?
I'll look that up. I'm pretty sure he's like
He's-
probably around 6'4"
Yeah,
as well.
he's
But
similar to Van Dijk. They look very similar.
Van
Konate
Dijk
is
just
a
has long
big- is a
hair. So
big-
yeah, he's also
Konate is a
6'4".
big
He's
guy,
also
man.
6'4".
And he's very good too, a footballer.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's 6'4".
another French defender too.
Yeah.
Huh.
And honestly, like Liverpool has three defenders like that are very good. Who's the other guy? For
Yeah,
center back.
Matip, and also
Matip,
Gomez
Matip,
and Joe
Matip. Yeah,
Gomez.
Matip.
Matip. Yeah, yeah,
They're all sort of like
Yeah.
modern players.
yeah. So it's a very interesting. Well, but guys, listen. Even in when it comes to coaching, when you're doing scouting and when you're looking at teams, your central defenders always need to have size. They need to have size. It's very important. But
Yep.
then you have
And
some central defenders that don't have a size, but are fucking pit bulls, and you can't do anything. They're going to
I
suffocate
think
you with their
I th-
aggressive.
I think about Gary. I think about Gary Medel. That dude's a pit man.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
He's
right.
he's small, but that dude's a pit bull.
But yeah,
He don't
and I think,
care.
yeah, yeah, and I think Tomori and Kalulu, they're not necessarily the tallest, but they have that aggressive spirit that you just can't get. They suffocate you. They suffocate you. You have nowhere to go when they're
Yeah.
Yeah,
defending you.
guys. I
I'm
mean, this
just
guy.
my problem. My
God.
Yeah, no, let's get you off. My problem with like defenders sometimes with a small frame, right? If you start getting like cheeky number 10s that know they can play over you or through balls, I think that's how a lot of them they get caught up just based on their size. And some people take advantage of that. That's always been my problem with sometimes with defenders that are a bit smaller and frame. Like, yes, some of them can jump like a Cannavaro and all that, but they can really get caught off guard with when it not really physicality, but in terms of like their height. They use it as an advantage. Like, they use it against them. Like, they just, I don't know, man. That's their vulnerability, and I can't have
Yeah.
two short center backs. That's just me. I can't.
This guy would
If
solve
I
all
don't
of our
think I just can't.
problems because even for people who don't
Yeah.
want another center back who's like more like like I guess modern, meaning very pacey and like another Tomori, this guy would solve it because he solves all of our issues. He's tall so that people are more comfortable.
Yeah.
He's quick enough to be able to catch up to people. He's left-footed, so he solves our left-footed center back issue, and he's got technical ability to build it from the back, so he can pair with like a Tomori. Maybe who's not the best on the ball, even though he's good. Like it just makes perfect sense. Like this could be the center back partnership for the next 10 years. Like
This would be a golden
It
signing.
is.
A golden signing. But listen, unfortunately, with this Milan, I find it difficult. So
yeah, I've been speaking
it
with
is what
people.
it is.
Everyone's been saying it's gonna be very difficult to bring him in.
Cause we're not gonna go and spend unless we got the funds. We're not gonna spend 30 something plus on CDK and go spend like another 30. And one thing about Milan I noticed too is like we're like the scout for other freaking teams for some godly reason. We decide to go in there, and then the other team is gonna go and try to bid on, you know, what you call that? Try to go bid on him, and they try to go to a bidding war. Because I highly doubt Leeds was even looking at CDK prior to them all that stuff happening, right? And it's always I've noticed there's always that same trend with us, and somebody's gonna a British team is not gonna go in for him, and they're gonna take him from our hands because they got more
Um,
money.
yeah. If they do, I mean, honestly, they should have. Like, I mean, because this guy's contract is ending in 1 year, that means that you can bring down the price. You have more leverage. If they just sign this signing here, like, I'm happy. We don't need to sign anybody else. Like, if we just get him, like, I'm okay with this Calcio Mercato. CDK, Origi, what's his name again?
But you know,
Dika,
Dika.
Pobega, Adli. I'll be okay with that. I'll
The
be okay
one,
with
I
that.
guess, the one thing about him, it's not really like major, but I guess in the Bundesliga you do have more space to dribble, so maybe he does look a little bit better because of that. But other than that, I mean, like, there's not really much you can say.
Yeah, but those feet, man, when the feet talk by themselves, when the feet talk, the feet talk. So
what
it
happened to
doesn't
that
matter
other
where he
player?
plays.
There's that other player. What's his name? That plays with Udinese. He's from South America. What's his name? Freaking Molina. That he's good too, though. Udinese be having these good physical players. I like a lot of their play. They're really aggressive, man.
Yeah, Molina, Juventus is heavily linked to Molina. It looks like the
Yeah,
target that they're really going for.
yeah. Molina. Udoji too plays at Udinese, right?
Udoji, Yeah, Juventus
Yeah,
was on
that's
Dodge as well, but Udinese said that they don't want to sell Dodge if they want to keep him for one more season.
it's like Juve won again.
I mean,
Juve is like
guys,
everybody's
base
daddy.
like yeah, he's going for 20 to 30 million euros, but like for what he is as a prospect, I would think that's very reasonable for his, like it's just once again pisses me off because we should have the money to bring in him and CDK and maybe like one midfielder and we should be good. You know what I mean? Like we don't like we should have that money. That should be less than 100 million. So
That
it's
is
very
true because
frustrating.
we haven't even bought nobody though since this thing has started. So yeah. I don't know what's they plan. Maybe we'll try to have a big chest of money somewhere, 500 million. Then one summer we just go berserk. We buy another team. So I
Guys,
don't know.
you know what? Guys, know what really pissed me off? If Inter get this guy.
They
Oh
can't.
my God! Don't say that, bruh. Don't fucking say that. Already today with Bremer, that really pissed me off. If Inter get this guy, then fuck.
Why did Bremer piss you off? I'm actually happy.
Because I wanted Bremer to come to Milan, man. I mean, Bremer's amazing, but this guy is much more interesting. Cause yeah, this guy definitely played as a forward, as an attacking midfielder, as a striker, and so he has that technique, but he also has that aggressive nature of a defender. This guy's a perfect package, man. I'm telling you, like this is the defender that you want to get today. No
Right.
doubt about it.
So, and I have a question. So now, where I think what's his name is gonna go, Skamaka? Because look, PSG, they went and got those, so they just killed that bid on that. So you think that Sassuolo kind of like are fucking his career over, or you just feel like, yo,
Yeah.
he might go to England?
No, I'll go with the first one. Sassuolo does what they do best. They mess up people's careers, So whatever.
Also,
And the
Roy, another thing about Inter though is I think they have Bastoni at that left center back position, and I don't think that
True.
I don't
Good point.
and also yeah, and
Good point.
on top of that, they still aren't gonna necessarily they don't want to spend this much money on a center back at this point if unless they sell
There,
Skriniar and
there are two teams in Italy that need a left-footed center back, and that one team is Milan, and the other team is Juve because Juve lost Chiellini.
I mean, a lot of teams would need this guy. Napoli need a really good center back,
Yeah,
like
to cover for Koulibaly. Napoli
and they
could
also
get
have the
anyone.
money for him. So
Yeah, true.
but Napoli want to go and get they want to go get this Japanese guy
yeah,
that I
good. Let
think
them
that
go.
actually
Let them go. Like
yeah they want to go and get this Japanese guy. I think he's actually coming from Germany. Yeah, but Napoli they have some weird transfers sometimes, but they turn
if
out
we had
good.
70 million to spend, guys, like what? But is this including all the revenue that we created by letting go of players and clearing up wages and stuff? Like because I think
Well, listen. Sorry, just to interrupt you, be really fast. We know for sure this is not even a debate. This is just pure facts. Milan just released 50 million that they were paying in bills. Now they're not. So they have 50 million that they were using last year, but today is still there, ready to be used. So that's a
yep.
fact.
So we should have the money to bring in him, De Ketelaere, and a central midfielder. Like that should, and that would be a
And
great
Sanchez
mercato.
and Sanchez and
Exactly.
the right winger.
All right, guys. So let me ask you a question.
I'm not even asking for that much. I just want give me those two players, like Roy said. Give me those
Sanchez.
two players, De Ketelaere and Dika, and whoever you can bring in to fill the midfield, and I'm fine. Like
I won't say that because if we bring in Veretout, I'm not following Milan.
Veritu's. Oh
I'm
my
done.
God, Veritu's is not
If we
that
bring
bad.
in Veretout, I'm done following Milan, guys.
So
I'll see you.
so
I'll
Veretout
see you
so
scores
I
in
have a
another
goals.
question.
club.
So I have the question. What's the problem with Verts? I see a lot of people don't even like the guy, which I
No,
think he's effective
listen.
in his way, but
Replacing Kessie with Veretout is an insult to my intelligence, my man. It's not gonna happen. If this happens, I am not following this team anymore. So I hope it's bullshit, but I do not want to see Veretout at
Dude,
AC Milan.
Veretout scores goals though. Bro, why do you not
I'll
like
be
him?
quiet. You guys give your takes. I'll be quiet.
Is he that bad? Like, is he really that bad? I'm confused. I don't know. Well, you have to explain why you hate him so much. Because I mean, I've seen him score goals. He
because
scored goals
because
against us.
because then we don't need Veretout. We can just get a guy from the Primavera, and it's the same thing. So
No, well, I disagree with that. I
let's
don't.
bring in Brescianini at this point,
We don't
and
really
it's better.
need. I agree. We don't need Veretout based on how he plays because we already have like forward sort of central midfielders. But I think that he wouldn't hurt our team. I do think that we need more of a defensive like pivot player to bring in.
For me,
Yeah.
Sanchez
I'm
is the
not,
best option.
I think what pisses like some Milan fans off is when you see like these players are coming on the free, not from teams above like Milan, but like that fell below them in the ranking, and it's like why we're getting another team's leftover. Like if he wasn't good at Roma, which means it's not always the case. Like a player can come out and be good, but I guess they look at the age or like the price, and it just riled out. People would start crying and just no, I don't want this guy. Like that the whole Acerbi thing is why would we want to pay Lazio this amount to get somebody that's old and broken? And I'm like, I think sometimes it's agents just putting BS in the media and just having people to speculate on and just get other teams to get interested and actually go and buy them because they know Milan. There's a specific project, we have specific profile that we're looking for. You know, I don't I don't think these guys they can come in. Sometimes I don't
Yeah.
even mind. I don't even pay some of these things no mind, but we'll see, man. I'm surprised. Yeah, now think about it, we do have money to spend, so I'm wondering what are we doing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Roy, you should make like a wall, like where you put all like the names of the players that you like that get you excited, like all the new
In
prospects.
the midfield today, Sanchez, Renato Sanchez.
Roy, so okay, if let's say in a crazy world we brought in De Ketelaere, Sanchez, and Indica in this mercato,
Top
would
10.
you
10.
would you, what
10. 10. It'd be a 10.
would you run around the room like shirtless on the live stream like with your
No,
ponytail?
I'd just be saying this is a 10 out of 10 Mercato. Actually, 9.5. 9.5.
Why? Because you need a right winger.
No, because because. But yeah,
I
it'd
have a
be super
Would we,
Mercato.
Roy, 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 if that happened, I want to hear this because I just want to hear what you would say. But what would you? How far would we go in the Champions League?
If we got these three players,
Yeah.
okay, I'll say this. Even if we don't get these three players, I think we're still. Well, we are getting CDK by the way, but even if we don't get, let's say, Sanchez and Indica, we're still going to go far in the Champions League.
Okay.
I'll be quiet.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting.
Yeah, go ahead, Clint, go ahead.
no. I was just wondering. I said sometimes like I think about players we miss out on, like in the moment we want them. When I think about when we didn't get Simakan or we didn't get Vlasic, right? Or when Hauger left and we thought it was like Kaka left Milan, and then when I look back and it's like, do we really regret seeing how some of these players have turned out? Like even Simakan, I know he went to Leipzig, but I haven't really even heard about dude even doing it. He was like the first target that we're supposed to be getting. Instead of Tomori, and then we got Tomori, it's like, oh, who is this guy? Why are we getting this guy? Right? Or Vlasic. People are like, we need to get Vlasic. They need to pay the money. Milan didn't budge. He barely even played at West Ham because he started like when he first got there, but after he started riding the bench. So I don't know what happened in terms of confidence. Maybe if they came to Milan, it could have been a different outcome. But I just, to be honest, man, I think just Maldini, based on just his experience, I just trust the way they make decisions, they go about things. Because this guy played at the highest level. It's not some dude that went to school for football and is just going based on some, analysis. I think he's well sounded. He's played with the greats, right? And I know football has evolved, but I think,
Oh yeah.
based on, I think they look at certain characteristics on players to be like, yo, we should go for him, right?
Look,
Because
Maldini
Theo
knows.
should be like the
Sorry.
only testimony for Maldini. Hmm.
Yeah, for sure. Maldini is too expert to not know, about football. Football is
Hey
in his
guys,
family's veins forever.
while
What's up?
the stream goes on, I'm gonna play like I'm not gonna stream this because we're gonna get copyright like hard, but I'm gonna watch the rematch, the game that was played between Barcelona and Frankfurt, and I'll let you guys know what I see when he's on the ball.
Okay. Um, Now this is a topic I want to talk about because I said earlier 9.5, and let's get into it because Eastbourne knows exactly why I said that. He said, "Roy, would Indica score more than Origi if we get him this season?" And my answer is yes. My answer is
Oh
yes.
my god! All right. Roy's tripping.
Origi for me is a very trivial signing. I don't.
He's already injured. Like he's just still recovering.
It's a signing that for me honestly doesn't make much sense. I mean, it does, but you can't expect much from Origi aside from great team chemistry with the players, fighting a warrior fighting spirit, like squad player. But as far as offensive output, I don't know, guys. I just can't see it right now. Maybe, because you guys see it in the chat. I'm fighting with these guys that think he's going to score 20 goals, 25 goals. And it's like, there's no way he's going to score 20, 25 goals. I mean, just look at it
No,
this way.
there's nowhere.
Abraham, who was the sole striker for Roma, played the most minutes as a striker for Roma. He scored 17 goals in the Serie A. Origi cannot score those kind of goals. He's going to play less minutes because he has to share the position with Giroud. There's no way he's going to score.
And yeah, you guys to share the position with Giroud, and then last year alone, I think we had 16 different players that were different goal scorers. Like we have a team that scores. Theo will score, a Leao will score. You're not telling me him scoring that amount of goals. So you're telling me Leao's not getting double digits next year, right? Or you're telling me like a Rebic is going to get less than 5 goals a year unless he's injured. That's the reason why when I think about there's no way he can really get 20. I stick with the 12. There's too many people that like scoring in our team, even though I know it's a low scoring team. It sounds contradictory, but it's just we're not like a one striker team per se all the time. It's just like people's gonna have opportunities. It might be a Diaz day where he unlocks and he scores his goals, his fair share, right? Now CDK comes into play. There's no way Origi's getting 20 unless we scored 100 goals a year, which I know we're not gonna do. So I think it's gonna be like you said, it's gonna be a fair share. It's gonna be spread out.
Yeah, and dude, there are people in the chat, in the WhatsApp group that are like swearing by it. It's like,
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I see.
Wait,
There's a lot
swearing
of-
by what exactly? I'm sorry, I just zoned out for a second.
Swearing by the fact that Origi's going to score more than 20 goals.
Oh yeah. Well, that's like just optimism.
I don't know, man. It's like because you gotta look teams even in Serie A that score. Those are one-man teams. Those are your Immobile of the world. You understand? Or like your Cristiano, like Juve, where everything goes through him, and then there's a big drop from Cristiano and Immobile scoring, and the second in line it's just like sometimes they got 5 or less than 6 goals. Which with Milan is really different because a lot of this youth, like somebody like Leao, is always gonna go to the box if he's healthy. He's gonna try to get his fair share of goals. So I don't think they're just gonna be passing it. Origi's gonna get fed all the time. No, there's a reason why Giroud.
Yeah, sorry.
There's a reason why Giroud only got limited to 12 goals, right? He played a lot of minutes, but he wasn't. People wanted to score. Your Kessie scored. It's like you're not always gonna be also in the right positions. You're gonna be man marked. So no, I don't. Not with our team we have right now. I can't see
It's
that.
not gonna happen. I don't see that. And guys, another example, Osimhen that I rate super highly. This season, he scored 14 goals in Serie A. 14.
Yeah.
I mean,
But he was injured too.
He was
He was
injured too,
injured
but
for a
you
big
cannot
part.
tell me. But you cannot tell me that that Origi is a better player than Osimhen. Like the quality and the impact on the game. Like that's hard to believe for me.
To me, I think Osimhen, to be honest, he has what I call that African brute talent. He's still raw talent. He's not disciplined enough on a lot of stuff. He's clumsy when he gets up there. Like he'll score. He fights a lot, but he's not like he's not like perfection like a Drogba. Like these guys they turn around and just go like they're not playing. Right? I think Osimhen is still. There's a lot to learn. He has the pace, that height. He has that combative spirit. but he can be really clumsy at times, and I pay attention to
Hey
him.
guys, Romano just tweeted that no, it's not about Milan, but it's about, just to give you guys an update, Juventus have completed the paperwork and everything's been signed for Bremer, so it's official now. Well,
Oh
it's a
yeah,
done deal.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
they've already
I've been
signed.
official.
But do you think that Osimhen, I mean, potentially, but even today, like, who would you get if you had the choice, Origi or Osimhen? You, Antonio.
Oh my god! Well, that's Osimhen's so much younger and is much more of like, a modern, like he's got more years ahead, and they spent so much money to bring him in, so his potential is very high. So I would obviously take Osimhen, but I think Origi, for what we can do, is a good player. Like I think he's gonna be
If you were to ask me,
impactful.
I'll defer. I'll go with Origi. I'll take Origi over Osimhen. Based on the purpose for champions and other purposes like big moments, I'll take Origi. I'll
But
rather
I
somebody
love
that
you. I
scores me
love you,
less.
Clint.
No, the reason I'll
No,
rather
I
somebody that
love your
scores me.
optimism.
Oh yeah, I'll rather take somebody that scores lower goals. I really, if Origi's gonna score three, if they ask me, they're telling me like Origi's only gonna score 3 goals with us, and these 3 goals come in some like crucial Champions League. I don't know, some final. I'll go with that any day. Those 3 goals will always be remembered. Then somebody
I'm
did
okay
a
Right.
with that.
stat
There's one
pad
thing that I
against
on this
a
point.
smaller team.
On this point, it's a good point, and I will say this: the one thing that we're all like, I mean, I'm hoping everyone saw, like in the Europa League 2 seasons ago, in the Champions League this season, is we have the quality to play against like top clubs. Like we're there. Like we play well. We build up. We create some chances, but we're missing like someone to put the ball in the net. Someone that can finish it. Someone that maybe can step up in those moments. And because our goals scored, I think in Europe are pretty low. I haven't checked the stats, but they're pretty low, like goals per game. But if we need someone that can come up and has quality in finishing and that can step up. And Osimhen, I think a lot of his game is sort of obviously his pace and the way he can contribute in the build up. And yes, he's a great finisher, but I think Origi is maybe just as good in terms of like
You
in
see,
the box and going for chances.
it, it's
Sort of like trying to be that number
it
nine.
takes me back to the early, me being from the Ivory Coast, so I'm a big Drogba fan, right? So just taking to comparison to a Drogba and Aguero, right? When you look at Drogba Aguero, because Aguero is one of my favorite strikers all time. Aguero is probably more technical, probably has all the capabilities, but when you look like who came in clutch for their team, most than likely Drogba came in clutch for Chelsea more than Aguero did, right? Aguero, other than the, because you got some players, and the reason I'm going back to the Ocean part, I'm trying to show a correlation is that you got these guys, right? They're good, but they just fold under pressure. When do you need your striker the most? Is during finals, is during crucial games, not against smaller teams to go and win 5-0. Because that's when
Yeah,
us Milan fans, that's where our frustrations get built, right? When we play against a Salernitana, we can't go crazy like a Inter would do or like a Napoli would do. We get mad. We're like, oh, why are we drawing with them in 1-0? But then you have a game like the Inter, and then Giroud comes out of nowhere, and then he scores you 2 goals, right? You take those 11 goals of Giroud, or even the 11 goals of Leao, whatever they scored, and you look at it, and it came at the right time. And I'd rather have that. I'd rather have that than
guys.
Immobile that will get you
Yeah.
Capio Canonere every year,
How
and
many
you're
goals
not
did
winning
Leao
that.
score again this season? Like, was it 14?
I disagree with that. I disagree.
Was
Okay.
it 14 goals this season for Leao?
I understand what you're saying, but having a goal scorer, look, like, I'm not saying that one goal scorer is going to take away the goals from other people. I'm saying other people get the same amount of goals, same amount of assists, maybe even more, but have a goal scorer that can guarantee you 25, 26. Leao gets you 13, 14. Giroud gets you, the goals he can get you. Origi gets you this. Some other guy. If you can get up to 80, 90 goals and have the best defense, like, you're set. You're good. You're going to win every single year.
No,
So
sure, right?
I
But
definitely
that's
would
not our
love to
case
have
right
a
now.
prolific striker.
But that's not our case right now, right? So, but
No,
then
it's
the
not.
reason
It's
why
not. It's not.
and the reason why I was stating all that, like, me personally, in this type of circumstance, I would not want to get me an Osimhen. Because I don't even think Osimhen can guarantee you 20 goals.
No.
Listen,
I'm not saying I will get
it's
a.
Yeah.
it is a good point he's making. As I was going to add to this, and I will say that Osimhen, let's not say that he can't be a big striker in the big moments, but he really hasn't proven that yet. So it is sort of like we have to see with his injuries and
Look, I'm just gonna put it out there, Narnia, whatever, fantasy world. For me, maybe right now with this Milan, with these youngsters, a Lewandowski would be perfect.
oh my
And
goodness, of course.
I think that would be my preferred striker. Real fast here, and just some of the guys that are asking in chat. Roy, would you say Scamacca is more polished in his game than Osimhen? Out of all the strikers that I've seen, Scamacca is the one that is the most composed and looks more like a midfielder, and he connects between the midfield and the attack very well. He's prolific. He scored 16 goals, but unfortunately, we got to see these guys in bigger teams. So as long as they're in Sassuolo, they ain't doing shit. They got to get in bigger teams.
Hey, Roy, also another kind of like sort of a random thing, but I was apparently Vicha in the Napoli preseason. He's been doing very well from what I've heard.
Oh my god, dude!
Dude, somebody said.
I haven't actually seen the games.
I remember. Somebody said to remember that name. I remember this. People have been talking about that Georgian kid, man. That's the guy I forgot about that.
Mamma mia, Mamma, dude, this guy in two games, well, 1 game and a half, he's already got an assist and 3 goals, and everything looks incredible. His assist looks like fucking incredible. All his goals look incredible. Like, this guy's incredible.
Napoli fans are going crazy. They're just like, we've done it. We found the next.
Yeah, but then you got to cover that defense. Y'all don't really have a solid goalkeeper. Napoli doesn't really have a good defense though. That's been one of the problems. So that's
someone like Ndika or someone great, like someone really good. Like I don't know. They're gonna have a lot of problems. His name. I'm not. Don't worry. From now on, he's just gonna be under the table. Like
yeah.
If it happens,
his name. He's gonna mention his name. They're gonna go put that in forums, and I don't know. They can have a scout. They're looking. They're gonna go in for him. But I doubt De Laurentiis gonna spend that money. I do cheap.
I mean, you spent. I dropped 70 million for.
Should we take down the stream after we're done?
I'm pretty sure. I mean, Fabrizio posted it, Roy. Come on.
Because I think you're right. We need to kind of keep this one a secret because.
Roy, you should write a handwritten letter to Maldini, like expressing your approval.
Oh my god, dude.
Bro. But you know what's crazy? It's like Maldini is my idol, bro. Like fucking outside the day, probably I'll see him. I'll probably collapse.
I have a question for you, Clint. Because I'm curious, because from the way you speak and like the different players you talk about, how did you become a Milan fan? Because it sounds like you also like you watch a lot of like Premier League players, La Liga players.
Yeah, I think I explained that once. I became a Milan fan because. Oh no, I became a Milan fan because I started going. I was a Nazionale fan first. Right, I used to love watching Italy. I think Euro 2000 and
really?
Maldini. So I started watching Maldini. Like you gotta understand, like the impact of Serie A early 2000s, bro, it was just so big.
Yeah.
Like,
so was Italy your like European team to support?
Yes, yep, that's my European team always been. Fashion favorite national team, even over like US or even the Ivory Coast, like in general.
You're based in the US, right?
Yeah, I was born in the U.S. I was born in the U.S. Grew up here a little bit, then went to the Ivory Coast, grew up then, and grew up here. So I did it back and forth.
Nice.
Grew up both in the Ivory Coast and the United States. So Texas, Houston.
Oh, so okay.
But I'm from Washington D.C. Like
nice.
That's why I was born. Like up there, I moved down here. So yeah, so I became a Maldini fan, and then playing. I used to always play defense, left back. And that was just my idol, bro. And then I found out he was playing with Milan. I think my first season watching Milan, because I was young, maybe 9, 10, was like that 2002, 2003 actually season. And then they ended up winning the Champions League. So I'm like, bro, that's definitely my team for life. So that's, since then, I rode the wave, didn't miss a beat. I got a Milan tattoo, like on my, usually when I meet people, I'm like, hey, look at my Milan tattoo. No, but when I'm saying I'm a Milan, like when I live and I breathe, because you gotta understand, for us to find these type of channels, these don't pop up some type of an algorithm, right? So y'all don't have like a lot of 500K followers to be like, okay, I watched Sempre Milan, and then this popped up. No, you gotta like you secretly, you're like purposely seeking like communities, and you just pop up and you listen. So it already shows you the type of
Yeah,
like,
I
you
found
know,
this channel. I found this channel when it was like I think it was pretty close to when it was first made, or at least when Ari started posting. I found it like on the Rio Ave penalty shootout, like that video, and then
I was
after
just
that,
going,
yeah,
yeah, I was just going down. I put like, I think I typed like Milan RossonARI something, and this just popped up. And I
yeah,
went down and I'm like, yo, what is this? And I started listening. And usually you come across these type of channels, or you're looking for channels during transfer market time, right? Not during the league time.
yep,
Like
yep,
transfer market, you want to see who has the latest scoop. And then you just hop on the community. But and especially what is hard for us is like, especially English speakers. Yeah, if you're in New York, yeah, you can get that, but it's not, sometimes it's not that evident, especially for Serie A, for getting like a bunch of, English speakers that like, okay,
yeah,
we into this league, and and I just love Italian. It's just not Milan. Again, I'm Milan to death, but like for me, I'm gonna be honest. Like if Inter is playing a final of Champions League, I want Inter to win just because for Italy purposes. Like I don't.
What?
I'm just saying. I'm just
My
saying.
lord.
listen. I will say
No way, bro.
Yo, Red John is
with
here,
this
guys.
channel,
So
you know what I
watch out,
love.
watch out, guys.
I'm
Everybody,
You know what I
watch
love
out.
about this channel is I feel like it's different than the other channels because first of all, everyone's opinion is respected and like, there's no like sort of everyone has different.
Bullshit. I do not respect many people's opinion on this channel.
Okay, whatever.
Exactly.
Everyone shares
Now
their
listen.
opinion.
Now listen.
But hold on, I was.
Every
Can I finish?
every Milan fan is a fan of Milan and a fan of a team that plays against Inter. Okay, I cannot. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Imagine
So
having to wake up with Inter fans trashing you and telling you they are the European champions.
Yeah, I know.
Fucking
Come
hell.
on now, don't say
Yeah.
that.
No,
no,
no.
That's
it's
crazy.
I
it's
wouldn't care. I wouldn't care.
I'm getting anxiety just thinking about it. I cannot do it.
no,
But anyway, so guys,
no.
when I
I
keep
just
going,
woke up. I cannot get this.
Antonio, you were saying
but I
something.
will say,
I'm
like, okay,
panicking,
everyone's
I'm panicking.
everyone shares their opinion on this channel, and it's also open, so everyone can come on and speak. And there's so much interaction in the comments, and like the live streams we do is just like very unique. And it's more of like it's not really like a typical YouTube channel. It's like it's pretty much like a YouTube family. Like everyone kind of knows each other. Everyone
It's
is
fun. It's a good place because, like I said, for English speakers, it's not that evident. Especially, I know some of us are based in the state and come across that and be able to speak because you don't want to be speaking Premier League. We don't really care about these things, right? It's the same. There's not really ideas that are created or not really healthy debate, right? It's like, oh, look at Man City. It's really monotone. Like, I've been in these spaces. It's really the same things, right? Like London teams trashing each other. It's like, oh, we're the big. It's not really ideas being discussed. You're going there. There's not really tactical awareness. Analysis and thing I like about Serie A, we get to like appreciate styles play of different players. Who's linked with who. At least that's the sense I get here. Now, I can be wrong on the other leagues, but that's what I really have. But the reason why I say going for Inter, just to kind of like justify myself, Italy as a whole, like internally, we'll fight. But once it becomes an outside thing, when I'm seeing an Atlanta or like a Juve, obviously I'm not full-blooded Italian. I don't know how deep it is, but I know for a fact that I'm Milan until I fucking die. But one thing too is like I'm always gonna be an advocate for Serie A. No way. I'm never gonna sit there inside and trash the league with other guys and be like, yeah, it's trash. I remember I was here in Texas and it was like the last day for all leagues. I was the only one guy in there because we have like a pub here. It's like a big sports pub. I'm the only guy in everybody's Premier League. I'm the only guy. I asked him to put like a little like Serie A for Milan's last game against Sassuolo. So I'm the only guy watching the Italian. He's like, what's that? Why you not watching? All these ignorant guys coming around. I'm like, don't worry about me, man. Let me watch my league. I can go watch. We got like there's different. Yeah, there's Tottenham fan club in Houston. There's like a Wolverhampton fan club. Fan club. They're all over, man. So they're deep.
Oh my lord!
But I bet
Yeah,
there is
they're
no.
deep.
I bet there's no Red John fan club.
So
No, but come on. Like I 100% agree with. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name, man.
Clint.
Clint. I
Yeah.
100% agree with Clint in the sense that the EPL has expanded their fan base in a crazy manner. Like you look at the followers that Tottenham has
Yeah.
on TikTok, and it's like they are the second biggest club on TikTok. Like what the fuck, man? Tottenham. Like this club,
They have
they don't
no
even know
trophies. They don't
they
have a
don't even know
trophy.
what trophies look
They
like.
got nice.
These
You
guys,
know,
All right, guys,
you know,
wait,
you know
Let's
what?
just guys, funny thing, real quick, really quickly. Did you guys see Manchester City's new like alternate kits this year? They're like red and black.
yeah.
They're like red and
Yeah,
black stripes. The
yeah.
comments on Instagram were so funny. They were like, "Those jerseys don't bring you Champions Leagues, like the 7 Champions Leagues," and they were calling them like AC City and making fun of them for that. Another
But
team that has never
to
won the
be
Champions
fair,
League.
they have had them as the second
Yeah,
jerseys
yeah,
traditionally, right? It's not
right,
like
right, right.
that they are doing it for a reason or
I
for
know
another.
they're. Yeah, I know. I'm just like it's funny because they look like
My
similar.
thing
They're like
is,
the only
you know
team
what's,
that kind of looks similar.
I
you know,
just want to say this thing, like when we met Tottenham in 2012, I think, or 13, I don't remember it very well. In the Champions League, I literally had to Google who the fuck this team is, and now
oh,
I
for real.
swear, I'm not kidding, I swear. Like this is a true story. I had to Google it. I was like, okay, we are playing Tottenham. Who are these guys, bro? Who
That's
are these
actually a
guys?
meme. Like everyone's like, "Who is Tottenham?" Like
Okay,
this.
and now all of a sudden I see Tottenham having this huge fan base, followings going, and unbelievable.
Okay,
Like
but
I
do you know
cannot believe
why?
it.
Do you know why? Because they have
Money.
no the following on TikTok.
Because of I have no idea why they have the following on TikTok.
Because of Son, and TikTok
Yeah,
Oh
is
son.
yeah.
huge
In
in
Asia,
Asia.
Asia, and that's
TikTok
why
is
they went
like
to
Son is
Korea.
like an icon. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
they went to Korea, and then the second thing too, you gotta understand, because I think you also gotta look at football from the fashion perspective. Tottenham's jersey, like they sell a lot. Like you, they have nice good looking kits that a
It's
lot of
just
these
what the all
fashionistas
white
love wearing.
ones.
Right, yeah, and they love promoting. Even the new one that just came, like they're promoting it like crazy. And the marketing aspect of the team, that's why they're people be saying, "Oh, Tottenham, you're gonna see more Tottenham." I see more Tottenham jerseys like on this side of the state. At least man, I see that more than seeing somebody wearing an Arsenal jersey. I swear on everything. And Arsenal is a big club, but Tottenham is just there's that appeal that they have like right now.
And also,
That's
Arsenal is not
just
a
They're not a big club. Like
they
these
are not a
clubs,
big club.
none of these clubs should even be able to speak to us like
Like
these fans. They're not even on the
in
same
England,
level as us.
the big clubs, in my opinion, like these are Liverpool the first, Man United because they're Man United, and
right.
third, in my opinion, is Chelsea. Tottenham and
Yep,
Liverpool, in my idea or the way I
Yeah,
see
that's
football,
fair.
they are not big clubs. Because
that's fair.
you cannot say Roma is a big club. They are a big club, but not as big as the top three of the Serie A,
Yep,
like
that's
Juventus.
fair.
Milan. They are a big club, but the second tier big club,
I
and
never,
this is
I
the
never,
this is the way I
yeah.
look at Tottenham and that the Arsenal.
No, no, yeah, no, for sure, for sure. When we talk about royalty, because we think about from an European perspective, yeah, it's just never going to be.
Yeah.
I mean, big according to their leagues, how they look about overall. Yeah, I never really, put this above.
Yeah.
So me growing up was always like, dude, does your team have Champions League or not? And what's funny enough, in England, it's still a debate that who's the biggest team in England in London. When I'm like, it shouldn't be a debate. Chelsea has 2 Champions League. What is the
It's
debate of
tough.
what's the biggest team? And they're like, well,
Yeah.
they're oil money. I'm like, it doesn't matter. They have 2 champions
That's why
within the
I
past.
mean that's what City
Yeah.
fans and all these teams that have never won a Champions League like. They're like clicking on to these new definitions of what it means to be a big club because
Yeah.
To
they
big
can't.
club, and it's
They're
not.
trying
No,
to rework the yeah.
Or
they
or
try
or
to
you will see people trying to come up with this idea that winning the Premier League is harder than winning the Champions League or stuff
Yeah.
like
I
that.
saw that.
It's
Yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
retarded.
That's
like
insane.
Yeah,
like like,
they
like
say
in-
the FA Cup is more difficult than the Champions League. They're already saying
right,
the FA Cup is more difficult.
I was
It's
gonna.
retarded.
They were bashing the Conference League, which is the Conference League, and the Europa League, like on this stream that I was on, and I was about to ask them like, what's harder for you guys, the Carabao Cup, or the Europa League? I'm sure they would have said like the Carabao Cup because they're all English teams. They're all good
no,
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 teams.
no.
you
Yeah.
should have told them that Tottenham didn't make the group stages of the Conference League. That's what you should have told.
Oh yeah, that's hilarious. They got eliminated.
Me, I
Right?
always said one thing. I always said, man, like get on that topic of like the Europa League, like UEFA Cup before. I always said that was the hardest, cause I said it was never given for a big team. Cause somebody said like, oh, Barcelona won to Europa League, that should be a given. I'm like, gotta understand the teams, especially with big teams, they're not used. They don't play that out often. They really have nothing to lose. And second tier teams, that's all they have to play for. That's why Sevilla goes all in. Like this is not an easy. It's always been, even it doesn't have a lot of money in that cup, but it's always been when these tournaments is really hard.
Hey guys,
Like the Europa is,
I want to
it's
start
hard.
asking some questions, just like some on this topic. Is Sevilla a bigger club than Arsenal?
Yes,
Uh,
yes.
young, like yes and no at the same time. Because the problem is, even though Arsenal is not a big club, trophy wise, they are still a club with a huge fan base. So this is like the how it's hard to distinguish the clubs because Sevilla is a big club, but just it's not comparable to, for example, Real Madrid, the Barcelona, to the clubs that they play in the same league with, right?
Yeah. Well, we
But
have to define the factors that we use to name a club as being big because Champions League
Okay,
is obviously the
here's
first.
okay. So here's
Europa
what
League
I can
must play
use.
a role because it's the second
Right. So,
competition.
but here's what I use though. I'll use Champions League, and I'll use how many Ballon d'Or has your team, or how many Ballon d'Or has your team even produced, right? Like talent wise
yeah,
coming from the team. Those are my two big
yeah,
metrics that I look at, and then I'll look at the league titles within countries. But Ballon d'Or is a significant how many Ballon, because if you didn't really have like a player, if you look at your team, what player came out of there with some type of ball, you're not. We can't really put you with the greats like that,
yeah.
right? On top of the complimentary
I
with the
agree.
order Champions Leagues, because Juve is still Juve. Yeah, they got the Champions League. Then they got Platini was Ballon d'Or when he was playing there. Zidane was Ballon d'Or when he was playing there, right? Those are the things you can
Yeah.
kind of like
Nedved.
Nedved's Ballon d'Or. So you
Nedved,
just think and look at right. Milan, same thing, right? We go
I think
Kaká,
Milan
the
has 6
Dutch,
Ballon
I
d'Ors,
think
right?
Cannavaro too.
yeah.
He was at Juventus when he won it.
No,
Cannavaro was at
but
Real Madrid, or,
but he
or
went.
he
He made
moved
the
to the
move.
summer.
He made the
He made the
move,
Yeah,
move
right?
he
Wait,
afterwards.
moved. Yeah,
Cannavaro won the
So
Ballon d'Or?
yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
after World
Oh,
Cup,
okay. Yeah,
yeah.
2006,
But Milan has 6, right? Ballon d'Or
eight,
winners? 8.
8.
We have
Wow.
Shevchenko. Yeah, we have Shevchenko. We have
Johnny Rivera.
George. Yeah, we have Rivera. We have what's Van Basten won that twice,
Van
I believe.
Basten, Gullit,
Yeah,
Gullit won
Shevchenko.
Gullit
with
won it.
us.
Yes,
Gullit won it with
yeah.
us. Yes, Van Basten
They
won it three
they
times with
Where
us.
where
yeah
Shevchenko, where,
were yeah where I won it
Yeah,
with
he
us
won.
too. Yeah, and then Kaka. We forgot Kaka.
yeah.
Kaká and
2006.
And
Shevchenko,
did we say
Yep.
Shevchenko?
Kaká was
Yeah,
the last
Shevchenko.
one
Yeah.
before the
Jean-Pierre
Ronaldo
Papin,
Messi era.
Jean-Pierre Papin.
But Papen didn't win it with us.
Oh,
Did he win
right,
it
right,
with
right.
us?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know. I can't remember. I think
I
no.
can.
I
I
don't
don't
think
No,
know.
so.
no,
I'm not sure.
Papin. He won it with Marseille. No,
Yeah, he
And
no,
won it
and
with
no,
us.
Johnny
he won it with
Rivera.
Marseille.
Did you guys say
I
Johnny
said
Rivera?
I said
Yeah,
Johnny
Gianni
Rivera.
Rivera.
Yeah, he
Yes,
did. Yeah.
the first Italian Ballon
Yep,
d'Or
Ballon
winner.
d'Or
By the way.
winner. Yeah, he's amazing.
Yeah, so now, so we know. So I see about the big club. My thing at the end of the day, I think you can't buy class, right? You can't buy like you just can't buy like certain things like you can't. When I look at teams like Ajax, yeah, they might not have the biggest budget, but they're still like a classy team to me, just based on their history, their logo,
Yeah.
their fan base. Same like the Dortmund, the Bayern Munich. At the end of the day, it's just there's a certain appeal and aestheticism that I don't think teams like City don't have to me. Like I'm sorry, bro,
But
or Newcastle.
here's
I can't.
here's the problem that I have. I'm sorry to interrupt you. The problem that I have is this: that sadly for us, we entered the Panther era in a very important period,
Time and
commercial,
period. Yeah,
commercial. Yeah,
you're right.
All
because
the
we
young,
The
entered.
all the
internet.
young, everyone on the internet, all the young fans think that we're a
Exactly, no, yes,
terrible
exactly,
club.
exactly this. We missed the period of the internet. We became irrelevant when it mattered the most to be relevant. And clubs like Barcelona, for example, because I have like this hatred for
I
Barcelona
hate Barcelona so much
but
now.
I
I
do.
cannot explain because the problem is that this club that somehow is seen right now like royalty by everyone, this club is not a big club. Like this
No,
club before
no,
Messi used to have one Champions League.
no. Yeah,
Okay, this club had a huge generation, but they were uh, lucky and maybe I don't know, smart enough to take full advantage of this
For
and
advantage.
become
I
a
And you
good
know,
agree.
player.
I actually,
and you
for
know,
the first time, I agree 100% with Red
and
John.
then no,
I
no,
think it's
and you know,
unbelievable.
and you know where I hated Barca the most was 2006, that semifinal, that Shevchenko goal. I'll never forget. That
Oh
got
yeah,
disallowed.
Puyol,
Yeah,
that
I'll
that
bastard.
was
never,
some bullshit
no,
cancel goal, bro.
do. I'll
Unbelievable.
never forget that. I'll never forget until this day that goal is rent free because I was like, that 2006, we were still better. Like we had a run, man. Like that from
Yeah,
'03 all the way to '07. Like Milan, no, bro. Like that made we were good. I'm
Yeah,
sorry, man.
Red John, I actually agree 100%. Like Barcelona's a team, it just bothers me, like because I don't know why. It's like some people talk about them like they're bigger than Real Madrid sometimes. The way
yeah,
people speak
it's
about this
bullshit.
club, like they have like their own. When they go to the museum, they're like, oh, like look at all of Messi's Ballon d'Ors, like a big deal.
Exactly.
And on top of that, they also the way they like show their players like with all like the fancy stuff, the way that they like avoid all their debt, like and act like there's like no problem. That bothers me.
Yeah, but the problem is it bothers me, but I also uh, take the hat off in front of them in the sense that they took advantage. Like they took advantage of an amazing generation that they had to make their club huge. And right
Okay,
now,
can I say why? Oh, sorry, go ahead. Finish.
yeah, like you can look at it right now as well. Right now, Barcelona, after having 5 years of nothingness, almost, you still see people dreaming and saying out loud, "I only want to go to Barcelona." While us, on the other hand, we are fighting with the Leeds and with
Yeah,
the
I can't believe
Newcastle. So for me,
Lewandowski just went to
it's
Barca. Like
such a sad
Barcelona
thing.
attracted him.
Yeah.
But you gotta understand, I think I mentioned that in like another like one of the past streams is that a lot of these guys that want to go to Barcelona, you gotta think at the period they were growing up. Barca started becoming good again, like that season '04, '05, when Ronaldinho came in '03, but that
Yeah.
2004, 2005, when Rijkaard came and he started implementing that style of play, they started getting good. All these players that started growing up during that era, looking up to Barca, you have that will to want to play there at that time because the Lewandowski
But
and all that, they were still
but
young at that time. So
the,
once Milan,
the,
we'll be able to do that. We'll be able to do that. That's what I'm trying to say.
the problem that I see here is that it's not. I don't think that these players dream of playing for Barcelona because of that period. I think they dream of playing for Barcelona because of the image that Barcelona was able to create during this
Was able to create.
last 50
That you're right.
years.
You're
Guys,
right.
They,
You're right.
they,
sorry,
they rebranded themselves.
sorry. Let me say
No,
why.
no.
Go ahead,
Why?
Ruth.
Let me say why I really disagree with the Barcelona thing. The reason why I disagree is because Barcelona is a club that, for I think since the beginning of their history, and just Spanish movement to a football, they're a club that has been looking for this way of playing football, this perfect way of playing football, and they have been obsessive about it. And they have achieved it, and they did it in flying colors. And for me, that is a great
Let me
club because
respond real quick
hold on,
when you're
because
done.
they have done they have cemented themselves as one of the best clubs in the history of the world as far as their impact on football. They have put themselves with Milan, Saki's Milan. They put themselves with
Ah,
Ajax,
yes.
Cruyff's,
Yeah.
and so they have cemented themselves as one of the greats of football. So
Yeah, but
that's what I think.
here's
Can I say what?
here's the
Okay.
okay, I'll go on. Here's the problem. The problem is this, that just having a really good generation and somehow revolutionizing the way football is played does not make you a big club. In the way a big club is defined right now, right? A club that everyone dreams of playing for, a club that has the financial and the popularity that they have right now. Because Milan went through that period as well, right? Ajax went through that period as well. But Milan and Ajax right now are not as big as Barcelona. None of them actually are even close to being as big as Barcelona. So this is my problem with Barcelona, that they had a really good generation. They were able to keep the players. They were able to build on it. They were able to exploit every single opportunity that they were given, right? But other than that, they created themselves, in my opinion, because until 2000 and what 2003, Barcelona had one Champions League and a final that they got absolutely battered by us, even though
Yeah.
they were the
That
favorites
was
to win it.
beautiful.
Yeah.
What a
So
lovely game. I will say this though. I think and this is about like the tiki taka. I think, in my opinion, it only works that well with, especially with like Guardiola, because you have Xavi, Messi, and Iniesta. You have these amazing players. It's not practical, in my opinion, to play that like with for many other teams. So I don't know. I think with Saki's, I mean, yeah, at the time it was revolutionary though.
yeah, but
Yeah,
the problem that I have is that what are we doing? Like, what is Milan doing in order to catch up with teams like Real Madrid and Barcelona? This is what angers me the most.
but
The fact
Milan
that
right.
right now, right now, we are not doing like
The
even
first
the
step,
players.
the first step,
e-
Rajon, is to
e-
sign Evan and Dika. That's the
Listen,
first
guys,
step.
But
but Milan
but
is doing something that can lead them to become. What Milan is doing right
Well, we
now.
won the winning
No,
something
no,
is
no.
already
Hold
a
on,
sure,
first step.
hold on, hold
no,
on. But
sure,
what
for sure.
Milan is doing right now with the system they're doing and the champions we're building, if we can keep these champions, that is the question that we need to find out.
Yeah,
I
but
think Milan can become another great generation that will
listen,
revolutionize football
another
because that's
the
what they're
thing
doing
is,
right now.
I the way I see it is, or at least the way I think I see it, the big picture is this: that even when you talk about the stadium, Milan wants to build a smaller stadium. Even when you talk about, I don't know, getting players, Milan wants to get the unknown players. Even when you talk about making a name for yourself or going and getting the first choice you want to get, Milan fails every time. So these are all things that contribute to lowering your reputation. A reputation that, by the way, is still on the floor right now because of the past 10 years. So what exactly are
When
we
was
doing?
quick question? When
To
was the last trophy Barcelona won? I think they won like
But
one of the Spanish
but
cups, right?
but
Copa
excuse
del
me,
Rey
excuse me,
2
excuse me,
years
excuse
ago.
me, excuse me, guys. But how do you fix that reputation?
Winning in Europe and keep winning in
Keep winning,
Italy.
winning.
Yeah.
And this is how
The
they're
thing
going
is,
to do it. Maldini is the number one football head in football. We have the Messi of directors, so he's gonna keep on producing winning teams. So it's gonna be appealing again.
yeah, but it's in the way I see it. I might be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. The way I see it, the way we are doing things is not sustainable. Like you cannot keep on buying young players forever and
Wait.
winning.
It is sustainable, but you mean like it's not? It's not going to make you a big club, basically. Is what you're saying.
No,
Well, no, no,
no.
no. But the thing that we got to figure out that today we can't answer is whether or not we keep these players. Because it's okay to buy young players that are going to become champions, but they got to become champions, and once they become champions, you got to keep them.
You have to keep them.
So
Yeah,
we don't.
exactly.
We This is what we don't know yet.
I
We need to
thought
find this out.
and
We
honestly,
need to
if
find this out.
InvestCorp came in, I thought that would have been the end of. That would have been the start of something like, maybe a big club, like the
It
start of
might
that sort of
even
trajectory.
what we're doing right now might be the start of something. The problem that I have with this is that what are we going to do next year? Next year we're going to go and buy another young player, right? And then struggle to keep the players we have right now because we as a club we have certain limits financially that we, from the way things are looking, we are not ready yet to uh, to break these rules, these limits, right? So as long as we're gonna do that, and as long as we're gonna keep losing players to the I don't know the Newcastle or
Hey,
Leeds of the
okay.
third,
Juventus
Hey,
even.
so, hey,
hard.
sorry to cut y'all off. Hey, guys, I got work tomorrow, so like, nice chatting with y'all, man. But
Have
Yeah.
a
hopefully,
good
there's more
one.
information that we can come back and chat, man. So have a
Yep.
good one.
Hey,
Yes,
later,
sir.
Clint. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, no
Appreciate
problem.
it.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Red John, it's like even Inter, who's in a terrible financial situation, still finds ways to bring in big players. Like that's a problem.
But I think the thing is
The
I don't
problem,
know. I don't even know if I think we're building to get to that spot anymore because right
but
now the
exactly, yeah.
situation looks very very strange. Right now it's very
Here's
difficult to read the
We
situation.
had so much
here's my
optimism
problem.
before.
My problem is this. First of all, we have to define what does being in a really bad financial shape mean. Like how can I tell a club from another club and tell the difference financially? Which club is healthier financially? If one of the clubs is able to get players and give them good wages, is able to fill all the holes in their team, and the other club was supposed to be financially stable and financially sound, is trying to get this young player, and it's taking 1 fucking month, adding €5, removing €5 from the offer, adding €6 in the end. Like, I struggle to see where this
Well,
financial success is at Milan. I really
it's
struggle to
not.
see it.
The thing is this: Milan is a healthy club, but the healthy doesn't mean you're going to win because in the way that the football is right now, it's not being not unsustainable is one of the only ways you can win like in Europe. Simple as that. And it's rare to win domestically if you're a sustainable club like Milan. So what we accomplish is amazing, but how far, like you said, I'm not sure it's going to be able to take us, to the next steps.
Yeah, the indication is going to be Leo. And if we sell Leo, what do we do with that money? That's going to be the indication.
And also, the only thing that I have is this: that for me, it's very important for the management and the ownership to have mm, the end goal being Milan being the end station for a footballer in their career. In the sense that when a footballer comes to Milan and plays
Yeah.
for Milan, he thinks he reached the top. He cannot go better than this.
Just like Kessie, right? Because
No,
because
we're not there yet.
because
We're not there yet.
I was actually listening to Kessie's interview on the Barcelona channel. Oh my god, it was so painful. Like the Barcelona president was like, and the commentator, they were like, "It's time for Kessie to finally make a move to a big club," like
Yeah,
like stuff like that. Like
exactly.
I want to strangle those people.
Yeah, well, listen, they have every right to say that. We have
Oh,
been
I agree. Yeah,
we
it's
we
true.
have been sleeping for many years, but we need to change this. The perception can only be changed by us and by the
We,
success that we achieve.
yeah, yeah, but the
Juventus
problem
are
is
still seen as a big club, for example.
Juventus is a big club. It's not just seen.
Well,
Juventus,
well, we're talking about perspective here. We're a
I mean,
big club, so all I'm saying is that I use the word "seen" because that's what even
but
doesn't matter what how many
Antonio,
no, but
accolades.
Antonio, but the thing is here, Juventus is still the club that dominated Italy in the last 9 years
I know,
or
So
ten
that's what I'm
years,
saying.
and
I think we
and
can challenge Juventus domestically.
is the club that was the most successful club, the Italian club in Europe in the last 10 years. Is the club that kept Ronaldo for 3 years. Is the club that goes and buys the best players in Italy. Who's the best striker? Vlahovic. Juventus goes and buys him. Yeah, who's the best defender? Bremer. They go and buy him. This is
Yeah.
what establishes a club. This is how big clubs become
yeah,
as well.
Well,
they
hold on.
operate. They
Yes,
operate as a
They
big club.
operate.
I think you're
Exactly.
overestimating the buying buying these players. I think winning is the first
It's
priority.
yes, it is. Winning is the first priority, but the second priority, in my opinion, and very close to it, it's also the way the club presents itself, right? If a club goes and I don't know wants X player, they go and buy the X player. They don't settle for the Zs, for the B, for the C. They go and buy the guy that they want. This is how big clubs operate. This is what makes the difference between I don't know Juventus and
Yeah, that's not gonna happen with
Napoli.
us, though. That's
Yeah.
not how we
Well, that's
operate.
all. The only way we're gonna change that is if we get new owners.
I don't think we're gonna operate that way ever. Even when we become super rich, I think this club, as long as it's with Elliot Redbird and this strategy of doing the mercato, it's never going to change.
Then we will never become a first tier team.
Well, that depends. That depends. That
Well,
depend. It depends on if we keep our champions. Then
if
yes.
you operate, but if you operate like this, players, and if you keep on playing players relatively low wages, you're never going to become the top team because players,
Yes.
I understand, they want to
That
play for
that would
one
have
really good team. Yeah.
that would have to go up. The wage cap would have to go up, but it can go up if they keep on winning. So they got to keep on winning, and in order to win, you gotta splash sometimes. Like right now, this is a very important time when you win a trophy, and then these other teams are like trying to catch up to you. You have to do a very important calcio mercato, and
Yeah, we're definitely like. I mean, if we don't do anything, then you start to risk not making Champions League again. That's the problem.
yeah,
Like if you're completely passive in the mercato, Other teams are improving.
All I'm seeing is this. I'm seeing an Inter that got improved compared to last season. They got Mkhitaryan, they got Lukaku, which in my opinion is the most important piece in Inter's team that they didn't have last season. The Juventus that got stronger, they removed the very much overrated Delict, and they got the best player, the best defender of Serie A with Bremer. They have Vlahovic, they have Chiesa, they got Di Maria. They might get now Zaniolo as well.
Pau Torres too.
We have Roma that got Dybala. That for somehow for us was impossible to pay that wage, but Roma that finished fifth and hasn't played the Champions League in the last 5 years, they can afford him, but we cannot. I see Fiorentina getting better. I see Lazio getting better. I see everyone getting better, and we, even though I rate the Kettler, we are still betting on young players, and this is why I say it's not sustainable. It might be sustainable. We might win next year, but in the long run, you cannot do it, because if it was so that by buying young players every single year, you go on and you become a great club and win, we will see Real Madrid doing it and not spending cash on hazards and on these young kids that cost like 100 million. They would go and buy unknown 20 million, 30 million players. It's not sustainable because we haven't seen it ever working
Now,
in a prolonged period of time.
I have some disagreements with that. And it always goes down to the fact, with the way we are setting up the contracts, you can keep Theo Hernandez up until he's 30. The way we set up his contract, the way we're setting up everybody's contract, we're setting them up so we can always give them more. Leao is the question because he already demands a contract of a 28-year-old, etc., etc. So that's different.
But Roy, there is no such thing as a contract of a 28-year-old. This
Yes,
is where
there
we
is.
disagree.
No,
I don't
there
think
is.
there is such contract. There is no such contract.
Yes, because a 20-year-old with more experience can demand for more money on
Mbappe
his
makes
wages.
right now, as a 24-year-old, makes more than what Modric has made in
Okay,
his
but this
entire
is
career.
outliers because you're talking about a player that has already won a World Cup, has already like put a
Haaland
whole.
then, Haaland. Haaland made at
These
Dortmund
are
more.
outliers. These are outliers. Like we're not getting these players. We're getting players that are still prospects, and we've turned them into champions. Right? So that's a different kind of story. Haaland, Mbappe, that's a whole different tier, a whole different category that we don't have
But
access to that market.
but boy, these players that we cannot renew, they must go somewhere, right? Someone must pay them,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, but
So
yeah, if we
so
can convince
so
them to
so
stay, they're gonna
so,
stay.
so then these players are getting paid what they are asking for.
Of course
What
they are.
what do you mean? But
Yeah,
I mean, look, the the next when Theo Hernandez in 2 years, they're gonna ask him, "Are you gonna renew or you're not gonna renew?" And he's gonna ask for what 6 million. In 2 years, we can give him 6 million. We can go up, right? In theory, in theory. Now, if the club says no, we cap at 4. We only have one player that is going to be at 6. Then yes, then guys, I'm sorry. Then yes, Red John, you're right. So we got to see how it progresses. We got to see how it progresses.
I don't know.
Guys,
The way
Vicha
I
looks
see it
good.
is, the way I see it is that you shouldn't have caps. Like this idea that players somehow uh, get destabilized by the fact that some other guy in the team gets more money than they do. This idea I don't agree with, because we just take a look at all the big teams. They don't have a communist ideology financially there. They pay the best players more money than the rest. They pay De Bruyne twice as much as they pay Gundogan, even though
Yeah,
Gundogan is a very important player for Man City. And I don't see Gundogan making revolts and trying to set fire to the training camp.
but there is upsides to that too. There's pros and cons to that too.
For sure,
Because
for sure.
because
But
because the way things that you they're doing it, they're doing it in a way that they're paying like players sitting on the bench 6 million. Like these players don't have, they have no hunger. They won't fight. They're very happy. You know, they're going to be like Castillo. Castillo was very happy making 2.5, but these guys are making 6. So the way Milan is doing it, they're keeping everybody hungry. They're keeping everybody asking for more. It's a smart way. I think it's a way that is more success driven. I think it makes more sense, and it gives us the ability to create champions. And I mean, right now, guys, if we want to sell our champions, you have to spend more than 100 for Leao. You have to spend a shitload for Theo, Tonali, Benacer, Magnan, Kalulu, Tomori, all of these players. Like, which other team has so many players in Italy or today, even in general? How many teams that have so many players that are north of 50 or 60 million? You know?
Oh my god, guys. Look at this. Manchester City just tweeted a video an hour ago, speaking of their new jersey, inspired by Milan. They put and they quoted us, and this is so funny.
Inspired by Milan, but yeah, because originally the shirt was inspired by Milan.
Yeah, of course. Look at the video they posted. So funny.
I'm on my phone, I cannot. But the thing is, the second jersey of Man City, originally in whenever they did it in the 80s or something like that, was inspired by Sakis Milan or something like that.
I'm gonna pull that up. We just set it up.
Red John, so what are your predictions on Leao? Is he staying? Is he going? Is he coming to Caen and play for Caen, or is he going to stay at Milan?
That's a caller.
I can imagine. You were drunk, right, Red John?
No, I wasn't drunk, but I had some beers. The thing is, I even went late to the stadium because we went to eat something before going there, and I went late, so everyone was waiting for me to go. I had to eat, and then we went, and there was like a huge crowd before us. It was so fucking like everything went wrong there. But then we got the beers somehow, some way after waiting 1 hour in the thing. And then but the stadium was beautiful. Like a lot of Milan jerseys, a lot. Like crazy.
Yep, guys, I'm pulling up this tweet for you. Hold on. Guys, everyone wants to be us. Hold on. Okay, this is the first post ever heard. The one about the red and black stripes, inspired by Milan, made in Manchester. This is their Twitter. You guys can hear this, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Manchester ti amo.
Manchester City lift the FA Cup wearing the red and black stripes, inspired by AC Milan.
Inspired by Milan?
Sì, Milano, international home of style.
What is Manchester, international home of music?
High fashion.
Sports casual.
The Last Supper, Leonardo da Vinci.
Full English with everything by Big Dave, a true masterpiece.
We like to travel in style.
Yeah, we got trams too, pal.
But it always rains in Manchester, no?
You know what? Sunshine follows the thunder.
1899.
1894.
Nesta, Maldini, Inzaghi.
Bell, me, and Somerset.
Who are these guys? Who are these guys?
Pause. That I couldn't. Okay, that one I had to stop right there.
Who is Lee, bro? Who is Lee? Like, who are these
I'm
guys?
sorry, but guys, this is a meme. Hold on. They are. Wait, they must have paid us for this. Like, they must give us some royalties because this is it. They're actually slandering our club legends here. Look at this. Let's. I could not keep a straight face when I saw this. Hold on.
1899.
1894.
Nesta, Maldini, Inzaghi.
Bell, me, and Somerset. The famous red and black stripe.
Summerby.
Yeah. That would be my man. He was a great football player.
Banging goals. All right.
I
They're just showing AC Milan highlights.
Inspired by Milan, made in Manchester.
Nice.
It's
Haaland, guys,
It's-
Erling
it's
Haaland to
copyright.
AC Milan confirmed.
Yeah, confirmed.
Confirmed, guys. Done deal. Done deal.
Come on, guys. We'll take it from there.
Oh, are you serious?
Oh, motherfuckers! What?
Motherfuckers. Those fuckers. Look at I
What do you
hate
mean
this shit.
you'll take it from here?
Guys, we'll take it from there.
Fuck
Okay,
off,
now, see, it was all fun and games, but now I'm pissed off. Now I'm pissed off. And let me show you, there's another one, too. This is just another video, but I don't think this is gonna be, like... More Milan clips. Oh my god, they've lifted the FA Cup.
Yeah, but that's that's the trophies they won at the time. Can you actually Google? Because I'm actually still on my bed.
This is
Can you Google-
disrespectful.
Can you Google what team of Milan did they actually do this jersey in the honor of at the time when they did the
Sure.
jersey?
Okay, I'm actually disgusted now. Like, we'll take it from here. Like, seriously?
In a way, by as things stand right now, they mentioning us, they do publicity to us because they have a far bigger reach socially. Like
I'm
in the
gonna see.
social
I'm
media
gonna look
level.
at the comments of this one real quick. People are like, "Oh my god, this guy said City are bigger than Milan."
Right now they are though.
Yeah, that was kind of embarrassing for them.
Roy, what are your thoughts on this?
No, it's
That
kind of
was embarrassing
embarrassing.
to them. I agree.
It's kind of embarrassing for them. I mean, it's like they're kissing our ass. I don't like that.
Yeah.
It's like, you don't need to kiss our ass. Whatever. You guys admire us. Fuck off.
That really pisses me. Wait, they must have at least tagged us. Hold on. Do they at least follow us on Twitter? Like,
I mean, it's like a very respect. It's like they're giving us our respect, right? They're
Yeah.
respecting the club. It is what it is. I don't know. Should we say thank you? Are we supposed to say thank you to them? I don't get it.
don't worry, we'll knock them out. So,
City is not a team that worries me because they don't play great football. You know, they just don't. City does not worry me at all. I wonder if. I mean, if he can play that same football and then Haaland can add 30 more goals to them, then it's going to be something.
They are gonna win sooner or later. They're gonna win the Champions League. You guys are aware of that, right?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so.
They
I
will.
mean, Red John, do you believe in football heritage at all?
Yes, I do. I do.
Okay, at least you do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I do. But the thing is, though, that football heritage is created as well. It's not God sent. Like if you are consistently a top team, you are gonna win it sooner or later. There's no way to hide from it.
I don't know. I
I
don't
mean,
know.
Red John, I mean, Roy, when
don't
I
know.
say that City have consistently been like late in the Champions League, you know, every year, so
Yes.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna win, because there's a lot of like guys, when there's all these cycles of these teams that are winning, there's always these other teams that for many years come second, come third, come fourth, third, second, and then when their cycle is over, they never won anything. So
Sure.
it can be that.
But now, listen, Roy. But now, add what is the signal, bro? Add now to these teams that have these cycles endless money behind.
Yeah, but the football is poor though, so I don't know. I don't know, man. Uh, the football is poor. Maybe Ireland is going to really bring a new dimension to them,
Fucking Puma football, my
but
ass.
the football is poor. I mean, look at Real Madrid like just outsmarted them. Like it was so easy for Real Madrid to outsmart them.
Roy, Real Madrid was playing with fire though because Liverpool hit the post and they were like attacking them the whole game. So
That is football. You live
yeah,
on
I
the
know
edge.
it is. But
That is
eventually,
football, man.
eventually, the English teams are gonna win. Like that, they won the
Eventually,
year before.
well,
They-
eventually they didn't win. Eventually, the guys with more experience, more intelligence won.
well,
That's
an English team won 2 years ago, so that's just the way it goes.
yeah. I don't say it's a given. I want to see what Holland does, but I don't think it's a given. I don't think it's a given.
It's never a given, but they're gonna be like. I mean, I would say that it's very likely that City are gonna eventually win one if nothing changes.
It's
Maybe,
in my opinion, unavoidable.
maybe.
Both
I
City and
wouldn't say that.
PSG.
I wouldn't say that.
Both
Unavoidable,
City
no, I
and
don't think so.
it's unavoidable because the thing is, these teams that you mentioned before that have cycles, they run out of luck at the point, and they
No,
cannot keep up with the rest. And the
no,
problem
because
is,
I told you earlier, like there's like even when Milan was winning, there's other teams there. Because Real Madrid was trying to win, and they
yeah,
tried to win, and then they had to change everything, new cycle.
yes, and
So
they won in the end.
okay, but after they changed everything, so
Yes, but listen, Roy,
this this Man City, I don't see them winning. I don't see
what
them.
I'm
Hey
trying
guys,
to
by the
say.
way, oh sorry, go ahead, Rejon.
No, what I was trying to say is this: that Real Madrid eventually won, even when we were winning, because they had the financial sustain, or they were financially powerful to
Even
to
look,
hold to hold on being second.
yeah, even look at Juventus in period where we were winning. They were trying to win like hell. Barcelona was trying to win. Manchester United was trying to win. Okay, yeah, I get it. Maybe they are going to win. I am not seeing that. I'm not seeing anything special from any European football team right now. Nothing, zero.
Hey guys, no, I just want to say, guys, T minus 40 hours until we get.
CDK.
Well, no. This is Sanchez ultimatum.
Oh, Sanchez. Does Real Madrid scare you if Milan play them right now? I think
Yeah,
Real Madrid are way too expert to beat right now, especially for our youngsters. But if we can be a little bit lucky, I think we can beat them because we have an incredible.
well, yes.
Roy is the
If we,
master of optimism.
No, because
if we get lucky, yeah.
we have an incredible spirit and an incredible defense that is going to get better and better. So watch out, Real Madrid. Watch out, Real
with
Madrid.
with luck, even that team Sheriff won against them. So yeah,
Yeah, okay, we're not sheriff.
Guys, United are interested in Ndika as well, and like since Milan is, but they've been interested in him for a while now, and Milan of their interest has scared some English journalists.
What?
Like English journalists are writing like, "Oh, AC Milan on long time United transfer target," but they just got another defender. So
Guys, look at Man City right now. Look at the reverence they have for Milan. Guys, you got to remember when Milan is back in the Champions League, the aura. This is the devil. Everybody fears the devil. It's just a matter of time. We got to be patient. We got to go through some turbulence. It is what it is.
wait, Rachel, did you see Ndika? Do you like him?
yes, he's a really good player, and I think he is perfect for Piotr's system because he is tall, left-footed, and he is fast.
Yep.
He's a really good player.
Yeah, everyone agrees.
but I think he's gonna cost like 20 million if we go
Yeah.
behind.
That's
That's-
nothing.
I know.
That's nothing.
It's nothing, but it's everything for us.
Oh my god, dude, this is
but-
the best player I've seen all summer. Best player I've seen all summer. That we are linked to.
Did you actually watch some highlights of him? Because
Yes.
he was
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
best player for Frankfurt last season.
Yeah, he is the best player I've seen so far. That is realistic.
He was voted the best in the Europa League final by many
Yeah.
people. He's 6'4", left-footed.
Yeah.
He's
Super
amazing.
fast.
Dribble,
Very
he can
good.
dribble. He can play left to back as well.
Yeah. So therefore, I think we're not gonna get him because we have to spend money to get him, and spending money is not what to do.
I think they're idiots not to. If it's only 20 million and they don't spend 20 million on him, if that is true, I doubt that is
They're
true.
estimating 20 to 30 million. Yeah.
I think
It's
if they
not-
don't spend the money for this, then these guys are just morons.
It's probably even less than 20 million because this guy is on his last year of contract.
Oh yeah,
Next
exactly.
season- Next season, he is for free.
Hey, listen, quick question here. SSB 28. Do you think
Oh, and-
Barca?
He's 22 years old, by the way. So
Exactly,
he's
yeah.
perfect for it.
Yeah. Hey guys, question from the chat. Do you think Barca is back? Barcelona fans say they will compete for UCL next season. I think their whole financial situation is playing with fire right now. I think yes, they can
Yeah.
compete for UCL. I saw their formation today. It looks incredible. So yeah, 100%.
I don't say that a club is back until they've done something.
Yeah, but
But based on the team, yeah, they've got a
The
very
team is
competitive
crazy.
team.
that team is crazy. That team is really good. Like,
Yeah. They need some more defensive signings, but yeah.
Saif says, the hate on City and PSG, didn't we kind of do the same at certain runs with Berlusconi in the early 2000s also? And also Real Madrid Galacticos, it was free spending. I think it's different because Berlusconi was really putting together an incredible team, incredible story. Like City and PSG just look so just so plastic. It looks so plastic. I don't see a real football project there.
Hey guys, the friendly with Marseille. I'm looking at Milan's friendly schedule. Our last friendly against Marseille, that's going to be a good game, I think. Because Marseille are probably the second best league on side. And they're also a Champions League team, right?
probably, but we're gonna struggle with Marseille
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, hopefully we don't, but yeah.
because not because they're a good side, but because they started the preseason like 2 weeks ago, so they're gonna be ahead with the physical preparation. Same as with Inter.
Well, they are.
Inter-
And they're a Champions League side, so.
when
they're
Inter
top
played
five.
Monaco was just in better shape.
They're the biggest club in France.
Them or Dion
They've won a UCL.
against us, those fuckers.
Yeah.
And actually, they should have been banned, but whatever.
Yeah, that was crazy.
They should
We're
have been
missing out.
banned because they kind of broke the rules because in the league before the final, the other team and Marseille had an agreement to just not play hard against each other. So basically, they went to play a friendly in the league, but whatever.
I can't believe Tudor is their coach now.
Yeah, we also got disqualified by Europe because of a match against Marseille, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I think
Right,
so.
Roy? That we refused to enter the match after one of the lights got broken or some shit like that.
I don't know. I've not heard about that.
Hey, Roy.
Marseille? I didn't hear about that.
Yeah,
Hey, Roy, it's
we
getting.
we got banned. I'm sorry, we got banned from Europe because we refused. They were winning 1-0. Then one of the lights at the stadium somehow broke or whatever. They fixed it and then they asked us to come and continue the match. We said no and we got disqualified and banned from Europe for 1 year. And actually, I've also seen an interview of Maldini saying that that's one of the moments he regrets, not entering the pitch and not convincing the team to go back and play the match.
Wow, never heard of that. That's awesome.
Guys, I'm gonna sign off because it's getting late over here. But yeah, I'm gonna keep
Alright.
listening to you guys. I just can't really speak. But yeah,
Yeah,
hopefully we can have another stream tomorrow for Milan news, Roy.
Yes, tomorrow is the day. Is the CDK day.
Yeah.
Tomorrow
I'm a
is
little busy, but
CDK day.
like an earlier stream would be good.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do it in the morning. Morning stream.
Yeah, I can say like 10, 20 minutes more, because then I have to work. So, yeah.
All right.
All right. See you guys.
Later.
Have a good day.
So Red John, what? So this Indika guy is he? How come Bayern is not after him?
I don't know. I don't know.
Because I'm sure by what I've seen, they must talk really well about him in Germany because he looks
You know,
incredible.
he's the best player of Frankfurt. Like last season, he was the absolute best, and the season before that, he was really, really good as well. He's been like really a really good defender in the last 3 seasons at least.
What position does what position did Frankfurt finish?
In the league, seventh, I think,
Okay,
if I'm not mistaken.
all right, yeah, 22 years old, crazy feet. Uh, man,
He's
I
not
think
he's not really good with his feet, to be honest. Like passing is not really his big
he makes
thing, but
mistakes passing.
yeah, like
Really?
not that he makes mistakes passing, but you won't see that guy doing crazy good long balls, for example, or opening the play
Well, his
or stuff
dribbling
like that.
is incredible.
Yeah, yeah, he's super agile.
Um, yeah, very interesting player. If we get him, I think it will be a super catch.
In
I
my
hope so.
in my the way I see it, our Mercato is a 10 out of 10 if we get these players. If we get
Yes. Yeah.
CDK, if we get Ziyech, Renato Sanchez, and Ndicka.
I don't see ZH coming in, man.
Wow, it's for me it's crazy that we're gonna start next season again with the same right wing.
I think that's a stretch. It could happen. I don't know. Right now, it looks like everything is suggesting either one or the other. I don't know if that's true. That could be false. ZH obviously wants more money. I think ZH is happy to stay at Chelsea if he will stay there because he makes a lot of money. I don't know. Like I don't have much faith right now in Milan when it comes to players with high wages. CDK is asking for 2.3 million. That's
Yeah.
easy for Milan. Renato
Hmm.
Sanchez, we've seen what's happening. Renato Sanchez wants to go to PSG. Ndika, I think, is possible because I don't think he has any. He can't ask for more than 2 million for
No,
2.3
no,
million. Yeah.
we can. We can, but the problem with him is that we have to spend cash in order to get him.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's his last year of contract.
Yeah.
Man, what a cat! Man, that would be incredible. What a what a steal that would be. What a
To
steal.
be fair, Hans has been talking about him non-stop for like a month now.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never heard Hans talk about him, except for
Oh
when he
yeah.
mentioned him the other day. I mean, today or
No, he has been talking when we were linked with Bopan. He would always say that Ndika is a lot better than Bopan.
oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
No doubt, no doubt,
Just-
no doubt. Listen, you follow the conversations with that crazy guy Floki. He's obviously crazy. He's obviously a little bit strange
yeah.
strange in the head.
It's a fact. Yeah.
It's a fact. Yeah.
Yeah.
And but also Laert and his Origi will score 100 goals. Like where I don't know, man. What the hell is going on here?
No, it's people trying to be hopeful. Like I don't expect Origi to be like this great player all of a sudden, right? But I expect him to be functional in our team. Like I expect him to score 15 goals, not because he was great, but because the team functions well. This
Yeah.
is the way I think.
Yeah, I think that's a balanced way to look at it. I mean,
Yeah,
to assume that you're having a player that is going to like score 20 goals in one season and just be
yeah.
this
I don't think
superstar is like what the? It's like come on, bro.
I,
I don't know.
I don't think he will, because the thing is we have seen him in other leagues as well. We have seen him in Germany and he failed. We have seen him in France and he failed as well. Well, we have seen him with Belgium and he has scored like something ridiculous, like 4 goals or something
Three
like that.
goals, 3 goals for
3
Belgium
goals, yeah,
in 30
yeah.
something games.
So this is clearly not the Lewandowski of Milan, right? This is just
Yes, yeah.
a stopgap.
Now the thing is, like, they're saying that if he does score 20 goals, they're saying I should apologize to them. But I think if he scores 20 goals, we got lucky, man. We just got lucky because there's no indication that this guy's going to score 20 goals.
Yeah, like as I always say this, like it's blind faith. If you say he will score 20 goals next season, you are just saying a random number. You might as well say 40. You might as well say 10. You're just saying a random number. There's no reason for you to think that he will score 20 goals next season. And because I myself, I say he might score 15 goals. But I say that because I think he is younger than Giroud. Even though he is not as good as Giroud, he is younger than Giroud and he can make runs. And our team sometimes lacks that striker that is able to make runs and go behind the defender and take a defender with him with speed. This is the reason why I think he might actually score 15 goals. But even that is a stretch. Like I have no evidence. This is me putting blind faith on a guy that has done nothing to deserve the blind faith.
Yeah, and listen, Eastbourne, I have a lot of faith in Origi, but I have a lot of faith in what he's going to be able to do, and it's just it is what it is. I mean, if he can even do 15 goal contribution, I mean that's a really good season for him. You know, that's a really good season for him if you look at his history. So that is what I'm expecting. I'm expecting 15 goal contribution. That's what I'm expecting. If he can score more, great. But I'm not expecting him to score 8 goals like he has done in all his career. If he scores 8 goals, and we're paying this guy 4 million, then what the fuck are we doing? He has to score at least 14, 12, 13, maybe a bunch of assists, get to 15, 16 goal contribution. For what we're paying him, it's a must. But this guy has never done it, so, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Are you excited for CDK, Joe?
No,
Nice. I like that. Why?
I'm not. Because he's a kid, man. We are getting a kid. Like I'm not excited about a player that we have to grow. He might become the next Kaká, but I wasn't excited when Kaká came either.
True. I wasn't either.
Yeah,
I wasn't either when Kaká came. I thought,
yeah, of
okay,
course. Like no one was.
yeah.
Like I have to watch him play, and him. It has to take. I don't know him being amazing, like Kaká was in that friendly, for me to
Yeah.
get excited.
Yeah, exactly. Do you think you can do that?
It's hard, man. It's hard because he's not the type of football player that I don't know, or I have as the role model in my mind. Like in my mind, the Cam should be a dribbler and should be fast paced, should be a long shot taker. Like he's not that guy. Like I understand that he's really good, a great passer, a goal scorer, yada yada yada. But I don't know. It's hard for me to get excited, even when I watch his highlights. Like I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah. It is true. Yeah. Even though we were watching his highlights earlier, he was scoring some nice goals, but it's a strange signing. Am I excited about it? At this point, yes, I am, because I know we're getting him. So now the project, it seems like okay, we got a project going on here. So I'm excited about the prospect because it's almost official at this point. So I feel like it's official. So I'm excited about the prospect. I'm really curious to see what he how he can do. But yeah, I agree. It's not like a signing that you're going to just like go, wow, incredible. That's amazing,
From
you know?
from the names connected to us so far, the only name that excites me is Sanchez.
Yes, yeah. And for me,
Because
actually, this Indica, actually.
yeah, but, like he is also a really really good signing, dude, but he's also in itself a prospect
Oh
because
yeah,
he's going from from a smaller team to a bigger team, to a bigger stage. He's 22 years old, right? But
Yeah.
Sanchez is the guy who uh, has already done these passes when he was 16, 17, 18.
Yeah.
And also, I've seen Sanchez dominate our whole midfield.
Yep. No,
Not just
Sanchez is
dominate,
great.
but play with us. Like, he destroyed us that game.
Yeah, he's incredible. As far as Ziyech goes, if I look at it, what he did with Ajax, and let's say if he can get
Yeah.
those kind of numbers, then like we're talking about then we're talking about really high level shit.
Uh, uh,
Really high level.
with Ziyech is a little bit more complicated because I think Ziyech, uh, he is not the player to bring me the excitement, but I just think we need a better player in the right wing, man. I
Who?
understand that you love Salamakers and you love Messias,
I love
but I
Salamakers.
just think we need a player that scores goals, a
Who would
player
you
that
get?
creates chances. I would have I don't know, a fast player. I would have Rafinha, the guy that Barcelona got.
Rafinha, but Rafinha
Yeah.
doesn't have great numbers at
What? He
in his
doesn't have
history.
what?
He doesn't have great numbers.
Yes, but he is the type of profile that I like on the wing.
I haven't
Like a
seen him.
fast,
I haven't even seen his highlights, so I really
yeah.
don't know.
He is a fast winger that dribbles a lot. While Ziyech is more like Suso. Do you remember Suso? Suso used to do the same thing. And Ziyech more or less does the same thing as Suso used to do, but with better output.
So Rafinha is a guy that runs forward, and Ziyech is a guy that cuts in, kind of thing. Is that
Yeah,
what you're saying?
yeah, exactly. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So here's a highlight of Rafinha. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, man. For me, we need to get Belotti and Barella. Belotti
Barella,
and Berardi.
Berardi. Berardi, for example, is similar to Ziyech in that aspect. But Berardi also cuts inside.
Berardi does both, though. He does both. He's balanced. He doesn't have super pace, yeah,
Yeah,
but he does both. I mean, I think Ziyech is more like even more specialized than Berardi. Because the one thing for sure, Ziyech has much more quality on his left foot than Berardi.
yeah.
That's for sure.
And at this point, I wouldn't even mind Belotti, to be honest.
Really? Wow.
But because what's the alternative? The alternative is Ibra. Like I don't even understand why we signed Ibra again. Why did we renew Ibra?
Why? To
Why? Why did we?
to make the kids happy.
Yeah, man. But we are like that guy that is trying to learn how to ride the bike, but he always keeps those side tires or
Yeah.
whatever they're called. Like even though we know how to ride the bike, now we keep them just in case.
But I agree with you. I would definitely get Belotti. He's free. He's free. He's not gonna his have Origi, Belotti, Giroud in that three there. I
Yeah,
mean,
and
it's good.
let them fight it out. Like the best
Yeah,
player play.
exactly. I agree. I 100% agree with that at this point because right now Belotti is like Juventus is like okay, well listen, I mean we need another striker. We're going Belotti. Juventus is pushing for Belotti, and some other team. Roma is pushing for Belotti, so we might as well get him. Okay, so he plays on the
Yeah.
left, or he plays on the right. So this is the right. He's got the silky Brazilian feet. Did you see Vicha Varaskelia?
With Napoli, he scored like 2 goals and had an assist as well, or something like
And he
that.
scored another incredible goal in the last game he played.
He is also really, really good.
Yeah, but he's on the left.
Yeah,
You know.
he's a left winger. That's the problem.
Yeah.
How much did Napoli pay for him?
I think it was because of the war situation. It's something
Hmm.
like 10 million, and then they
10
have
million.
yeah,
But for 10 million, we should have got him. What the hell?
yeah, man. And that's what I was saying. It's like, what the hell are we doing? We're sleeping. Like, what the fuck? What's going on with this club, Rejar? I'm starting to believe that maybe you're right, Rejar.
About
That,
what? I'm always
maybe
right, but
that maybe
for which
you're right. That this club is a bunch of what's the word? A bunch of morons.
no. The thing is, we should. The club is as big as you make it to be. Like right now, we are making ourselves a small club. I don't know.
He's good. I'm not. He's not giving me the kind of vibes I got when I saw Ndika. When I
Hmm.
saw Zlozek, or whatever the fuck his name is, Halzek,
Yeah.
and Vicevarashkiya. But he's really good. He's
Yeah,
really
I
good.
guess we will see more of him at Barcelona because they paid like 70 million for him.
Yeah, he scored a really nice goal today, actually.
Oh,
Like, he's obviously good.
they paid against Inter Miami, if I'm not wrong, right?
Right, yeah. He scored a really nice
How
goal.
much? What was the final score?
6-0. Inter Miami
Uh,
took only one shot. One shot.
6-0. All right. The training match.
Yeah, Kessie was in a 4-3-3. Kessie was there in the middle of the
Hmm.
midfielders.
Was
Wow.
it good?
Yeah, that midfield is incredible. I mean, against Miami, they had the ball for 70% of the game.
Yeah.
Possession, possession, possession. So they're
Did Higuain play?
Higuain.
Yeah.
Saif says no. Oh, for Miami? No,
Yeah.
no, I don't think so. I don't even remember.
Good.
I didn't see him. Saif says Barcelona's winning the Champions League.
Nah, I don't think they're winning the Champions League, but I think they're gonna be there. Like,
I think
uh,
Juventus is winning the Champions League.
right. Might
Because
as well say
Juventus has the
Milan.
best team in Europe right now.
Right. Not taking the bait.
Come on, Red
No.
John. Disagree
Not
with me.
taking. I
Disagree
ain't
with me.
taking it. Yes, they are. Forza Juve. Forza Juve.
No, I'm being serious. I mean, right now, in
Yeah.
Juventus in Europe has the best team.
So am I. I'm being serious as well. Forza Juve.
No, you're not being serious. You're not being serious.
What are you talking about? Man?
You're not being serious.
To
Nobody has
remind
a.
me, remind me of the Juve song so we can sing it together.
No, I never sang that song. I don't even. I forgot even
Yeah.
it existed.
Yeah.
But Juventus this year has to fight to win the Champions League. Do you agree with me? Huh? Right?
I'm not falling for that fate. Right.
Wait,
I'm
wait,
not
hold on.
falling.
Do you think that they're not obligated to fight for the Champions League?
What are you talking about? They're
You don't
obligated to get out of the group stage. That's what they're
really,
obligated.
really. That's it. You think
Yes.
you think that's
Same
all
as we are.
that's their obligation
Yes.
to get out of the group stages.
Yes. Same as ours. That's our
What about
obligation.
Inter?
Same as Inter.
So that's it. So we get out of the group stages, we play 2 games, and then we go home, and that's a good season.
No, we might get lucky in the round of 16 and beat and get a smaller team, and that way we go another round.
What about you?
Same, same goes for you.
So you're telling me Juve with a Tridente, Chiesa, Di Maria, Vlahovic are supposed to fear anybody?
Yes,
Who?
everyone.
What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about, dude?
What are you talking about?
Come on, man. With an offensive line like that, a defense like that,
What he's talking
a
about?
history like that, they
What
have everything
history?
they need to go far.
What history? I
You
have
know,
seen more. I have seen Milan win more Champions Leagues than Juventus has won in their
no,
entire
I think we're gonna go. I think we're
existence.
gonna get to the semifinals this time around. Yeah,
We or Juventus?
us, Milan.
I doubt it.
Huh?
I doubt it.
What? Why?
Who are you going to go to the semifinal with? The Cutler, the
Yeah,
San
yeah,
Matrix, and
yeah,
Origi.
yeah, yeah.
No, no.
Yeah. But the funny part that you forgot to say about all the others, the important ones.
You have to score goals in order
Yeah, but
to fight.
you
No.
forgot to say Tomori, Chiari, Kalulu,
Yeah,
Hernandez,
you have to score
Calabria,
goals.
Florenzi, Mike Magnan, Benacer, Tonali,
Yeah.
Ali, Pobega, Leao,
Yes,
Giroud.
the problem is that in the Champions League semi-final, you meet teams that don't have holes in their teams. And I just told you holes in our team.
Well, let's see who we get. Maybe we get Sanchez. Maybe we get Indica. Maybe just
If we get Sanchez, Ndika, um,
that's it.
Ziyech,
No, no,
Ziyech,
no, no, no.
Decathlon,
Take Zicha out of there.
no, no. If we get Sanchez, Ndika, Ziyech, and Decathlon, we might
That is,
somehow end up in the semi-final.
you're being too optimistic on the Mercato. Take Zicha out of there.
I am
Just put.
because I refuse to believe that our management is gonna go for the third year in a row with a mediocre right wing. Like I refuse to believe it.
So Safe agrees with me, right?
What does he agree with?
He says Bayern, Juve, or Barca, one of them is winning. I agree with this. I
Say
agree
if
with this.
when did you start taking crack, man? What is this?
I agree with this. Juve is putting together a team that is just too good
Yeah,
if you are the coach of that team, you're playing to win everything.
Juventus
Scudetto, Coppa
has put
Italia,
together.
and Champions League.
Juventus has put together a really, really good team for Serie A. Like I think they're gonna win the Serie A, but I don't think they have a good enough team to compete in Europe.
No, no. They're not going to win the Serie A. They're not going to win the Serie A. They're going to win the champ. They're going to go far in the Champions League. That's going to be what's going to save Allegri. This Serie A, Milan is going to win it because we got to win that second star. We got to win that second star, and we can't joke around. We can't mess around about it.
Man, we cannot win with the current team that we have right now. We cannot. We fight for top four. We cannot do anything better than that.
What?
That season we won because everyone downgraded. This season teams are upgrading,
Uh,
and also, uh, most of the top teams had a new coach. Right now, it's going to be the second year with the same
yeah, it's going to
coaches.
be more difficult. I've said that
Yeah,
too. It's
yeah.
definitely going
So
to be more difficult.
you have to uh, upgrade your team in a very meaningful way. We are not doing that.
Mm, well,
We are once again
For the Serie A, maybe we are.
how
Well, because we already have champions in the team.
sure, but how did you upgrade the team?
Well, if we can get CDK and
Uh-huh.
he is a 30 million. I mean, goddamn, if you're fucking paying this guy 35 million, he better be a fucking good player. Like,
No, but you are
man,
paying
what the fuck are we doing?
you are paying 35 million for what he could become. You are not paying 35 million for what he is.
Yeah, right. So I
Yeah.
think that
Did, did you really upgrade for next season? That's the
look,
question.
okay, I agree with you. I agree with you. My thing is that the players that we already have are just so good already, and they're all little champions, and they're still growing. For me, it's going to be like all new signings. We're going to see a Tonali that we've never seen before. We're going to see a Leao that we've never been seen before. We're going to see Kalulu that we haven't seen yet. Theo Hernandez is
Or
probably going to do.
or some of these guys won't have a great season. Who knows? There is no guarantee that every season they become better. We have seen them. The first season of Baca with Milan, he scored like what, 25 goals, something
Oh,
crazy,
Baca.
and
But
he
that's
never scored anything similar to that again.
but that is I don't know. Baca is not a good example.
No, but I'm just telling you that if you have a good season and you are
But
still young, doesn't mean that next season you're gonna do better.
but
You can
Baca
do
was not young, or was he? How old was he when we got him?
uh 24, 25. I don't remember.
Are you
Yeah,
sure about this?
no, no, I'm not sure.
because I mean, I'm talking the players that we got. We got them when we're 20, 21. Like we got babies. We literally got babies that still can't grow a beard. I don't know if Baka came so young to me. I mean, Baka
I
before.
don't remember this.
Okay,
I don't know.
Baka. Check this out. Baka before joining Milan had already played for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, how many fucking
I think he
seasons?
was 29 when he joined us, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. It was in his later stage. Yeah. Man, he has a great career, though. A lot of goals. If you want to see his numbers, really, really good. But anyway, I mean, I'm talking about these youngsters, like, yeah, maybe Brahim Diaz is not going to grow, but maybe he is because he's a youngster. And if
Uh,
the
did you watch?
projection says he
It,
is.
it's hard to say he's gonna grow after watching him play against Köln.
I thought he looked great.
No, you didn't, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah. He got the assist. He got a beautiful assist.
Yeah, he a beautiful
Wait.
assist.
Hold on. What did he do that was bad? Like he almost never lost the ball.
I'm so he was struggling to keep up physically, like as in to run. He
Okay, but
was
it's
the-
preseason,
he
bro. It's
was
preseason.
like two. We had two static players in the team.
You
Every
said it
time,
yourself.
what?
Preseason.
No, but for Köln, it was preseason as well. They started same as us. This was the first friendly they had, same as ours. The thing is
Yeah,
that
he looked fine for me, man. He looked fine.
what?
I mean, from the TV, he looked fine. I mean, you were there. You
I
saw
don't
him.
know. From the stadium, he looked.
What?
I don't want to say lazy, but like sometimes he just didn't want to run. And also, is that's not even the main problem. The problem with him is decision making. It takes him 30 minutes to make up his mind. Get the ball on a counter, Diaz takes 50 minutes. Even the assist that he got, he gave the ball too late to
No,
Giroud.
he didn't. No, he didn't. It was
Come
perfect.
on.
The timing was perfect.
The thing is, they even had this point of view camera in the thing, and you could see when Giroud got the ball, he had no chance of
I
scoring.
anal.
Actually,
I
uh
analyzed it. It was perfect.
he scored from a deflection because he
I
had
know.
no
Giroud got lucky.
no. Yeah,
Well, listen, Brahim Diaz is gonna have a great season, so you better start putting together your apologies and all that shit,
my
man.
days.
It's gonna
I don't-
happen.
but I don't care. Like I love being wrong. It happens so like
So rarely, huh?
so rarely anyway. So
Yeah.
I'm happy it happened.
No, Brahim Diaz is gonna become a top player this season, and so is Salamakers.
We are literally paying 35 million for a youngster just not to start Brady Diaz, and I have and I have to listen to you telling me that he's gonna have a great season.
Nah,
Do
but
these
that's
guys
not.
not have
That's
eyes?
not
That's
why
what
we're getting CDK. That's not why
right,
we're getting.
right.
We're getting CDK because we need to build on the team that we already have.
Because he's blonde and tall, and Hans really likes him. That's why.
But listen, like it's better to have a team with two great champions like Brahim Diaz and CDK than not. What? It's not funny, bro. It's true.
I hope CDK better do better than Diaz, because otherwise I'm gonna be here stomping on him. Like
So you
I don't
you read
care.
you already made up your mind that Brahim Diaz is just not going to be a good player, huh?
No, no. The problem is that I have same as Origi. Like, try to understand my point. Same as Origi.
But
I have
that
no
can't
reason.
apply.
I have no reason to think that Origi is gonna be great next season. This class player, and the same goes for Diaz. I have no reason to think that Diaz might become great.
But
And
there's a
in both
flaw in your
and
analysis.
in both cases, Origi might score 50 goals next season, and I might be wrong. Not actually, he might score 50 goals, and I would still not be wrong in assuming that he won't score 50 goals. Because I have no reason to believe.
But there's
Same
a
with you.
flaw in your analysis.
What's the flaw?
You're not accounting for experience and age.
Yeah, Origi has better chances of doing better next season than Diaz does because
Why?
Origi is 20, because he is 27. He is entering the prime years of a striker.
But at 27, you already should see a projection because at 27, you've played eight, almost eight. Some players already nine. Some players six, seven seasons.
Ibra
Right?
scored more goals after his 30s, after he became 30, than before he became 30.
Okay, but Ibra, we saw that he had that crazy talent already. He was carrying teams
Yeah,
on
sure, I
back of his
agree.
shoulder
I agree.
from when he was young. Brahim Diaz is now 23. We're going to find out who this kid is, man.
Yeah, but
And
the
watch
thing is
out
that
because you're going to regret a lot of the things you say, man.
the thing is that Brahim Diaz is 23 and he's leaving off of his past. The fact that he was in the academy of City and Real Madrid, because we have not seen anything from Brahim Diaz to suggest that he's going to be this great player. It's just blind faith.
That is not true.
We have not seen it.
Players with that kind of talent, with that kind of
What
technique,
kind of talent? What kind of technique?
bruh,
When have you seen it?
the guy writes poems with his feet, man. What are you talking about?
Right, right.
Have you seen how he
Before,
control?
before or after someone comes and smashes him on the ground, while he
Nobody's
is
gonna
trying to
smash him again.
while he is trying to decide if he should pass the ball to the fucking empty Giroud right next to him.
Listen. You think Maradona wasn't on the ground all the time?
Maradona was on the ground. When Maradona played, defenders have had guns in the field.
Okay, so Maradona was on the ground a lot too, yeah, but he still got to
Yeah,
do
but
his things.
he had to play against Maldini with a shotgun. Of course, he was on the ground. Right now, you cannot be touched by other players, or it's a foul. And somehow, still, everyone smashes Brahim on the floor.
Listen, he got an assist already. He got an assist against Cole. No,
This is
that's
like, hey,
offensive output. This is what he
hey,
needs to do. Offensive output.
listen. Do you know when sometimes there's like a long shot goal, and the guy who just randomly passes the ball to the guy next to him gets an assist because his teammate.
No, that is so
This
disingenuous.
this is the assist that Brahim Diaz got
That
there.
is
He,
first of all, those are assists
he,
too, but that is so disingenuous because Diaz
he gave,
had
look at this. Put the goal of Giro, the second goal. Put it.
look. Okay,
I
yeah,
want to see it.
he had an incredible turn with the ball. I'm not sure whether he
No,
touched.
the ball touched the defender or
Yes,
the
yes,
guy.
but his turn was great. It was perfect.
What turn, man? He just followed the ball. Come on, man.
What are you talking
Look at
about? His turn was great.
look at Rebic. This is intelligence, football intelligence.
Okay,
The
come
assist of Rebic.
on, man. If rabbits, that's circus football. I mean, I have things to say about Colin actually.
And by the
Uh,
way, Rebic, I like him a lot from the stadium. Like he was running 24/7. That guy is on crack.
hold on, let's get to this goal. Let me prove you wrong.
Please do.
Let me prove you wrong for the millionth time. For the millionth time.
Right.
Oh, here it is.
Look at this. Look at this. Oh my God. This.
Okay, here it is. Okay. Man, the stadium was empty, huh?
No, no. Wait, what?
There was one part of the stadium that was empty.
There's no way. Maybe it was down from my side that it was empty. I have no idea.
Like this
Because
part here
from my
behind these players.
from my perspective, it was super full.
Oh, below you probably. Yeah, you can see.
Yeah, below me probably.
Okay, the goal is coming. So great recognition of where the ball is. Great movement. It's coming up here. So I want you to analyze it properly. Here we go.
That's what. Is this a full game or what's going on?
Yeah, full game. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Look at that. Great turn there.
Super
One
random.
touch,
Yeah?
two.
Okay.
Looks at Giroud, waits for Giroud to get into space, and now perfect pass. Giroud, lucky shot. Goal.
It wasn't as late as I thought it was, the pass, but still, the pass was too much to the side. He should have, because Giroud made the run to go in between the defenders.
No, he didn't. He made the run to open up the on the
Yes, it
on
did.
the. Come on, my man. What?
Man,
Wait, hold on.
come on, bro.
Hey, listen.
Come on.
He opened up for he opened up on the wing. What are you talking about?
In the last part, so he wouldn't be caught
Yeah,
offside.
look. He goes inside and then he cuts outside. There.
Here's where
Perfect. That's where you
Diaz,
pass the ball, right there. Now.
no, Diaz should have passed it before.
No, he shouldn't have.
Yes,
Where?
he should have.
Hold
Listen,
on. Where should he pass the ball? Where?
Giroud goes to the side so he doesn't get caught off of side. So he gives a little bit more space.
Wait.
From
That's why you think he went on the side because he didn't want to get caught offside.
yes, because if he continued to run at that position,
Yeah.
he would be ahead of the defenders before Diaz passed the
So
ball.
you think he run to the side because he wanted to?
No.
Go ahead.
No. He ran to the side because
Why? Yeah. Why did
the,
he run
the
to the side?
because the through ball was not possible anymore, and if he continued to run, he would be offside. So he goes now to the side and opens another set of play by going to the side. But Diaz passing the ball there was useless, and
Oh,
the
mamma
goal
mia!
and the goal came out of a lucky deflection. Like,
Red
don't
John,
make this somehow become uh,
Red John. Okay, so here's the situation. Let me explain this. Okay, let me explain this.
explained.
Okay, this is called dynamics of play. All right, this is what you're gonna see right now. Okay, all right here. Okay, first thing that we do, look at Giroud. He cuts in the middle, classic move. Now Giroud is looking at where he's going, and yeah,
Okay.
you're saying he should have done this movement. Giroud does not have it. Giroud does not flash, so he can't do that. So what he does here, they're looking at each other. He's going inside while he's going outside. He's going to bait this in. He's going to open up the defenders right there. And here, maybe you could have passed it forward right there, but the pass anytime here is good. Any
No,
perfect
but
pass.
yeah, but listen, when Diaz passed the ball, Giroud was already covered by a defender, and the other defender was in position
No,
to
because you are assuming that Giroud is going to outpace the defender. So it was the right decision because Giroud is not going to outpace the defender. He's not going to outpace the defender. Like right there, that's when you're saying he should have passed it.
yeah,
But,
he should have passed it
look
too.
at it. Look at the body of the defender. The defender has the advantage. He can make the run in. So at that
No, but
point,
no, but
at that point,
Giroud is already running there.
yeah. But
So,
but the defender has already
so
covered this position.
no, but Giroud has the
Yeah.
momentum there. But
No,
Giroud has the
no. The moment Giroud is behind him. First of all, he's behind him, and also Giroud is not Mbappe, man. He's not Mbappe. So, it's like right here, Giroud cannot outpace him. There's no way, unless Giroud becomes Mbappe. So Giroud, with his pace, with his capacity, he needs to just open up space, and then he got really lucky here because it's
he
just
got
a lucky ball.
super lucky there. Actually, from the stadium, it looked like it was his shot and not a deflection. So everyone was holy shit. But then it was clearly a lucky deflection.
Oh, mamma mia, the hate this man gets is incredible.
He's carrying the number 10 shirt on his back. What do you think people should do?
Respect.
Ignore the fact that that shirt was worn by Seedorf, by Gullit, and be like, okay,
By
let this guy
Honda.
go.
By Honda.
Yeah, by Honda as well, and people criticized Honda as well.
Yeah, the defender covered that ball all the way through. So it was a good play, guys. You guys are even Antonio Safe. You guys being so harsh. You just love hating on this guy.
Not being harsh, but you
You
cannot
get a
count this.
hard on by hating on this guy. That's
Listen,
what's happening.
but you cannot count this pass now as some mastermind pass. It was the most basic
The play was
pass,
good.
and he should have passed it before.
I'm not saying a mastermind pass, but I'm saying the play was good. It was done properly.
Yeah, but when you are at that advantage and you are counter-attacking, you have to make a pass that puts the player you have in an advantage in an advantageous position. That's the way you say it,
Yes, but
right?
that player needs to put himself in that advantageous position.
And he made the run, bro. Diaz
No,
should
he
have.
didn't. He did not make the run, and he does not have the pace to do what you're saying. Like, in order for that to happen, Giroud needed to be is literally on the line. Maybe you can. Inzaghi, you should be good at that. Literally being on the line, and then even if you're not faster than your opponent, you can out time your opponent as long as you're on the line. But the defender covered Giroud in front of him
Here,
the whole.
but look at the space
Yeah,
that Giroud has there.
you're saying that if you pass it here, he has a
Yes,
space.
Giroud
Okay,
gets it before the
now
defender.
that would be applicable if the defender was this guy, not this guy, because this guy is already running diagonally into him, so he's going to
No,
cover
but
him.
that guy is not running. The guy that's
Yeah,
running there is Giroud. That guy just turned back. Look how bad the pass is, man. It's unreal.
no,
The pass is so bad.
no. It's false expectations at this point. Let me see. Like, okay, maybe there's an opening if he wanted to play it sooner. Let me tell you, right? Let me tell you. Okay, so first of all, great movement here. So here, maybe he could have played it sooner, and then he could have played it back to here. So that would have been an option. But here, there's nothing. Maybe there, but he would have to play a centrally here,
Forward, yeah, exactly.
and maybe he
And
can
for
make that
Giroud
run
too.
there. But I don't. I don't know if Giroud. Well, Giroud was not moving in that direction. Giroud was moving diagonally out. Giroud is trying to open up the space so he can get the ball. So Giroud's movement is dictating where this ball is going to go. Now
Well, yeah,
you're saying he could have
because
passed it here, but this player is in advantage position though.
the more Diaz keeps on running centrally, the more Giroud is going to go to the side. That's how it works. But the thing is, I don't know, man.
But okay, if he passes it here through the space, like this guy's covered it.
But that guy just turned back. Giroud
No,
has the momentum of running.
no, it's a diagonal run. He's going to cut him. It's a diagonal run. Like the diagonal run, if you're on the same line, you can catch him. But if the defender is in front of you and you're behind him, you have to have the pace of Mbappe to get him.
Anyhow, the whole point of this conversation is that the pass that Diaz made did not give an advantage to Giroud there,
That was
even
incredible.
though he scored a goal.
It was absolutely incredible. Everybody should be applauding Diaz.
Oh my god.
Everybody should be thanking Diaz for his incredible contribution to the team. Everybody should be thanking Diaz in advance for the incredible contribution he's going to give
I
this
need
year.
more people here that do the foreplay and make me angry before I can take your baits.
Look at the run. Look at there. Look at that. That's Giroud. Giroud wanted the ball there.
Look at all the space that Giroud has, but Diaz
No, he
decides to play the
doesn't. He
ball.
doesn't have that space. What space? What
And
space are you talking about?
listen, in the moment that the ball came to Giroud's feet, it was game over. That there was no more chance to score
But
there,
Giroud did.
even though he scored. It needed the deflection of a lifetime to score from that position.
Yeah, but that's because Giroud is not the greatest technician, you know.
He's not.
But he
But
doesn't
also,
have. But he doesn't have the pace to do what you wanted him
but
to do.
also because Diaz takes too long
Excuse
to
me. Excuse
make up
me.
his mind.
Do you agree that he does not have the pace to do what you wanted him to do? Like, look, the
I,
defender is
I,
always covering. The defender is covering him here.
I
The
might
art
agree
of
with that.
defense. Look at that. Look at the defense. He's still covering him. Like
I
the
might
advantage. Yeah, go ahead.
Listen, I might agree with that, but the problem is that the cam there has to try to put the attacker in an advantage position and not
Who?
just pass the ball inside the
This is
box randomly.
this is a football question knowledge. I'm going to test you. Who has the advantage here, Giroud or the defender?
At this exact moment right now,
Yeah.
they appear to both be running. So if the defender, but I don't know, because if you play it a little bit back, okay, let us watch this again. Because if the defender just turned at the moment, but Giroud is already running forward, Giroud has the advantage because now the defender has to accelerate, while Giroud has already.
Okay. Look.
Right?
And
Not
there,
here,
crossover. Who has the advantage? Right there during that crossover.
the defender, because the defender was running.
Okay.
But
And
you
now,
still have
who has the
you
advantage
still
now?
you still have to make the pass though, even if the defender has the advantage,
Why? You're gonna lose the ball.
because you have an X amount of possibility that
Mm,
Giroud can get the ball and get an advantage.
Guardiola would shout at you if you would do that.
But okay then. Play it. What is the point of passing Giroud the ball there?
Because he's the
Here.
open player in space.
But what's the point? Why are you
To
passing? What,
progress the ball, to progress the play.
and do what? Because he
To
had
do
no chance
this.
there.
To do
And
this.
doing any. Yeah,
Open
but
the
this. Yeah,
open
but
up. Look at the space that Giroud created for himself. That is the play Giroud created for himself. This is what Giroud wanted to do. He wanted to create this space for himself, and he did. But he got really lucky. He
yeah.
got really lucky. What the hell are you? No way the attacker has the advantage in the play. Giroud never had the advantage ever. Never in that play. Never. He never had the advantage. Like, if it was Inzaghi, this is what Inzaghi would have done. Inzaghi probably, well, I'm seeing an opening here. So Inzaghi would have probably cut in front of a defender, and then you can pass the ball there, and then you can get advantage.
But even here right now, through ball, I don't know, because maybe Giroud was running already
Yeah,
diagonally.
Giroud has already decided what he wants to do.
Uh,
You see? Like, maybe there I'm seeing an opening right there.
exactly, yeah, there.
If
But
Inzaghi, but he doesn't do it.
even there, you have to put it like behind the defender, not in the middle.
Well, this is a very difficult one because so Giroud would have to cut here in front of the defender. The ball would have to be like Trivela, kind
No,
of.
no.
It'd have to go around and back here in order to meet him.
Or the total opposite of that.
No, but this guy has the advantage over here.
Yeah,
There's no way you can get through this
exactly.
guy.
That's why I'm saying you don't do it a Trivela. You do it the opposite with the inside of the foot from behind the defender. That's
Oh,
on
you
the
mean
right.
you mean with his
Yeah,
left foot?
with his right foot. With his right foot,
No, with his
or
right foot you can't.
or
You would have
a
to.
Trivela with his left foot. I don't know how to explain
No,
it.
no, no,
A
no, no. The
Trivela with
right
his
foot,
left foot.
right foot.
Yeah.
He's with his right foot right now.
Yeah,
That's
exactly. Yeah. So with the right foot, the opposite of Trivela. Yeah,
what do you
the
mean?
opposite of Trivela. You do it from behind the
Oh,
defender.
you're saying
That's
bring the ball here?
exactly yes.
No, but you can't do
Yes,
that. You
yes.
can't. You can't.
He can because Giroud is already running diagonally. So if you
Yes,
do
but
it,
his momentum is going this direction, so he would have to stop. And also, the ball
no,
isn't inside his foot. He would have to.
just reposition himself in a millisecond. A mini step back, and you reposition yourself, and you can pass the ball. And that way,
I don't know if that could have been
and
done
that
right.
way, you put out of the play the defender that's next to Giroud, and the other guy has to run more, has to cover more field now
So let me
to
see.
recuperate.
No, it couldn't have been done. It couldn't have been done. There's Giroud, first of all, is not doing that movement, but Giroud doesn't have that pace. He just really doesn't have that pace. If Giroud had that pace, and like Modric would have probably been able to do that with Vinicius Jr. The defenders covered him. I mean, yeah, okay, whatever. It's fine. Listen, at the end of the day, Brahim Diaz was incredible. And, yeah, like, what's up with this guy? Do you know, like, this guy here is are you sure you...
Flock is crazy.
Yeah. All right. When he switches back to the right, he gave himself advantage because the defender's back is now facing the ball. Yeah, but if the defender is in front of you, even if he turns around, he can catch you diagonally. Like, in order to have advantage, you have to be on the same line as the defender. And then, if you don't have pace, you can still catch him. But if you don't have the pace, as long as the defender is in front of you, the defender is ultimately containing you. And that is the issue here. So Giroud is being contained by both central defenders. Even the other defender has enough space to cut diagonally and meet Giroud. So you would need a very fast player there. Anyway, so listen, Red John. So what about Salamakers? Even him, he's no good.
No bueno. Listen, I have to go.
All right.
So have a good one, man. And see you, and hopefully we get Decatur and CH.
Yeah, hopefully.
Have a good one.
Peace out. If I was Diaz after I got the ball, I would move a few yards closer to sideline, then launch diagonal through ball just right through. Because you wouldn't have the pace. Diaz made the right call. That's why he's playing. Roy, what's your opinions are? That's why your opinions are weak. You don't get enough sleep. If you get enough sleep, you would say Italian players are the best. If you wouldn't, I mean, right now, yeah, Italian players are super competitive. We saw it in the Euro. You put together a bunch of Italian players, they're gonna fucking compete. They're gonna compete to the end, and they're gonna band together like brothers, sacrifice for each other, fight like warriors, and they're gonna bring the trophy home. That's what Italy did in the Euros, and so it's a fact that when you put the Serie A Italian players together, they're going to win you trophies. Yes, CDK is definitely 100%, knock on wood, I don't want to jinx it, coming to AC Milan tomorrow. You can bank on that. You can bank on it. Bank on that. Roy, did you see the Man City away kit commercial? Yeah, we saw it earlier. It's homage to AC Milan, you know. Kind of weird, honestly, but whatever. Alright, Gazzetta dello Sport, guys. Let's go through this. This is actually what... Oh my god, what is a fucking book? I'm not going to read all of this. Forget about it. Alright, whatever. So, it's happening soon. The takeover is happening soon. So let's see what happens. Let's see what kind of club this club becomes once the takeover is done. It's inspired by Milan. Yeah, I saw it. It's kind of weird, actually. It's like they revere Milan. And then they say, now it's our turn to take over. Yeah, I don't think so. Comunque siamo una palle per gli altri club quando trattiamo un giocatore, poi non lamentiamoci se nessuno vuole venire da noi perché non abbiamo un appeal. Eh sì, siamo un club un po' tirchio in questo momento e purtroppo le cose sono come sono. Siamo un club tirchio. Alright guys, listen, I think that we're going to go towards the end of the stream. We had a good stream, good conversation. Tomorrow we're going to have Milan news and talk about Decatur. that is coming to AC Milan. So there you go. I discovered a new player today called Indica, which is my favorite defender right now that we need to get. So hopefully we do. And yeah, that is it. That is it, guys. Hopefully y'all are ready for some CDK tomorrow. And finally, imagine if we don't get him. Imagine if we actually don't get him, and in the end, the news cycle is going to finish. Differences in whatever negotiation Maldini and Massara do not get CDK. That would be crazy. That would be terrible. That would be such a terrible way to start the day. But I am 100% sure at this point, knock on wood, that by the time I wake up this morning, this upcoming morning, CDK will be officially an AC Milan player. Bank on that. There's absolutely no way that Maldini and Massara are taking a flight to Belgium and not seal the deal. That's just not the case. It's not going to happen. Alright, guys, so there is no way. Wait, hold on. Dai, brother, Forza Milan, Hassan, Forza Milan. Cos'è che dice? Vero, ma immagini. Vero, ma immagini quanto abbiamo rotto le scatole Bruce per decade. Il procuratore di che si è rotto di parlare con Maldini e ha chiuso i contatti. Oh, noi abbiamo queste. Facciamo così. Il nostro mercato è questo. Capito? Abbiamo i nostri limiti finanziari e siamo così, perciò it is what it is. There's no way to say no to Eminem face to face. Absolutely. Ok ragazzi, alla prossima. Everybody, arrivederci, ciao, see you tomorrow. Milan News, thank you, ciao.